Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. How is everybody today? We've got an amazing, well, a jam-packed day today. I'm just going to sit, enjoy a cup of coffee and enjoy the show along with you because we've got guests galore today. Suzie Duncan's here this hour and at 10 o'clock. Oh, Adam from the Great British Sewing Bee. I tried to keep my cool, a little bit starstruck when he walked in this morning. He's going to be here at 10 o'clock with his, 9 o'clock with his very first pattern. Oh, I'll show you very quickly the rundown. It's going to be a bit all over the place this hour because we've got loads to talk about. First hour, Suzie Duncan and this beautiful Lewis and Irene over the rainbow quilt. Adam Brooks is here with his brand new pattern, his very first pattern, which we're really excited to support him with. Already selling on pre-order, by the way. Everything is listed on pre-order. Definitely head to the website if you want to get that straight away. The square patch quilted bag, which is Suzie's brand new bag pattern. It's with Liberty. It's very indulgent. It's beautiful, isn't it? Look at this. There it is. I really like it in the blues as well. We have slightly different colourways, but you get the same effect with all these really lovely Liberty little charm squares. So pretty. So that's coming up at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, Adam's back. Sewing for the Soul, which is a Jules Fallon book. We're going to be doing the shirt that's behind me, which me and Hannah are already fighting over. And there it is. How festive is that? I want this for Christmas, you know, Christmas Eve, sitting around, Christmas shirt. What do you want it for? She said, because people don't like it when I don't wear a top. So that's her reason for wanting it. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got Jayne here to talk through the 720 Pro. So a jam-packed day today. Also, We've also got in that show an embroidery machine. It isn't just a 720. Jayne is also bringing along an embroidery machine. I know that people always ask about embroidery machines. We have a very, very limited number, just be aware. So if you want to hear about that with Jayne from Elna, then absolutely stay tuned to 12 o'clock, get your questions in for her. Now, you're going to be pleased that you got up nice and early with me this morning because the early bird today is epic. Last time I saw this product was back in a previous life of Sewing Quarter. Those of you that were who know me from Sewing Quarter, know John from Sewing Quarter and Hannah and everybody, then you might remember this product because we used to sell these in the hundreds every single time they came on. We do not need to discount this because it's the first time it's been here. We all talk about how important it is to change your needle in your sewing machine. We all talk about how important it is when you're making that first cut in your fabrics that you have a nice sharp blade. You don't need to keep replacing blades. You can sharpen them in between. Now, don't get me wrong. You're not going to be able to sharpen and sharpen and sharpen and sharpen a million times. Eventually, you will have to replace your blades. But to keep them really nice and sharp between swapping your blades, this is brilliant. So it comes with, I've opened this packet this morning just to remind myself of it. So it comes with a little magnetic stick, which is brilliant because it means you don't need to touch your blade. Even when they are, and I'm saying very, very loosely, blunt, they're still very sharp. We're going to drop the price just so you can see how amazing this is today because we've already got people who've got it in their basket. It's going lower than $12.99. Now, it is only for today. If you want this reduced price, it is for today and today only, or while stocks last. I've got a feeling this is going to be an early sellout. These will sell at $12.99 tomorrow. I know they will go up to $12.99. If somebody mentions them tomorrow who hadn't seen them today, I'm sure they'll be all over this at $12.99. Today, £9.99. Now you can sharpen your 45mm blades, but you can also sharpen your 28mm blades with this, which is brilliant. £9.99. Now the way that it works, it comes in two different parts. So this side, you can see it says here, I'm not sure whether you can see on camera, but I can at home, it says there, 45mm. So that's for your 45mm blade, which is your standard rotary blades. But you can do both. So there it says 45. This slots in. The other side, that's where you put your 28mm blade. Now it also comes with your other attachment to be able to do your 25mm. Obviously, it's got a smaller centre that you put onto it. It's brilliant that you can sharpen both of your blades. So you can see here that it's got two black lines that need to line up. So that's what's really handy to be able to see about this. So if I open up the 45mm blade, we've got one handy here. I don't need to touch it. I'm going to place the blade onto, I'm just working out whether I used to put it onto here. I think I did. Or whether I did it on the other side. But it basically works like a traditional knife sharpener. Hannah, I'm going to say this. I think that we need the blade that's got the centre. I think the clover braids are the only ones that have got a funny centre. It might work. Let's have a go. But I've got a feeling that it needs to match up. This is why we've had a manic morning this morning, haven't we? So... no, it's fine actually, look, that slots into place. Let me just check, you've got to hear this grinding noise. We might need to use the other one. The clover ones are the only ones, typically, I remember, that don't have that centre, same jigsaw piece, that little nook that fits in. But what you would do with all of your other blades that you have, so maybe I'm thinking the Alpha ones, the Sew Line ones or Sew Easy ones. The Fiskars, I think they will also fit in here fine, yeah. So then it's got this rubber edge and all you do is roll it side to side like this and that will sharpen your blades. We are on Facebook Live. I don't think, has anyone said hello to me yet? Oh, yes, they have. Hello, everybody. Sorry. Susan, good morning, Vixen, everybody. Got my grandson here for a sleepover. Bright morning this morning in Derbyshire. Oh, Susan. Is it Oscar? How do you know that, Joe? Oh, we're going further down and we've left. Oh, his name is Oscar. He's watching with me. Morning, Oscar. Good morning, Oscar. This is better. Thank you, Han. Right, so let's take this apart again. Is that my Tom? Tom, you're going to love it. Adam's here today. So this one, there you go. Can you see? It's that shape. So you can see the difference with the clover one. But this one does come with a majority of your standard 45mm blades. Just check what blades you use. Seamless, seamless. This is honestly one of my favourite products, and I'm so pleased that we've got it back. Line up the black edges. That then slots straight into place like that. Can you see from there? Nice little sandwich. And then this rolls like that. And that is then, oh yeah, there we go. It's clicked in. Can you hear it? Yeah. That is then sharpening my blade. You need one of these, Suzie. She's saying she needs one of these.
I change my blade every time I do a project. So
do you?
Yeah.
That's very good of you.
I do.
Did you hear her then? She was saying she changes the blade every time she does a project. Like when you're doing your quilting, we change your needle.
Yep.
When you're cutting through your first bits of designer fabric,
Yeah.
it makes such a difference, doesn't it? When you're not slashing your
absolutely.
fabric.
Especially when you want to cut half square triangles.
Yeah.
So you need that accurate cut as well.
Yeah.
Having a non-sharp blade is a really rookie error.
Yeah. And this actually, I remember there was another rotary blade sharpener that we used to offer, and it was faffy. Whereas this is really simple. I've probably made it look more difficult than it is. But it
looks like
isn't
a
faffy at
macaron.
all. Pardon?
It looks like a blackcurrant macaron.
It does. Don't eat it.
Yeah,
But
don't
does
eat
look,
it.
It does
Yeah.
look pretty. It does look pretty as well. But it is the one that I always would have recommended. I love this. £9.99. It means that your 28mm blades and your 45mm blades are always there, ready, sharp, to go to start new projects. And we've got such amazing projects for you today. We really have. Should be £12.99. Today it's £9.99. It's one of those that, look, you're saving virtually your P&P then, aren't you? Yeah, and you're saving blades. The amount of times that we're replacing blades, having to buy new blades all the time. As I said, this won't mean that you'll never have to buy blades again, but in between buying blades, it's going to mean that they're really, really lovely and sharp all the time. £9.99, and it comes with your little magnetic stick as well, so you're not having to touch your blades. So when they're really sharp right now, you can put it straight back into your rotary cutter. Which is brilliant. Oh, Karen said, morning Vix, I got mine in the old sewing quarter days. It's great and has saved me pounds over the years. That's it, isn't it? It's the saving that you're making of not having to buy lots of new blades. Thanks, Karen, for your message. Yeah, those of you that remember this, message in and tell me what you think, because it's the first time we've ever had it here at Sewing Street. Now, we'd spend more time on it, but we've got Suzie, as you can see, easily awaiting here in the wings. If you want to ask any questions to Suzie, to Adam, if you want to get in touch with us for later on shows with Jayne, email the studio@sewingstreet.com. studio@sewingstreet.com is the email address. Sending any of your photographs, come say hello to us. That is your email. Or, of course, you can jump onto Facebook. I've got the Facebook Live open this morning, and I'll keep my eyes peeled on it. If you've got any questions, that's going to be a really quick way of getting them over to us here in the studio. It's an interactive show. We want to make it as interactive as possible today. Get all of your messages for Suzie in. Sewing Street TV is the Facebook page.
Polite ones only.
Polite questions only. Sewing related questions only. No, we could just do a full Q&A, can't we? It's so strange. I've realised that me and Adam have got lots of mutual friends on Facebook.
Funny.
And I said, right, how do you know so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so? Anyway, he's a singer as well, and he used to teach singing at the drama school that I used to go to. How amazing is that? He's got loads of mutual friends. We'll have a good chat later on at 9 o'clock. Is there anything else that I need to mention before we introduce these gorgeous kits? No? I think we're ready to rock and roll. So, over the rainbow, this quilt is beautiful. Haven't got it physically here in the studio, but wait till you see the fabrics. We've got lots of fabric, and we can show you the blocks as well that Suzie's put together, and you'll see how it's really going to look beautifully bright. Okay, we have fabric by the ½ metre. We also have bundles to do the whole quilt, which is a 60 by 72 inch quilt. So we've got two different bundles. I've got a pink and I've got a blue. This one is your pink bundle. So I'm just going to put this to the side for a second because I'll tell you about that in a minute. But in the kit, you're getting your bumbleberry, which is 1.5 meters. So that's the main difference with your kits. You get this one in blue in the other one. Oh, it's on split pay. Amazing. $49.99 on split pay. Now, all of these are absolutely beautiful. They're brand new into us. It's the first time we've seen them. Half a metre of all, well, 1 metre of this one. 1 metre of this print. Let me go through. So, you've got a metre of rainbow multi-stars, which is this one.
Yep.
You then have a metre and a half of your bumbleberry, which is pink. You then have, I believe, half a metre, no, that one, a metre of the white rainbow stars. And then you have half a metre, I think, of everything else. This one.
That's a metre.
That's a fan, which you get a metre of. Oh, sorry.
No, the flower, the rainbow flowers.
Rainbow flowers.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one's called fan, half a metre, yeah. Rainbow, half a metre. Shooting stars, half a metre. Rainbow again, half a metre. Rainbow fans, half a metre. Rainbows again, half a metre. And rainbows in blue, half a metre.
Yep.
Then this other fabric, it isn't in the bundle. Right. We've got it separately by the half metre, Suzie. I'm not sure what happened when this came up, but it was all together, so we've just clarified, and that is separately. So, but this is all that you need anyway to create the whole quilt, which is huge. It's 60 by 72 inches. Metre and a half, remember, a metre and a metre, all of the rest are half metres. $49.99 on split pay, 2 split payments, interest-free. It's so gorgeous, and I'm actually thinking, do you know what? If you make the quilt or not, what an amazing bundle of fabric. You're going to be able to make so many beautiful cushions. Suzie has made Maisie the most gorgeous reading cushion and put a lovely book in there as well for her. These would make gorgeous reading cushions. They'd be brilliant for children's bedrooms, storage tubs.
Yeah.
It isn't just necessarily for children though. These would be really lovely for your workroom as well.
Yeah.
The pattern is for free, so you don't even need to make the quilt, but it's a really lovely pattern and a lovely block that you could use again with different collections. So you do have all of your instructions, and we will go through how to construct those blocks with Suzie. It's beautiful. Your gorgeous rainbows, which are so symbolic, aren't they? I love the shooting star one as well. We are offering some of these by the half metres individually as well. We're going to offer them individually in a moment. We'll do the other blue bundle. So the only difference is the blue bumbleberry. You do get the free pattern included again, which is gorgeous. So you have a metre and a half of your blue bumbleberry. You then also have a metre of your blue scattered rainbow stars. A metre of your deep blue. Look at how gorgeous that is. And it sort of ombres all the way across. Yeah. It's lovely, really lovely. Half a metre of your rainbows, half a metre of your fans, half a metre of the rain. Oh, I love those with the clouds as well. Half a metre again.
They look like little eyes, don't they?
Little eyes! Do you know what? I would never have noticed that, but yes, they do. They look like those little eyes all peeking over. Now I can't unsee that.
Sorry. They're not rainbows.
Not rainbows, they're little eyes all peering at us. Shooting stars, half a metre. Again, more rainbow flower fans. Shooting stars, half a metre. All of those half a metre. And your pinks, half a metre. 60 by 72 inch quilt. Your unfinished block size is 12.5 inches. See, that would be really nice just as a cushion front, wouldn't it?
Yes.
The cushion front is 60 by 72 inches, so it's a big quilt, a really big quilt. And it's the same block repeated, it's just different colour placements, 2 different colour differences, different places. And it does give you that really, really beautiful finish, doesn't it? They're the 2 bundles, the blue or the pink. What we're going to do is we'll quickly run through some of the fabrics by the half metre. We've got some of them that don't appear in the bundles before we go by the half metre. So this one is so cool. It almost looks like a panel. It's not. Oh.
But it could be.
Oh, is it a panel? Is it classed as a panel,
No,
do you think?
It's
by the half metre,
it's
so
a
it will
border
run
one,
like
isn't
that.
it? Yeah.
It will carry on running this way. But look at this.
But if you split it in half like that,
Yeah.
so into a fat quarter, you could then just border it and make
Yeah.
a really quick, easy play quilt.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, that's big for a floor cushion as well. Be
That's
really
lovely,
cool.
isn't it? Yeah, you don't need to do anything more. I was thinking, oh, this could be a background for a plique, but look.
Or stretch it over a canvas and you've got an instant picture.
Love it. Absolutely brilliant. And if you want to practice your quilting,
Yep.
this would be a brilliant one to do some
Would.
free motion over,
It would.
or
Yeah.
if you can embellish with some hand
Be
stitching.
really cool. Or get some AB crystals and sew them on as raindrops. That
Oh.
would look so cute.
Yes, absolutely. Remember,
Not for little people though.
all of these, all of this fabric,
Amazing.
and
So
you
you-
can still buy it by the half metre, so it will be cut off the bolt for you, so the pattern will then continue and continue, which is brilliant, isn't it? £6.99 a half metre. Colours are so vibrant, so vibrant. We also have the one, can we do that ombre one, because that's very different. This one wasn't included in the kit. I've got the code, which is CFUL42, please.
It's very pretty.
I'd love this as a dressmaking.
Well, I was just thinking the panel piece. If it's on a continuous piece, you could make a fab little skirt for a little person, couldn't you?
That'd be lovely.
And then you could have that as the top.
That is beautiful. £6.99.
Those as curtains would look amazing in a nursery.
Oh, can you imagine? And look at how seamlessly it sort of blends. It's
Yeah,
beautiful, isn't it?
it's
So
stunning.
really love. We've done rainbow fabric similar to this before, but not this. Not these colours. That is so vibrant and pretty, isn't it?
But
Look.
also as you binding for the rainbow quilt, that would look amazing because it picks all the colours up but gives you that transition of colour.
Yeah,
around
good
the
idea.
quilt.
Good idea. So you could literally just cut this as well on the bias and do...
You don't have to do it on bias, you could do it straight because it's a square, rectangular quilt.
Yeah.
You don't have to have bias binding, you can just cut it as
Straight.
2.5 inch strips, so that means you get that continuous ombre.
Lovely. We know how much we love scrappy binding because you get that
Yeah.
sort of scrappy feel, but actually you'll just get an ombre. That
You
would
would.
look brilliant.
Well,
we
even-
also have it in deeper colours, which is BUUL09. Let's have a look at this.
So that probably the deeper one would be good for the blue colourway because you've got those deeper colours within the blue colourway.
Nice. Look at how bright
That is
this
so
is.
lush.
Oh, wow.
That's like sunset, isn't it? It's beautiful.
You've got those sunset shades into the limes, into the blues that then go into those beautiful magenta pinks.
Stunning.
£6.99. Oh, wow. Look at this, Hannah. Oh, I bet you want to top with this now, don't you?
Yeah.
That's so cool. Christmas disco dress. Yes, please. Because, everyone's, getting the invites to the Christmas parties at the moment, which is exciting. Fingers crossed we're all able to have Christmas parties this year, which would be nice. That one is about to sell out by the half metre. The other one was beautiful as well, Hannah. It was more of your soft pastels. It was really lovely. Okay, if you do like this fabric, we also have a bundle, which is a backing bundle made of that. This one, we do have it in how many? So it's a 4.5 metre bundle. I don't have it physically here, but you will get 4.5 metres of this, which is actually half a metre for free. So if you love this fabric, oh my word, buy it as much as you can. You do get half metre free, so your value for money is amazing. And I suppose if you're doing smaller projects or EPP and things like that, you've actually just got lots of colours, Suzie.
Absolutely, you can, yeah. And if you want to do tote bags, you can strip it in different colourways. I mean, with that amount of fabric, you've got enough to do the backing for your quilt, the binding for your quilt, and have some left over. You can do the backs of your pillows.
Yeah.
Oh, you could just go on and on and on making stuff.
Oh,
Kit
see,
out
those-
the entire room in rainbows. How cool would that be?
They'd make really good big bolster cushions as
Yeah.
well. They'd look lovely with the ombre of colour.
Yeah.
$55.92, and that is with half a metre for free. Selling very, very fast, by the way. Do we have the other one as well? The other rainbow colour in a big bundle or not? We'll just triple check and see if we can do it. But if you want this, there's a lot in baskets. Please do check out. I don't think we'll be seeing this fabric again. It's Lewis and Irene Over the Rainbow, and it is stunning. That is my cup of tea. Okay, so that's sold out by the half metre. The only way of getting it now is in the bundles. Brilliant. Yes, let's have a look at because we do have it in a metre bundle, so I can just show you what it looks like in a metre piece. But it will be even bigger than this, obviously. You're going to get 4.5 metres. Look at those.
So pretty.
So you will get 4.5 metres. You will only be paying for 4 metres. That's what a metre looks like.
Definitely enough for curtains then.
So it'll be 4 times that. That is, it does look like Princess Palace, doesn't it? And I love actually, if you put it this way, it looks like the sky. You could use this as an amazing applique background, couldn't you? Look at that. That's like sky and sea, sunburst, sort of beautiful warm colours.
Just that bit there looks like you're sat in a beach bar looking out over the sea and the sand, doesn't it? It's just stunning.
I love it. You get ×4 plus another half, all joined up, half a metre for free, saving $6.99. Yeah, that'd be a beautiful applique background, wouldn't it? Imagine doing one of Delphine's applique projects onto it.
Yeah, that would look awesome.
Oh, that is gorgeous. And you're going to have so much there. So if you are thinking of dressmaking, it'll all come joined up. Just £55.92. I've got a feeling this one as well is going to be very, very popular. Brand new in today from the Over the Rainbow collection. Oh, I told you it was going to be busy. Very, very popular indeed. Don't forget to get the early bird as well. Now, we do have the fabrics from the bundles, also by the half metre. So I've got the lovely stars with the rainbows, which is this one. We've got it with the dark blue background. Oh, look at even the selvage.
Yeah, I know, it's so cute, isn't it?
Do you keep your selvages?
Of course.
Yeah. Do you ever make anything with them?
Not yet.
Rebecca Reed was saying she was going to make a skirt with them, I think, and she was expected a lot.
So there's a big trend in the States to add in all the selvages and labels to make quilts from, but it's a lot of piecing.
Yeah, you would need a lot.
Yeah, I just haven't got time.
Look, it's got lots of little rainbows.
So cute. But they are so useful if you are out and about colour matching for solids or even for threads. Those selvage ends are so helpful for that because they've got that true colour within them.
I love this one as well. There's something very magical about this.
It is really lovely. And those stars really pop on the black background.
I don't think the picture on the web actually shows. Let me show you how it has the full ombre all the way across. This would be really, really nice with, I'm thinking metallic threads, Christmas.
Yes, yeah, but as a binding as well, it would work really well because there's so much detail in it.
Yeah.
Or just a border, thin border.
Well, it's quite a small scale print, so you wouldn't lose the stars if you were to do it as a binding.
So EPP projects would work really well with this as well. If you want to do little dolls stuff, you know, whether it be clothing or accessories for dolls, that would be absolutely perfect for that, wouldn't it?
Oh, love it. Absolutely love it. We also have it with the cream background as well. Oh, morning Vix and team. I love this Lewis and Irene collection. Thank you so much, Becky, for your message. Susan said, good morning, Becky. Is that Baffa? Is it? Oh, I haven't seen a message. Oh, hi, Baffa. Good morning, good morning. Hi, Julie. Next fabric is the same again with the light background. It's a white background. This would be lovely. You know, you were saying for blinds or curtains and nurseries or children's bedrooms. Imagine doing curtains or a blind in this.
Yeah, that would look really good.
Bedding.
Or even in a bathroom, that would look really cheerful as a blind, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
£6.99 half metres, a really good price as well.
Could do
what about for toy making? Could I use this
say,
for a teddy bear?
Yeah, it would be really nice as a textile project, or the cubes, you know, the learning cubes that you do. That would be really good because you've got your colours in there, but really good for toy boxes, toy bags, because you can talk about the colours.
Yeah.
So they can colour sort.
Yeah.
As well. That would be really cool.
Oh, I love that. That would be really lovely as a unicorn teddy.
Yes.
Unicorn teddy with all those beautiful rainbow colours.
That would look really But just as a
£6.99.
backing
Yeah.
for a play quilt or a quilt in general would look really nice, or for the backs of cushions, so you've got another interest if you turn the cushion round. Again, binding, EPP, any of that would be amazing.
Oh yeah, for binding, brilliant. Not just kids projects.
No, rainbows aren't just for children.
Oh, absolutely not. If I just fold it up, can you imagine just having?
Yeah, see, that looks amazing. Hairbands.
Oh yes, for hairbands, this is lovely.
Bow
If you
tie.
love Tula pinks,
I
this
think
will go
the
with your
dark
Tula
one as a
pinks.
bow tie
Yeah.
for the festive season would look amazing.
Oh, good idea. Really good idea. They are beautiful, aren't they? So they're the ones that aren't in the bundles. I think they're all of the ones that aren't in the bundles, if I'm not mistaken, Hannah. Well, obviously these ones you do get some as well, but we've done all the ones that you haven't seen. Okay. I've got shooting stars by the ½ metre in blue. I don't think there is. Is there a darker one? There is a darker one. Oh, that's it. Right, so the blue isn't available by the ½ metre. The only way of getting the blue is in the bundles. We've got it black and we also have it in beige. This is quite magical as well, isn't it?
Yes. Again, loads of close detail. So if you are doing small scale, so 2.5 inch squares or smaller, binding, EPP, you can fussy cut. You could cover buttons and get a star on the top of your button.
Yeah.
Look really amazing.
Do you know what I'm thinking? Hannah always wants a cape. If you're doing a magic show, imagine having a
Or
magic
superhero.
Yeah.
Isn't there a World Superheroes Day or something that everyone dresses up for? That would be really cool for that, wouldn't it?
That's Hannah's dream, isn't it? What about stationery bits and bobs, pencil cases?
Yes, and being with a black as well, it means that you're not, if you have a mishap with a ink pen, it's not going to show. But yeah, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? And then use the ombre lining to make it a reversible pencil case. That would
good
just
idea.
be so cool.
Oh, the
Lunch
ombre
bag.
ones. Yeah. Perfect. We're getting very carried away, aren't we? We've got loads of ideas, loads of ideas. It also does come with a lighter background. See if I can find it.
Don't think we have it in this.
They
in the
call it
bundles.
beige. I've got a
Yeah, we
picture
haven't got
anyway.
it in the bundles.
No, it doesn't come in the
No.
bundles. This is what it looks like. Oh, it does.
is
There we
it?
go.
Oh, there you go.
Found it.
Sorry, my mistake. I've only been cutting it up for the last 24 hours.
£6.99. Your beige shooting stars.
See, that actually looks like a unicorn mane style, doesn't it, almost? That shoot, the rainbow.
Yeah. They're lovely, aren't they?
Or the tail.
Oh, Joe's in ever such a funny mood today. Don't question him, Hannah. Don't question him. Hannah's saying, why are all these fabrics in? You unpacked them yesterday, Joe. And he's getting really annoyed. He's in a bad mood today. I won't explain why. We'll be here all day. At £6.99 for your beige shooting stars, ½ metre. That's really pretty. They're all gorgeous. They're all very, 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 very popular. Listed all underneath on the website. We will get to Susie's demo, don't worry. We've got a couple of blocks that we do want to show you how to do, but it's pretty straightforward, so we will make sure that we have time to do that. We just want to make sure everybody's clear with the fabrics that we have, as these are all brand new in today. I've got one with, is it the one with the little eyes? Yes, we've got the ones with the eyes.
Also known as rainbows.
Also known as rainbows. 74, yes. I'll find the other one as well. This is the one with the little eyes peering over. They've got like little glints as well.
have,
Do you
yeah.
see how they've got the little stars?
That's what did it. It was the glint in the eye. I can't, as you said, I can't not
unsee
see
it
it now.
I love it. They are really pretty, aren't they? Again, this would be brilliant for
I like the
dressmaking.
fact that it's not uniform, so it looks textural because they're not identical shapes. So that gives you that sort of 3D appearance. It's really cool.
What about making like a dragon or
Yeah.
like fish scales?
Fish scales would look amazing. Yeah, if you've got to go dressed as a goldfish, which of course a lot of people do, then
all the time,
this
obviously.
would, this would be amazing.
I'm going to
for
that
that.
stress party at the weekend. Why didn't I think of that?
Yeah,
Dressed as a goldfish. Or a mermaid tail.
Yes, mermaid tail look beautiful, wouldn't it?
Really lovely.
Yeah.
We only have this one, by the way, by the half metre in 2 different colourways. We have it in this one. And did you say the other one ends in 98? So we have it in the blue or the red. We do have it in the bundle in a few other colours, but that's it. If you do want the blue, this one ends in 98. You'll see it on the website. Everything then will be listed underneath us. So once Susie's demoing, you can have a good look through on the website and select what you want. £6.99 for your rainbows tossed. The little eyes, look. Hannah likes these little eyes. Hi. I can't unsee rainbows, fishtails now. Look.
Yeah, when you turn it up that way. So that means it's a really great fabric to use, because if you want to give that imagination spark, then turn it on its head.
Yeah, that's so cool. £6.99. Now, the bundle, the blue bundle, just so you know. Oh, go on. Just so you know, there's bigger rainbows, Hannah's saying. Just so you know. We've got bigger rainbows.
Oh, with the clouds.
36? Yes, the one with the clouds as
It'd be
well.
in the other bundle, yeah.
And then we also have it...
in the turquoise.
Sorry, I'm just getting the next one ready as well so you can see which ones we have. These 2 colours available in the big rainbows. That one's with the clouds. That is lovely. Loads of people already got this on pre-order. That is beautiful.
Now, I would say this is a directional fabric, because it will look odd if you turn those upside down.
Oh, morning Vix and Susie, gorgeous fabrics. The eye fabric, I like that we're calling it the eye fabric now, reminds me of rainbow tadpoles.
Yes, that's so true. It does look like that sort of tapioca look. You know, the
I love
fog spawn,
tapioca.
do
yeah.
you?
You know tapioca that you have in your bubble tea? Have you ever had it in like a milk drink?
No,
It's
I
really
don't do
nice.
milk.
It's really nice. Oh,
Yeah.
I do know what you mean.
Yeah, I can see it.
I can
see
see
it. Yeah.
£6.99. Susie's been baking for us, by the way. She's been baking. What is it that you've made for us today?
So it's a chocolate cake with fudge and chocolate chips in.
That sounds so good. That sounds so naughty, doesn't it? How are you getting on with your foraging? Are you doing your chutneys and...
Yes, I made
Jams.
14 jars of chutney last week.
My word. I knew you would have. I knew it. Every time I see like blackberries or anything, I always think
I did
of
all that
you.
as well. Yeah, did all that. Froze a load. Beetroot, our beetroot harvest. I've only got a tiny little veg patch in the garden. And I just literally threw beetroot seeds at it. We had so much beetroot.
That's brilliant.
Mental. Yes.
That's brilliant.
all
I'll have
gone
to
in.
try that. I've got a garden now, so I can't wait to do that next
Yeah,
year.
no, beetroot's a good one to do. It's fairly robust. Well, it seems to be in my garden anyway. It's got through a Vizsla, so it's fine.
This one would be nice as well. You can fussy cut these rainbows, can't you?
Absolutely, yeah. Be really cool.
In the light blue, £6.99. This is the only other one that we have. Also seeing little dungarees or little dresses. Do you know the ones that
I
Janice
think
did a
a
few
little
days ago?
pinafore dress or a dungarees would look really lovely for the summer. Or a pair of shorts.
Janice was on
really
with
cute.
John literally a couple of days ago. I was
that
watching.
would be amazing.
And do you know that we did the romper and the jumpsuit?
yeah.
How cute would this be?
It would look really cool in any of the rainbow fabrics. In the ombres, that would look awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. Little backpack. Oh, there's so many options. And it's
Yeah.
unisex, isn't it?
It is, absolutely.
brilliant for
Definitely a
boys or
lunchbox.
girls.
Definitely a lunchbox.
Okay, we've got 2 more fabrics. I've got the flower fans. Sometimes they're called flowers and sometimes they're called fans. I hope I'm getting these all back in the right places. We've got...
You've got those the wrong way around.
Thank you for telling me. I had a feeling I did, hence why I said it. Right, I've got the rainbow fans, which is 71, is that right? Yep, we can do that. And then one ending in 50. £6.99. Oh, they are nice. Your rainbow flower fans. I'm upside down, aren't I? There we go.
Yeah, this again is directional. Otherwise, you get flowers hanging. rather than growing. Depends which way you want to do it. But again, for fussy cutting, tops of buttons would be really cool.
Perfect.
Just such a lovely. And you could actually, if you were really careful how you cut, you could cut across and make like a ribbon band and just stitch that across across the ombre fabric to get some amazing rainbow flower, almost like braiding. But for borders, for binding, anything like that would look amazing.
Just £6.99. That's your black background. It also comes with a white background and pastel fans. That one's lovely, isn't it? Lewis and Irene fabric's beautiful quality as well, isn't it?
It is, yeah. 100% cotton, of course. Great for quilt making. Any form of sewing you can use your cotton fabrics for. But, you know, it holds its shape really well when you iron it and press it, so that it makes it really good for quilting. And especially any geometric shapes, because then it will hold those seams really nicely and give you that structure that you want for geometric patterns.
It's also a really good price for designer fabric, isn't it?
Crazily good price, yes.
It is. £6.99.
I stood here thinking, I'm sure they've got that number 6 the wrong way around.
Yeah, honestly, these are generally £7.99 or
absolutely.
£7.49 at the lowest sort of prices. It's very rarely that we'll see them at £6.99. So brand new designer fabrics in at £6.99 is absolutely fantastic.
And I will say that all the fabrics in this collection that have got that white or pale, off-white background, they aren't see-through.
Okay.
So if you are going to choose these to make dungarees or anything like that, so you're going to get more than half a metre, don't be worried that you're going to have to think about what's underneath or see what's underneath, because I've found that you don't see it.
Yeah.
It is an opaque finish on it as well, which is unusual for white backgrounds.
Yeah, that's good to
usually
know.
you're seeing a shadow, aren't you?
Yeah.
So no, they're really lovely quality.
Fantastic. Okay, so the 2 bundles, and we are going to come over to talk about the block. So
fine.
the pink bumbleberry. I'm hoping I've put all these back in the right place. You're going to have to just tell me what they are. So, 1.5 meters of your bumbleberry. 1.5 meters of your bumbleberry, which is that lovely pink. Yeah, I can see it. You've got your real bright pink, which you get 1.5 meters. You then get 1 meter of the rainbow stars and 1 meter of the rainbow stars in blue. Yes, so you get those 3. Then the rest are all 1/2 meter pieces. So you get 1/2 meter of your shooting stars.
Yeah.
You get 1/2 meter of your rainbow fans in white. You get, I'm just matching it up with my screen. So you've also got 1/2 meter of the pink rainbows. You have shooting stars in black. You've got rainbows with pastel fans, 1/2 meter. You've also got the blue rainbows with clouds, 1/2 meter. Remember, you're getting your pattern for free in this as well. So it's fantastic that if you're thinking of other projects in mind, if you're thinking of these fabrics, different projects in mind, then go for it. You also get your deep navy blue with the rainbows and clouds. Then we're getting our blue rainbow or eyes or tadpoles, whatever you want to go with.
And that's it. No, you don't get that one.
And that one's over this side.
Yeah.
That's correct. So you get all of those fabrics plus your free pattern, 7.5 meters, and your free pattern for $99.99. And that is, of course, remember, on split pay at $49.99, 2 split payments. Morning, Carol. Good morning, May, as well. How are you all? Right, we're loving this brand new fabric, aren't we? Finally, the blue bundle comes with 1.5 meters of your bumbleberry in blue, your deep rainbow blue and rainbow colours. Do you get both of these then?
Yes, because you've got 2 blocks in the quilt design, and these make your borders for the blocks.
Oh, okay.
So you've got the 2 different colourways just to give that extra interest. So the blue one is the same that is in the pink bundle.
Yeah.
But then with this one, because it's the darks version, you've got that black background or navy background.
Fab. Plus then you're getting 1/2 meter of all of these other fabrics half a metre of your rainbows, half a metre of the blue with the clouds, half a metre of the cream, half a metre of your shooting stars, half a metre of your rainbows in pink, your fans in pastel, and your rainbows in navy, plus your free pattern, $99.99 or $49.99 on split pay. Definitely use a split pay option. And look at that. That's really dramatic.
It is beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you have a preference? Which one do you like?
No, I don't have a preference, if I'm truly honest.
I like them both. I really like
Yeah.
them both. I think I'm going for the brights. I'm more when it's rainbows
Yeah.
and sunshine. I do like them.
Yeah, I mean, I love the two bumbleberry colours. So both of them work really well for me. I'd happily give them a home.
Nice, yeah. And so it's the same block throughout, am I right?
Absolutely. Whichever one you use, whichever one you choose to go for, you're going to be making it an exact same block. But within each quilt, you've got two different quilt colour combinations, if you like, but the pattern itself is identical. So that means when you come to doing your cutting, it's a really quick and simple task because you're cutting identical pieces from each of the fabrics. You haven't got to do too much thinking, so it is something you could cut whilst you're watching the telly.
Nice.
Which is unusual for quilts because usually you have to concentrate like crazy, don't you? I always do myself a crib sheet, so a tick sheet, so I know what I've cut and what I've got left to cut. The instructions are super clear. Just be aware that the coding on the instructions doesn't match the coding that's from Sewing Street. This is the manufacturer's code, so you ignore the codes and go by the description is my advice, because otherwise you'll get yourself in a pickle because you'll think, I've got the wrong fabrics, but you've got the right fabrics, they're just given different codes. The other thing that I did was next to the number, I wrote which block it was associated with, and I divided my fabrics into those two piles.
I suppose it's good to just get yourself as organised as possible, isn't
I mean,
it?
I am a little bit OCD about organisation, but that is it.
Yeah.
I just find it a lot easier. Also, with most of our lifestyles, the chances of you being able to start and finish this in one hit is probably fairly minimal. So if you get yourself set up and organised like that, should the doorbell ring, should you have to go and make tea, do a 2-hour dog walk like I do, then you can come back and pick it up and you know where you are. So that's why I get myself to that organisation. Everything is a 1/4 inch seam, so you haven't got to change seam halfway through. And I will say that you do need to be really accurate with your 1/4 inch seams, particularly at the first stage. So do know your 1/4 inch on your machine. Test it out on a scrap piece first.
Okay.
Because if that doesn't work, then the whole thing's going to be slightly off and you'll be forever trimming and cutting. But actually putting together is super, super easy. So you're going to start, do you want to see the finished, what we're aiming at first? So these are the two blocks. So this is it with the lighter colours. Let's turn it the right way around, it makes sense. The other thing with cutting, if you are wanting your rainbows the right way up, your flowers the right way up, make sure you look at the pattern. I would read the pattern first anyway, but make sure you really look at the pattern detail before you start cutting and think about how you're going to cut. Otherwise you're going to end up with flowers on their heads, rainbows upside down or on the skew. It may not matter to you. And the other option is you can always just turn your blocks round. You don't have to position them the same way round all the time. Add a bit of interest if you want to. Make it variant. So that's the dark colourway as well. This is all with the pink selection, of course.
Nice.
It really does look, really pops, doesn't it?
Yeah,
and
I like
having that ombre border just looks amazing.
Well, it's designed with these fabrics in mind, isn't it? This pattern.
Absolutely, yes. Sally Ablett designed it specifically for the collection. And then when you piece them together, it's just going to look so stunning.
Oh, I love it.
It's
I do
cool,
love
isn't it?
And I
So-
think you're going to use this pattern again and again with different fabrics.
Absolutely, yes. And as you said earlier, because it makes a 12.5 in unfinished block, that's a great middle for a cushion.
Yeah.
All you then have to do is add in some borders, and I've got a trick for that as well in a minute.
Fab.
and then you've got a cushion to match. So instantly you're decorating, you're upcycling your room.
And you have plenty of fabric in your kit, don't you?
Plenty of fabric. Yeah, you don't have to. That's why I say think about how you're cutting, so you're getting your rainbows the right way up if you want them to be. It's not essential. You can just turn that block. It's not, not the end of the world. So you're going to cut each of your designer fabrics, so the print fabrics, not the ombres, into 3 and 3 7/8, guys. I've slept since.
It's
then.
all on there, though, isn't it?
Yes, 3.5 by 6 7/8, which sounded a really ridiculous measurement, but there is a reason.
Okay, so having the creative grid rulers, do you think helps to get those sizes?
And
accurate?
I used, because I was cutting across a width of fabric, I obviously used the 24.5 inch as well as the 12.5 inch, but you really need a ruler that has the 45-degree angle marked.
Okay.
You can't get away without it.
Right.
Unless you want to get a protractor out. And I haven't yet found a protractor that's big enough for this.
I can't even remember what a protractor looks like. That takes me right back
Haven't you?
to maths
To
at
geometry.
school. Yeah.
See, I've still got
What
mine.
is a protractor?
It's that one that was half a circle.
yeah.
With all the little marks.
Not the one with the sticks. That's a compass I'm thinking of.
Yeah, that's a set of compasses, yeah. But yeah, so 45 degrees. So once you've got your rectangle, the other thing I will say is I did treat all of my fabrics to start with best press. Yeah. And the reason for that is because you're going to be cutting on the bias.
Okay, it's on the website if you need any.
Yeah, so definitely worth doing. So you're going to find your 45-degree angle and you're going to place that in line with that top edge until you meet this corner, bottom left corner. Now I say bottom left, I'm just going to double check. On this one, because these rainbows go at the bottom of my square, and this is where I had to think. So do check the pattern. So if I bring this in, so this goes at the bottom. I actually need to turn this piece because upside down and cut away this corner because this is that bit there.
Okay.
Okay. So do think about it before you start cutting. You'll only do it wrong once, but you've got enough fabric to cope with it. So I'm going to cut my 45-degree.
So your 45-degree angle is running along the top.
So your 45 line is on the top edge here. And I'm just making sure I'm coming into this corner here. Let's bring it down. Helps if you can actually see straight, doesn't it? And I'm going to take the plunge and cut that off. Now don't throw that away because I've got a trick for that in a minute. This piece then, so you're also cutting 3 7/8 of an inch squares from your bumbleberry. That you then cut in half diagonally, just one cut, which is not onerous, and you can stack them and cut them. So you're just going to cut straight across the middle like that and gives yourself triangles. You're going to take a triangle and you're going to match that up to that edge. And this has got to flip out, so make sure when you match it, you allow enough room for it to flip and still line up.
Right, so there'll be a 1/4 inch overhang.
Yes, so you want to make sure you've got that going on.
Both edges, on both ends.
I tended to put more at the top,
okay,
where I finished sewing, than I did where I started. And then you're going to just sew down that with a 1/4 inch seam. So make sure you know what your 1/4 inch, and of course you can chain piece. So I cut all the pieces for the blocks.
Would you recommend making up one block first?
Yes, absolutely do one block first, yeah. Because then you know the system, you know how it works.
Yeah.
And I have to say it's not a difficult block to get your head round. It's really quite easy. Once you've done that, you're going to press that out. Set your seam first, just by a press, and then push away towards that corner and give it a really good press. And you get a really nice finish on that. So you're going to repeat that for the 4 fabrics in the block. And then I would suggest you lay it out. Now, it's quite an easy one to lay out because your pinks go in the corners. So as long as you've got pink in the corner, you're good. Then they all match up, and you introduce a 3.5 inch square in the middle.
Right, so which way do I sew this together?
So this is the easy bit. It looks a bit tricky, doesn't it? So what you do is pick up your square and fold it in half and finger press. So you've got the middle marked. And what you're going to do is place the left hand fabric right sides together, and you're going to stitch down from the top to that mark. Again, 1/4 inch seam. And just stop at that mark. You don't do any fixing stitch or anything, just stop. Okay, then you're going to press that back. So have your iron to hand. This setup's perfect.
You have a little wall mat at home as well,
I
don't
do.
you?
I use a wall mat all the time. Yep. Then you're going to bring in the top one and match those seam levels up, right sides together.
I've never seen this technique actually.
It's very clever. Very clever.
It almost looks, it's not a Y seam, is it?
No, it isn't a Y seam. It's just a way of finishing a square round a square, an alternative way of doing it. Y seams, you leave a 1/4 inch gap either side. The only thing with this is you cannot chain piece this one, because obviously you're having to press back each time. So you have to press. If you don't press, then you're going to get bumps and lumps and it won't work nicely. So then you're going to come round. So it's almost like doing a log cabin, in that you're going round a square in the middle, each edge at a time. Remember, you can pin this as you go as well. And if you are new to sewing, I would suggest you pin, just so that it's one less thing to have to worry about holding fabrics together. But if you're not new to sewing, then you may want to wing it. But you can see how quickly a block comes together. It's not a difficult block to put together, but it grows really quickly as well, which is another good thing for this. So we're coming down to the bottom piece now. So you need to fold up that piece, that first piece, so it's out of the way, because you don't want to catch that. And make sure you've got this the right way round. So you should always have the diagonal coming into the outside edge when you're sewing. That's another way of remembering you've got it the right way round. And I'm being very good today. I'm trimming off all my bits as I go. I don't normally manage that. It's normally an hour's job at the end of a project.
Which way are you pressing your seams? Are you pressing them away from the
away
square?
towards the block that I've just added.
Okay.
The piece that I've just added.
You know, you said with your best press, do you best press it all before you cut out?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Yes. Yeah, as I get my fabric out, I always press my fabric first, and then I go over it again with best press. So the last piece, all you do is fold down, make sure that fabric's flat, and you'll find that it's got a slight press in it because you've pressed back that first piece. It's got caught. So I'm just going to give that a flatten as well. And then you can put that original piece, the first piece you started with, line that back up with that edge and stitch down there, and that brings your block together. Obviously you stop when you meet that first stitch point that you came. I usually do a couple of stitches across the two just so I know I've got it caught. And then you press that back.
Pink bundle's super duper popular.
And then give the whole thing a press. Now you can then square this off if you want to, which I tend to do. It's not in the instructions to do that, but I tend to do that because then I know I've got nice clean edges and no dog ears to
And
worry
that's
about.
even just taking off the slither.
That is literally just making sure that there's nothing hanging over that is just going to give extra bulk in a seam that I don't really need.
And that doesn't affect the end size, does it?
No, it doesn't, because literally you're taking off smidgings, aren't you? And most of it is the dog ears. There's one more side to do. You can see how little you get shot of. And then all the ombres you're cutting into strips, and they are your side and top and bottoms. So you're going to do your sides first. So again, you can pin this if you want to, just to make sure it's in the right place. So what I
forgot you have those magic pins. You love those, don't you?
Magic pins, yes. Yeah, I have them everywhere, literally everywhere in my workroom. I have a set in a magnetic dish. I have these in the little pot. I have a set in my EPP box. I have magic pins everywhere.
They are handy with the little grip.
They
on them,
are,
aren't they?
yes. Yeah, and if you have got long nails, they're easy to pick up. They don't slip in your fingers. And they've got nice sharp points, so when your seam aligning, you can push them into the seam and get good seam alignment as well. So these are the two sides. And then those you press away. So again, you do need to keep your iron running, because if you don't, you're just going to slow yourself down. Although most people probably don't sew at the speed that I do half the time.
Well, you are on the telly. Do you sew slower at home or no?
No. And I always I have these great ambitious plans for projects to do for people and presents and things. And I plan them months and months in advance and buy all the fabric and add them to my list. And it gets to like a fortnight before the event and I think, oh yes, I'm going to make them that quilt, aren't I? That king size quilt.
And does it happen?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, I suppose it's all in the organisation as well. Like you said, if you've done your cutting on a separate day, if you've done your organising and you know exactly what you're doing, you can just whiz along and have a bit of a production line going.
You can, yeah.
Some people like to enjoy the sewing bit and do it over time, don't they?
Absolutely. Yeah, and it's nice to have, sometimes it's nice to have more than one project on the go at once, because when you've got a big project and it's the same block all the time, you may want a break from that, or you might want to do all the blocks and then on another day come back and do all the quilting part, which I have to say is the bit I enjoy the least. But I love the block making, but then that's because it's maths and geometry, because I like that bit. Free motion terrifies me. I will do anything to avoid free motion quilting. So all I've done is added in the top and bottom, the same as we did the sides. Obviously it's a slightly longer edge, but you're just doing straight seams. And this is why this quilt is actually a really good beginner's quilt as well. So if you've never tackled quilting before and you really fancy having a go, now winter's coming in, you know, you might quite like to make yourself a little cosy quilt just to snuggle under when it goes cold. And these rainbow colours are just fab for that, because they're bright and cheery and remind us that sunnier days are on the horizon, perhaps. So again, you're just going to press those back.
What was that, Hannah? Yeah, she says it's nice, isn't it, having the bright colours around you? She says, I don't think you realise how much it affects you, having nice colours.
Yeah. And why does the clothing industry suddenly go to blacks in winter when it's the big time of year where we all need bright colours to cheer us up?
I think it's because we eat more and it's very slimming, isn't it? Darker colours.
I should be permanently in black then.
Yeah.
Right, so we've got all our bits made. Again, I would trim these so that they were even, but you can see you can put your blocks together, and this is all they are. There's 5 blocks in a row, alternate colours, and you just stitch them, straight stitch together. There's no sashing in between, which makes it super quick to put together. Yeah. But you can see how big it's going to go because that's only 3. So if you wanted to do a smaller scale, if you wanted it as a play quilt,
you do 3 by 3.
3 by 3 or 3 by 4 is plenty big enough, which gives you loads of fabric left over to do, you know, book pillows, cushions, bits and accessories around, you know, toy bags, anything like that as well. I mean, I even think that this star ombre would be amazing as a Christmas stocking.
Oh yes, it is quite festive, isn't it, actually?
So that is it. That is how tricky it becomes, folks. It's
amazing.
Really easy one to put together, but grows really quickly. Great for beginners.
Perfect with these fabrics as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
we love them. Thank
absolutely.
you ever so much.
That's all right.
You. Just very, very quickly, I'll recap the bundles for anybody who missed the start. We've got the blue and we've got the pink. The pink is flying out, just so you're aware. Very, very popular indeed. That's the one that Susie's been working with. The pattern's completely for free, so you can use it for something completely different if you want. You've just got a 7.5 bundle of fabric here, 7.5 metre bundle. So 1.5 metres of your bumbleberry, which is always one of our favourites in pink. You get 1 metre of your rainbow stars, which ombres all the way across. You've also got the deeper blue, 1 whole metre. Then 0.5 metre of shooting stars, 0.5 metre of your flower fans, 0.5 metre of your rainbow pinks, 0.5 metre of your black shooting stars, 0.5 metre of your rainbow fans. It's just a really lovely, cheerful bundle, isn't it? If you're thinking of lots of projects for gift ideas for people, who doesn't love rainbows? I absolutely love them for lots of projects. 0.5 metre of all those other fabrics, pattern for free, 7.5 metres of fabric for $99.99 or split payment option of $49.99. That's what it looks like made up. So we say it's a big quilt.
Off.
Yes, please do, yeah.
You know the corners we cut off?
Yeah.
If you save them all and stitch them together, you get squares.
Oh, brilliant.
So if you want to make cushions, just stitch those together and they can be your borders.
Oh, there you go.
Made a cushion.
Oh yeah, no wastage. That's what we like. No, thank you. We love hacks like that. The blue colourway, you get your bumbleberry in blue, 1.5 metres. You get your ombre in blue and navy blue, both metre pieces, and then 0.5 metre of rainbows, 0.5 metre of fans, 0.5 metre of more rainbows with more fans. With clouds. Shooting stars in cream and blue. Your beautiful rainbows. All of these 0.5 metre pieces for $99.99 or $49.99 on split pay. We love them all over the rainbow. Okay, so finally, you know, the sunshine and rainbow. I'm calling it a panel, it's not. It's by the 0.5 metre, but these are very, very popular as predicted. I love this panel. How gorgeous is that? And if you were to have it, as we said, like fat quarters, cut it in half, you could have this as a cushion, you could have it as a big floor cushion or a play mat, a wall hanging. The value for $6.99 is fantastic, isn't it? You've there got 2 cushion fronts. You could have it as the front of a bag.
If you've got a little Wendy house, you could have each half as the windows, couldn't you? Or the little curtains. That would look so cool.
Cute. That would be really cute. Laundry bag. There's loads you could do with just 1.5 metre. But remember, purchase off the bolt. You can buy as many metres as you want in 0.5 metre increments. $6.99. Love that. It's designer fabric, cotton fabric, beautiful quality, an amazing price at $6.99. Have a look on pre-order, on the latest show deals underneath us, today's show deals on the website during the break, and have a look through, because I know we whizzed through lots of those fabrics, but we're going to come back with a brand new pattern with Adam Brooks. Do not go anywhere. It's the Baker Boy hat coming up next.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire, and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making. Oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman, and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire, and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making. Oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
Hello, welcome back. Sorry about the slightly longer break. We just wanted to get everything all changed over for Adam, and he's bought his shiny, fancy new machine in with him, which we were just cooing over. It's amazing. So let's get started because we're already 10 minutes into the show. And it's a very exciting day today. Adam is here launching his very first pattern, tried and tested. I know loads of ladies who did a workshop last weekend, absolutely loved it. And I love this time of year. It is the perfect time of year to bring in the Baker Boy hat. It's like real Peaky Blinders style, isn't it? And I think it suits everybody, any age, whether you're, you know, man, woman, whoever wants to wear it. It's absolutely brilliant. Here are the ladies, the workshop with Adam, all wearing their Baker Boy hat. Looks amazing in all those different fabrics as well. So it isn't just the pattern, in fact, it's included as well your peak. So it's got the plastic that you put inside your peak, so you don't need to go out and source it. If you do want to then make more, obviously he'll give you lots of suggestions of what you'll need, but it will work in woven fabrics, in wool, it'll work in corduroy, denim, even in velvet is suggested on the pattern as well. So absolutely love it. Now, I remember when Hannah and I first started working together, and I remember we said we just couldn't even fathom somebody making a hat. And I don't even know why that is. It's almost like gloves. I can't imagine anybody making, or I just can't understand how it is that it's the three-dimensional sort of thought of it, actually. I think it must be really difficult. But actually, today, Adam's talked through how it comes together and how it's constructed, and it's so achievable. For anybody who is getting into dressmaking, this would be a brilliant hat for you. And actually, what a great gift for people. I'm thinking for Christmas, coming up to winter months as well. This would be really, really lovely to keep nice and cozy and look really on trend, especially with some of the fabrics that we've got today. They're amazing. So pattern on its own, if you've got fabrics at home already, pattern on its own is just $11.99. We'll talk through it with Adam as well, but you get all of your templates that you need included, plus your plastic peak as well. Or brim, is it called a peak or a brim?
A peak.
It's a peak. Where's the brim?
That is the brim.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
but it's a peak in this style cap.
Yeah.
Right, so it's a peak. I always get it all mixed up. The peak, the brim, the whatever. Anyway, we have the bundle that Adam has made the hat out of already is this one. Now, this is such gorgeous fabric. It's brand new in today. You're getting 1/2 metre of each of the fabrics, plus you will get your pattern included as well. This one is 100% wool. It's a beautiful colour. And that is what Adam's made the sample out of today. He's covered the top button in it as well. It looks amazing. You can play around with different fabrics. I know that the ladies that we just saw the photograph of, some had different fabrics on the top to the peak, or I wonder whether you could do some of your segments in different fabrics, or...
You can keep it as simple or really go for it. You could embroider panels, embellish it to the hilt if you wanted to.
Brilliant. Oh, I love that.
There's so much scope with it.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much that you could do. I do love this fabric though. That is brand new in today. It's 100% wool. And then you also have your lining, 1/2 metre, plus your instructions for £23.99. Oh, there we go. Kim's just said it's a great project for also recycling old suit, like a memory cap.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant ideas. Honestly, once you've got the bundles, I don't think this is going to be the only time that you make it. And I'm presuming this is more than enough fabric to complete you'll be able to make a wallet to match maybe, or tie.
Depending on what size you go, you could at a push get 2 hats out of that 1/2 metre. We've said 1/2 metre because that's kind of a standard measurement of fabric to buy. You know, you're looking at maybe 1/3 of a metre that you could make the hat out of. So you're going to have a little bit of surplus to do another accessory.
Amazing. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? So that's the first bundle. We then also have, can we do the deep blue, this one? Now this is a lot thicker. This is going to be a really lovely warm hat to wear. You have your pattern. You also have your grey cotton for your lining, and then this fabric, again, 1/2 metre, which is super duper wide, is again gorgeous. Can you see that it's got that really lovely design on it as well. That really lovely deep. It's got like a navy blue fleck to it. $23.99, half a metre of your tweed and then half a metre of your cotton lining fabric, plus your instructions for $23.99. Very, very busy. Thank you all so much for all your messages. Get your questions in for Adam as well. It's his first pattern. How exciting it's the launch. We'll talk to him in just a moment because I know he's so excited about this. We also have, I'm just going to quickly, loads of people coming in for that one. I'm going to quickly show you the other bundles so then we can get talking to Adam. We will talk about sizes, don't worry, there are different sizes. We've already got questions coming in. Light blue, we've got denim as well. So this is more, I think this is going to be nice for the summer as well, isn't it? It's going to be nice for summer. Oh, Elliot, you are a dream, thank you. He's here with the tea and everything. I'm having a lovely day today. You've got your pattern, you've got half a metre of denim and half a metre of your misty blue cotton, £19.99, thank you. If you've already opened your order today, it's 1p&p all day. You can get the pattern individually, but remember the pattern does come in all of these bundles and the fabrics are perfect for this, absolutely perfect. Light blue or a darker blue denim. I do love a hat. I want to try that one on.
Here, I'll have this one.
Oh, thank you.
Catch.
Go on.
Hey!
Yes. Oh, that looks nice. Oh, I feel like I'm in Les Mis.
Yeah.
Epony.
Oh, it is very much.
We've been talking about musicals today. We've got a lot in common, a lot of mutual friends. So this one is with the deeper blue, which is the one that I'm wearing. £19.99. It's lovely, very comfortable as well. Remember, it comes in different sizes, which we'll talk about with Adam. Woo! Which camera am I there? Half a metre of your deep blue, half a metre of your navy blue cotton, and you also have your Baker Boy cap pattern, brand new pattern from Adam, $19.99 for the dark blue wash denim. Okay, we've got individual fabrics. We've also got self-cover buttons. We've got Decaville. Don't forget the patterns on its own available as well. We'll go through those as we go through with Adam, if that's okay. So, first of all, lovely to meet you.
You too.
Huge congratulations. How does it feel to have your very first pattern on the telly as well?
I know. I never thought it would happen. It's something that dreams are made of, and it took a lot of work. And I'm really proud of it because everything in there has been done by me.
Oh, brilliant.
From the designing, drawing it up initially, using Illustrator to then grade it in different sizes, the little digital drawing on the front. So. Yeah, it's took a lot of research and it's been a real great project. Something
now,
I love sewing.
Over half the stock of the pattern on its own has gone. Remember, you do get the pattern in all of the bundles, but if you do want it separately, that's what your graphics are live for. You've even included, for your first hat, your peak, your plastic peak as well.
Yeah, so this is perfect. It's not so rigid either. So if you're a complete beginner, the tricky bit can be putting this in.
Okay.
But because it's not as rigid, if you're not as confident or you have a little accident, a sewing machine needle would go through it without huge drama. We don't advise doing that, but it's perfect to make your first hat. I've supplied in the pattern as well a template of that peak, so you could potentially reuse and recycle some plastic from home. Or you can purchase some like Vaseline Decaville or something that you've got there to stiffen it another way. So there's plenty of options to make lots of hats.
It's all very, very clear, and I like that you've also done 5 different sizes. So we've got questions in about sizes. It goes right from a child size up to extra large.
Yes, yeah.
Brilliant.
I thought it was important because people's head sizes do differ. You know, a lot of it's standardised when you buy a hat from the shop, but with this being a pattern, wanted to get a closer fit that you're more comfortable with. So it goes up in 2 centimetre increments, I think from about 54 centimetres right up to 62.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And this, I mean, it is going to be one that you make again and again, and actually the quality of the pattern paper, there's a lot of thought that's gone into this.
Yeah, I'm obsessive. I'm a perfectionist. I'm like, it's got to be right, it's got to be right. And then you start fiddling with it so much and changing it, and you have to just go, yeah, I'm sending it off to Sewing Street now, it's done.
And, well, you had lots of people trial and error. There's a lot of people going back and forth to try it out and
exactly.
Yeah.
Like I've run 2 workshops now with the pattern, and that was perfect opportunity.
Yeah.
We had great fun on Sunday, and it's lovely to see the fabrics people choose. The lady in the spotty hat, she alternated that fabric, and it was really fun. We've got the Stuart tartan there, a really traditional green one, like what you've got today with the fabric, and it really lends itself to many different fabrics. I've not tried one in velvet yet, so it'll be interesting to see if anybody makes the plunge.
That would be cool. Well, congratulations, because already we're into single figures. If you do want it, and we are oversubscribed on the pattern on its own. So if you have got it in your basket, it does come in each of the bundles. Don't forget if you've got the bundles, but if you want the pattern individually, it's $11.99, and that is about to sell out. We'll be taking the graphics out in a moment. Hi Karen, morning team. How lovely to see Adam back on our screens. He's a joy to listen to and such a good teacher. That's from Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
Anne says, wow, Vix, you look great. Great show with Adam. Thank you. Love the hat. Hina says, good morning.
Oh, good morning, Hina.
Thank you for all of your messages. Keep them coming in. If you've got any questions for Adam, of course, it's his pattern. He designed it, so get them in. Where do we start then?
Right, so let's get cracking with some sewing, shall we? So it's made up of 8 different panels.
Yeah.
So it's an 8-piece cap, and that gives it that full body Baker Boy style. And the pieces look like this, and you're going to sew them up together. And we've added a little bit of top stitching in there as well, and that just helps it hold the fullness of the hat. Everything in it is a centimetre seam allowance, so it's nice and easy to remember, apart from when you baste the lining in, and you baste the lining in at 5mm, just so it's within the seam allowance. So you have 8 of these pieces, and what we're going to do is sew them up in pairs. Now, the way the pattern tells you to sew them up is really important. You could just be tempted to keep adding a piece on, add a piece on, and add another piece on until you get to your 8. But if you do it the way I'm going to tell you, and it's featured as a top tip in the pattern, you'll find it works a lot better. And it's a little bit like piecework and quilting almost. So any quilters out there, you know, that haven't ventured into this kind of stuff, I think you'd really enjoy this, because it's 8 identical pieces that you're piecing together. Right, so we'd interface all the parts. Now, with the interfacing, it gives it as a direction. Interfacing very much depends on your fabric. Now,
which one are you working with, the denim?
I've got the dark blue denim, Now, I've interfaced this just to give it a little bit more body and structure. Like you said, this would be kind of perfect for summer months, actually, I think. Because it's a lighter fabric, but it depends what you want.
So with any of the wools, the heavier fabrics, you're not necessarily going to need to interface it?
No, it depends on the weave and the structure. If it's quite a loose weave, then I'd say yes, interface it. It's just going to give it that structure. And it's going to stabilise it as well. We have to remember that using interfacing helps stabilise fabric as well as give it body. So you've got to have a look at that fabric and make that call. Right. For some people, when we did it at the workshop, they wanted a floppier kind of hat. So they didn't interface it, and the wool was thick enough, and that was fine. Don't get too hung up about it. I think just go for it and do it and make your decisions. There's no right or wrong answer.
The one that I've got here, by the way, is about to sell out. Your graphics are live for it. It's $23.99, and that is lovely. That will look beautiful, really nice in the winter. Morning, as a novice, I was at Adam's workshop over the weekend, and this was a real simple pattern to follow. I'm already planning more makes, which is exactly what you want, isn't it? That's Ingrid.
Oh, Ingrid. Oh, Ingrid was fab. She made hers in denim, and we were talking about doing a pliqued heart with frayed edges with the denim. And I really want to try one, if anyone wants to try it at home, to expose the seams on the caps and fray those for a real different effect. Honestly, my imagination runs wild with this. And
that's like you said, actually, lots of techniques from quilting, actually. So those of you that do rag quilting with denim, it's similar technique, isn't it? That your seams are exposed.
That's it.
I think, like you said, you could embellish with some embroidery onto it.
If you've got an embroidery machine and you've invested in that, you could embroider a couple of panels or something, or personalise
How cool
it,
would that be?
monogram it.
We want to see it all.
Out.
We have got an embroidery machine coming up today, actually, at 12 o'clock.
Oh, well, there you go. Perfect.
And you've got lots of fancy stitches, haven't you, on your machine?
I have. Like, this has been a considered purchase.
Yeah.
I went to the knitting and stitching show, Vix, and I got chatting to George, who's been on here, actually.
Oh, yeah, from Franklin's.
Yeah. He's great. And we got chatting, and I was thinking about it, and then I just thought life's too short, and I think I owe it to myself to
you
get
deserve
a fancy
it.
machine.
You do.
And I've only been using it. Can you believe I got it? I think it was Monday last week.
Oh, did you?
And it sat in the box for 5 days. I've just been so busy, and I was just having to get through projects on my other machine.
So you decided to come in and try it out on the telly?
Yeah.
It's an amazing machine. It is the machine that you can see on screen now. It is available over 5 split payments as well, £679, £3,395. Like you said, Adam, it's a considered purchase, but consider it. If you are a serious sewer, it's one you're never going to need to upgrade. It is a real
I could really
workhorse.
talk about the machine a lot. Obviously, we're doing the hat, but just very, very quickly. It's got loads of fancy stitches on it, but for a serious sewer, it's the feed and because it's got a box feed, so it'll feed the fabric through perfect, and you can convert it to just a straight stitch machine. Which is fantastic for the kind of stuff and dressmaking that I'm doing, and I'm loving it.
Well, it's a real workhorse. When I think of Juki, I always think of industrial sewing.
Yeah,
well, even though this isn't an industrial machine, it's still got the space. It's got the build, the body of that industrial, the background.
I describe it as a hybrid because it's kind of that middle ground between being. It is a domestic machine to use at home in that sense, but it's so much more than that because it's got the industrial technology.
That's it.
So what I've done, I've sewed that curved seam at a centimetre seam allowance. It can be a little bit tricky around the curve, just take your time with it. And then what you're going to do is you're going to clip the curve. Now, for any dressmakers, you'll know that whenever there's a curve in a pattern, you'll be told to clip it. And that's just to allow ease within that seam allowance. Mm-hmm. You don't want it to be pulling anywhere. You want it to be eased. So I'm going to go over to a tailor's ham now. I'm just going to press that seam open and flat. Grab the iron there. These little irons are perfect for this as well, for the smaller jobs. So I'm just going to press that open over there. And it just needs a couple of clips, about 1 inch apart, where that main curve bit is. And just as I say, press them out so that they're lying flat.
We've had so many lovely messages. Louise has just said, "Morning, handsome." Getting all the fan mail in.
She's talking to you, not me.
No, she's not talking to me. She's talking to you. I was thinking when you said that, I thought it was my friend messaging you then. Oh, thanks, Anne. You look great in the hat. Yeah, my friend absolutely loves you. Big fan of Sewing Bee. Louise said, "Morning, handsome. I love this hat pattern and can't wait to get it. You've made my day." That's from Louise.
How lovely. How lovely. Oh, it's just so great to be here.
I bet it's been such a whirlwind of 18 months for you then, hasn't it?
It's been bonkers. My life's completely changed, and I'm very fortunate. There's been a lot of rubbish over the last 18 months. And the pandemic's been really, really hard. But for me personally, it's been really enriching. Yeah. I've really got back into sewing. Yeah. And then
I think a lot of people have got back into sewing.
But I think that's brilliant. Yeah. I think that's so, so good.
It's good for you. I think it's good for your soul. It's mindful. It's good for mindfulness, isn't it?
Yeah, good for your mental health. Being stuck at home, a lot, it was the natural thing to turn to. And I said it before, there's so many people were making face masks. Ingrid was telling me she made about 800 face masks in the pandemic. Yeah. So what I've done now, I've just pressed that seam allowance open. I'm going to top stitch it parallel either side. Okay. On my machine, what I've done is I've just offset the needle. Yeah. And I'm going to use the centre point of my machine to follow the seam line that I've created. And because the needle's offset, it's going to stitch parallel to it. Okay. And I know that I'll get the same distance each time. Brilliant. Each machine setting's different. I'm going to increase my stitch length to more of a top stitch, which will be like a 3, a 3.5 for most. And then just making sure that seam allowance is lying flat. I'm not going to back tack because it is a top stitch. I'm just going to run parallel to the seam allowance with that needle offset. You don't have to do this stage, and in the pattern I've said that, you know, it's again a top tip. You can do it for decorative purposes, and this is where you could get creative if you're confident and use a contrast colour to top stitch.
Oh, on the denim, it would look nice with a gold, you know, your classic denim, gold top stitch thread.
Yeah, exactly.
Talking about denim, the dark denim bundle that Adam's using is now sold out, but we can offer you the denim on its own. So you were saying you'd need half a metre is plenty to
Half a metre's plenty, yeah.
Brilliant. So just one unit. $5.99, and then pick half a metre off the website or from your stash. What about lining in Liberty?
Oh, now you're talking.
Lining in Liberty, and you could just do a covered button in the Liberty, or just
the lining, yeah.
just you know, part even the peak in Liberty would look lovely. Oh, thanks, Diane. She's just put morning. Lovely to see you both. I love Adam. He's so lovely, isn't he? Isn't he? I
You're
agree,
all
Diane.
so lovely.
No, you're lovely. Look, you put the phone down.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. Keep it coming. Stop it.
We have a couple of other fabrics by the half metre that I just show you that aren't in bundles. It's very, very busy. So if you do want some more inspiration, can we just talk about this one very quickly? Because this fabric, I know Suzie Duncan has got her eye all over this. Yes, it is. This is stunning. You don't even, it doesn't do it justice on the telly. It's got lots of different colours of wool in there. It's 145 centimetres wide, 80% wool, 20% polyester. Can you see these beautiful colours that are in there as well?
I think that would be my pick. I love that.
That is really cool.
I just love the different flecks of colours on that almost herringbone wool. It's perfect. That is herringbone, isn't it?
Yeah.
You see, that's quite thick, so you would get away without interfacing that.
Brilliant.
If you didn't want to.
Brilliant. I would love a cape to go with it as well. Imagine. Yeah, like poncho style. That would look so nice. $8.99. It isn't in a bundle, but we just thought it'd be perfect for this hat. Brand new in today. Thanks, Diane. She says, rocking the hat, Vic. I love a hat. I do think, especially this time of year, it's nice. It just covers the top of your ears as well. It's going to keep your head all snuggly, especially in a tweed. Okay, we don't have very much of this because it's thicker. We don't get as much on each bolt when it comes in, being realistic. So if you do want it, this is more limited. It comes in smaller stock. So do grab that if you love it as much as we do. And I've got a feeling Suzie Duncan will be in the green room grabbing meters of that for a coat. It's gorgeous, really gorgeous. There's only 10 meters of it left, Suzie, if you're watching. It's about to sell out. We've got one other fabric which isn't in the bundle. Now this one, is this a wool as well? Okay, £8.99 with the pinstripe as well. Oh. It's an 80% wool, 20% polyester. That's really nice. That's the only one now with the stripe. Pardon? Oh, would I have to be aware when I'm cutting it of the stripe, Adam?
Yeah, so anything with a stripe or plaid or an obvious directional print, you'll have to be careful. If you're going to go for a printed fabric, I would recommend going smaller because it's a smaller piece of
segment,
headwood. You know what I mean? So with that, yes, you would have to cut it all the same way. Now, because each panel is the same size, the same shape, if you cut it exactly the same place, if you find a reference mark on your fabric, it should all line up. You could potentially get a nice shape, an octagon going on.
Yeah.
Almost maybe look like a spider's web for Halloween.
Yeah.
Not that it would be a Halloween one, of course, but yeah, you could really get that going. And I've seen some lovely effects. A lady did it out of a Stuart tartan and it just looked fabulous when it all matched up in the octagon.
Oh,
it takes a little bit of patience, but as I say, if you're cutting the piece exactly the same place, find that reference point and cut them singularly as well. That's a really good tip. Rather than cutting double, just to ensure accuracy, you can get some really nice effects from it.
Fab, thank you. Back to you.
Right, so I'm just going to press this open again. So now what I've got is half of the hat. So I had two of the segments sewn together to make a pair, then I had 2 pairs. So now what we've done is sewed that together to make half of the hat. And then what I've done here is done exactly the same. So I've got the other half. So it's just literally segmenting it that way will just allow for it all to come together that little bit better. As I say, if you were to just continue keep adding on the pieces, it might get a little bit tricky, and you could end up maybe with a hole at the top, which is no big deal. You can always close any hole that might get at the top from sewing the pieces together with a few hand stitches. Yeah, so again, just top stitching this piece, and then I'll move on to something else to kind of show you how the peak goes in and stuff, how to sew that plastic bit into the peak, because that can be the trickier bit. Okay.
I got too excited about swapping the hat then. I wanted to try the other one out. I like that. Yeah. Oh, I like that one.
Now, you see, on both of those bits, I haven't put the press stud on the front. Yeah. And you don't have to. Like, I think it depends on your personal taste. You can put that press stud, that snap fastening on the front, and it'll just bring it down slightly and give it a bit more shape that way. But if you want to, you can just leave it full-bodied like that. It's up to you. Do what you want.
Where's the snap fastening, sorry?
I've got one.
Oh, so you have it, yeah, I'm with you.
On that one.
Oh.
That's actually out of an old pair of jeans.
This is cool. Oh, I see. So I can put a snap fastening on there and it will pull it down a bit. That's, yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, look, you see, and that one's I think the larger size. The one you've been wearing is the medium. Okay. And that's the larger one.
Yeah, I like it.
Because as it's graded up, it does give it a little bit more. It's not just graded in terms of circumference. Yeah. It's graded up that way a little bit as well. So it gives, you know, room for the crown.
Are you going to go back to singing at all now, Adam, or is this it now?
Well, for me, it's playing the piano musically, and on the ships, I mean, many moons ago I was a dancer, but on the ships, I worked my way up to cruise director, so I was managing all the entertainment, and I loved it. But then it got to a point for me that my nephew was born, and I wanted to be at home a little bit more. Yeah. And, well, I couldn't have asked to be at home more this year, could I? I'm loving the sewing at the moment, and I'm loving little presenting things that are coming along, and workshops, and releasing my own pattern. Whoever thought that would happen?
We need to get together with Mark Francis, because he's an amazing pianist as well.
He is. Do you know what? We're yet to meet, and he sent me some lovely message of support again today. So thank you, Mark, if you're watching. And he's just had his shirt out. I want his shirt, the Brighton shirt.
Pattern, yes.
Yeah. So no, it's fantastic. But yeah, we're still yet to meet, and yet he doesn't live that far away.
No, we're local, and he's a musician as well. That's how I met Mark. Was at a wedding fair. He was playing the piano. I was music. They just said to me, just so you know, there's another musician here. So if you can just work between yourself and work out timings, so that we weren't playing together. We ended up just sitting. We said, do you want to just do a duo? So we ended up singing, and then he was telling me that he was a sewer. What a small world, though.
I know. Well, we've been catching up this morning, haven't we? Like mutual friends in common.
That's
and
it. Adam used to be a singing teacher at the stage school that I used to go to when I was younger. How crazy is that? So it is a real small world.
It is. It's amazing how small it is. And when you get into, well, entertainment's a small world. And when you get into sewing that's very similar. You know,
lovely community.
It is though. It's really, really nice, and everybody's dead supportive. And I just love doing workshops like I did at the weekend, and you get every ability. And like Ingrid said, like she's somebody that's new to sewing, but she did an amazing job. She took her time with the hat, and it's lovely to see that progression, as well as the advanced sewers kind of get some satisfaction from it as well.
Well, like you said, you can make it as simple or as complex. If you want to go wild with decorative stitching and colour placement and pattern placement, then you can.
Yeah, I'd say if it's your first time, go for a plainer fabric. But then, you know, if you're feeling a bit more confident, go for the things like the Stuart tartans or, you know, that pinstripe. The only thing to be aware of is the thicker the fabric gets, the little bit more challenging it can be when it gets to putting that peak in, and putting the concealed band in. So basically, the peak goes into, I'll show you now, this fabric here. So it's shaped like the peak with a centimetre seam allowance. The plastic
I love that
peak,
you get the right size, everything ready to go in the pattern.
That's it. That's the hard bit to get hold of. And I thought, do you know what? Let's make it easy.
Okay. So if I'm going to make more of these, because this isn't going to be the only one I make, have you suggested what to do in the pattern about getting more of these peaks?
So we've said that you can use the really stiff interfacing, which will do the job, it's fine, but it's not going to give you the same effect as the plastic. So at the bottom of the pattern, I've listed the details of where I've sourced my plastic peaks from.
Brilliant.
So you can find out. I'm not sure whether I'm allowed to say or not.
No, you said it now. No, it's fine. It's in the pattern. You'll be able to see. If you do want Decaville, how would that work?
Yeah, so basically this piece
fusible,
here, how I've interfaced this, in a bit of a rush actually, I have to admit, but you interface that section. There's a peak template in there, so if you actually cut the interfacing to the peak template, which is exactly the same size as that, so if you cut the Decaville to that and then placed it in, you're then minimising that stiff bulkiness within the seam allowance. So that's what I would suggest to do.
Brilliant. So even though you do get that first peak included in your pattern, if you want to make more, if you want to make a lot, look, you can make loads of peaks out of your metre piece of Decaville.
Yeah.
It's a metre by 90 centimetres, so you get
there's
loads.
Loads there. It's handy stuff though, and again, especially if you're into your bag making and stuff as well, like you're going to use that.
Absolutely. I even saw somebody that was using it for pelmets actually, so home furnishing as well. There's always uses for it. Oh, that looks good already without the peak. Different style hat.
It's a different style. I'm not going to top stitch those bits because I want to move on to the next bit. So the lining, here's one I made earlier, is exactly the same. I always think it looks like an onion at this stage. Now, what you do with wrong sides together, and for dressmakers, that's a little bit unusual.
So have you done exactly the same with the lining?
Yeah,
the same side.
Exactly the same with the lining. Now, again, if you're a beginner, I'd go for, maybe a cotton lining or something that's a little bit more sturdier.
Okay.
If you're more advanced, then a nice silk lining.
Oh, beautiful.
Or, would be nice. Now, all you do is pop that inside wrong sides together. And I've tried to make it really clear in terms of wrong sides, right sides in the pattern. And it's just a case of making sure that you're reading it carefully and taking your time with it. And all you're going to do at this stage is match the seams, because all of these pieces are the same. I've not top stitched the lining. However, in this one, I did. I just wanted to see what it would look like. I don't know if you'll be able to pick it up on camera, but it was actually quite cool. It made it look really finished.
Oh, nice.
I
think we can just about see it.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks very professional, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you don't have to do that. It's up to you. Put it back on there. Look.
I like that you put your tab with your initials on it as well.
Yeah, well, the lady that cuts these for me runs a laser cutting business, and she made those leather tabs for me as well.
Oh,
so,
brilliant.
yeah. It's the lady that got me into all the scrub making and is my teacher from school way back when. So yeah, you would pin these matching up those seams identically, so you get the idea there, and you go all the way around, and then what you do is you machine baste it at 0.5 centimetres, that's 5 millimetres from the raw edge, and what that's going to do is just hold that in place.
So do you lengthen your stitch for that?
Yeah, lengthen your stitch for that. No need to back tack or anything. It is just to hold it, to baste it in place, because there's a lot that kind of starts to happen. You've got the peak and the band going in, and we've broken it down with a bit of basting to make sure that everything is held and secure. Right, so what we're going to do, I always say this is the smiley bit, because it looks like a smile. You're going to match, there's a centre notch on these, and you're going to match that up, and you're going to pin around the longest curve, the outside edge, because we're going to be sewing that first. All right, and that's right sides together. So I'll just quickly do this now.
You haven't put your plastic in yet, no?
I've not put the plastic in. I do want to get to that, but I've got time. Have I got time? Yeah, we've got time.
Morning, Donna. She said hello on Facebook. Get all of your messages in, by the way, for Adam. So have you got other patterns now that you're thinking of? Now the first one's here, are you thinking, right, I've got to do more now?
Jess is already asking me. She's like, what you got, what you got? The thing is, I can draw up a frock, and I love dress design particularly. So I can draw it up, and I have done patterns, but they've been like for bespoke commissions over the last couple of months, but the things that I kind of want to develop, and it does take a while. I'm one of these people that want to get it absolutely right.
Well, that's it, yeah.
And I'll try and do as much as I can myself. I like to learn. So with things like grading patterns and things, but I think now there's more of a demand, and rightly so, I think, to have like inclusivity in the sizing. So I'm kind of looking at that. I think it's good to look at pieces that don't necessarily have a gender, and this is a prime example. Like anybody could wear this, similarly to the things that we'll come on to later. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the shirt later is given in female sizing, but I put it on and I was like, I'd rock it. And I like that. So yeah, just sewing this at a centimetre seam allowance.
Oh, he does, doesn't he? Joan, I agree with you. She's just put, loving Adam's demo. He's brilliant and explains things so well.
Oh, bless you. I'm just chatting all the time. I don't know.
You can tell that you love sewing, and you are obviously an amazing teacher. You're a music teacher and so singing teacher anyway, aren't you? So you do understand, like, you can tell that he's got that in him already, your teaching side.
So like with the curved seams on the hat, Vicky, I'm just snipping in some, not notches, but I'm clipping the curve. And that again is to allow it to ease. I've got a pin in. I was like, why is that not coming open? Ah, there's a pin in it.
Have we got any of the hams on the website, do you know, Hannah? Because these are quite useful, aren't they, to press open?
Get that in. All you want to do with this side, and this is really important, so there's one interface section and one non-interface bit. The non-interface bit will sit underneath. That's effectively the lining. The interface bit sits on top. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to press the seam allowance now towards the non-interface piece, aka the lining, if you want to think of it that way, because we're going to understitch it. Okay. And understitching is like my best friend.
Wasn't there a lady who messaged you asking about understitching?
Yeah, there was. And I wasn't sure whether she meant on the peak or when you stitch the band to the lining. So I can quickly explain both. Right. I just want to show how this plastic peak goes in. So can you see I've got the interface side, the seam allowance now lying towards the non-interface side. Right,
just hang on 1 second. Joe's getting there.
We're getting there, we're getting there. Cool stuff. So it's lying this way, and that's how you want it, because it's going to go under the machine like that from the right side, and you're going to stitch on the non-interface side as close to that seam line as you dare. Okay. So under it goes. And there's no real magic for this other than just take your time. And it can be quite tricky because it's a curve.
It just goes slow.
Yeah, and I'm just using my thumbs to keep making sure that that seam allowance is to my right, to the non-interface side, and I'm just with my fingers just pulling it slightly, or encouraging it, shall we say, slightly, because we don't want to be pulling fabric, because pulling kind of suggests that we're really yanking at it, and we don't want to do that. It needs to go under the machine nicely. But just take your time. It's as you get to that deeper bit of the curve that can be a little bit tricky, but it's completely doable.
If you have missed out on the pattern, it has sold out individually. It is available in the bundles. You do get it in all of the bundles. The green bundle, the one that I'm wearing, is at the moment your main graphic, $23.99. And depending on the size of the hat that you're making, you'll probably be able to make 2 hats. I know that you get your peak for the one, but the amount of fabric that you get, well, you will have some left over if you want to do some accessories anyway to go with, but it's plenty fabric.
You can just squeeze it out if you because I'd managed to do the demo one and another one that I've got prepared here.
Yeah.
I've got loads of them.
Yeah.
And they were in a medium, so you've just got to be careful with your placement and stuff. But it was all done with the grain lines the right way. There was no cheating that, so that was good. Okay, so we've just understitched that, and what the understitching is going to do, when pressed especially, is now encourage and keep that non-interface bit, the lining, to the underneath.
Okay.
Because we want that peak to sit nicely, and I think that's where the finesse is. So take your time doing that. I'm just going to give that a quick press. Here we go. Bless, on the workshop that I just did at the weekend, the lady who owns the place and was running it, she did everybody's pressing for them, bless her. And it really
where was this? Where was it?
It was in Rutland. It was in Rutland.
That's where Hannah's parents live, Rutland.
Really? Oh, it's lovely. Rutland Water.
So are you doing a bit of a tour then, going round to all the different... where is it that we can go to your workshops, Adam?
Well, I volunteer at a craft shop in Whitwick. Called Cairns Crafts, and it supports 50 local different crafters, mainly hobbyists, but it's all crafting for well-being.
Yeah.
And again, in the lockdowns and when the shop opened, I did it for something to do, and again, I just love it now, and I've got a little sewing studio there, and we're planning some classes and stuff.
So where are you based then? Where do you live?
Whitwick, that's St Joseph's Tea Rooms in Whitwick. Okay. I live in a village called Whetstone, which is in Leicestershire.
Right,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so I've travelled from Leicester. Right, so quite handily now, just watching time because I want to be able to show as much as I can and explain. On the peak, we've marked the centre notch for you. That's Brilliant. Really going to help you because you've got your centre notch on the peak itself. Now, what you want to do, I've not done it, but you'll have time at home, is to just trim that seam allowance down, just grade that down a little bit. And then you want to make sure when you put the peak in that the seam allowance is sitting on the lining side towards the underneath. I don't know whether you'll be able to get a close-up of that. You can just see that it's sitting this way. Yeah. So it's sitting underneath. Right, and this is where it gets a little bit tricky, but it's just patience, all right?
You're pinning or clipping? Pins?
I'm pinning, but clips would work perfectly for this. Because it's a curve, you've got this that can happen. Can you see?
Right.
And the aim that we want, the thing we want to aim for is to have a centimetre seam allowance sewn all the way around there to enclose that in, which we're going to sew in a second. So what I'm doing is pinning the centre first, and then one side, and then the other, and I'm just moving that peak just to accommodate that, and I'm just gently persuading the fabric to sit in the right place. Now at this stage, if you can't get exactly a centimetre seam allowance, you just want to sew as close to that plastic peak as you can and just pull it taut a little bit when it's under the machine. But I've got it in a good place there, I think. And if you want to get that little bit closer, I'd advise using a zipper foot at this stage. Okay. If you use a zipper foot, you can use the zipper foot to kind of line up towards that plastic bit. You'll feel it in the fabric, depending on how thick your fabric is. And that will help you a little bit. And that, again, is another top tip,
Oh, we're
Vicky.
loving your top tips. There's a message. Diane said, fabulous tips today. Love, love, love. Susan sent a picture in. Hannah, have you got it? Susan, she's going to have a look. She's going to have a look. And then another Susan's just said, I have loved watching Adam. He always cheered me up when he was on the Great British Sewing Bee.
Oh, it was such a great experience.
I bet.
And we're all, as I said to John, we're all still in touch, and it's just lovely.
Did you watch all the previous series?
Yeah.
So is it weird being in it then to what? I bet you'll never watch it the same again.
No, exactly. I never thought it. In some sense, it still seems like a bit of a dream now. Do you know what I mean? Never thought in a million years it would happen. But yeah, I mean, I've been a fan of it for a long while, but never thought I'd get on it, you know, and it just happens. And yeah, I'm so grateful and met some wonderful sewing friends. And all you lot now from Sewing Street, which is fab. So I've just sewn that in. and you know, I could, if I wanted to, get a little bit closer there. I think I've been a little bit shy because I'm trying to do it perfectly, but there you go. But that's just holding that in now, and you'll see, like, if I press that really nice and trim that seam allowance down,
like you said,
have
it
a
is
nice
perfect.
peak. Yeah.
Was it that trial and error finding the right, you know, thing to put inside it, the right material to
yeah,
put
and
inside?
it's really hard to draw a curve. Like, drawing straight lines is easy, but when you're drafting a pattern and to draw like the arm sky or any curved seam is quite difficult to do. So I'd got the shape, and then I was like, right, I need to put a centimetre seam allowance all the way around it. But computers are fantastic things, and they can offset things, and you know, so that's been fab. So yes, you end up with that, and then what you do at this stage is then find a centre seam. Now, it's up to you, actually, at this point. You could make the centre the panel, but the easiest thing to do, excuse me.
Do you want to drink water? Any water?
I think I've just got a bit of fluff. Is to find...
Oh no, we need
it's like
to
I've had helium. Is to match that notch up with a panel seam. I don't know what's happened to my voice.
Getting you some water.
Oh, bless her.
So is there a front to it or not? You can just pick one of the...
You pick whichever seam, but once you've picked it, that's the front.
Yeah.
And then you just pin it in place here. Now, you could hand baste it if you wanted to at this point.
Okay.
And then what you're going to do is, once you've got it, you're going to be going through all layers, the peak, the lining. Sorry, this is just so funny. And the actual hat itself, and you're going to just trace or sew over that line that you've just sewn, and that's going to baste in. You're going to baste the peak in.
We've got a glass of water.
Oh, it's in a very fancy glass. Look at this.
Cheers, Adam, on your pattern selling out. Cheers. By the way,
that's what I needed. I just got a bit of
Susan,
fluff.
your picture didn't come through, by the way. studio@sewingstreet.com is your email address if you want to send any pictures. Studio@sewingstreet.com. Sorry, Susan, we didn't get the email.
Right, I'm going to race through this bit now. So the band, this is the concealed band, and I'll show you how it looks. Basically, you're going to press it in half lengthways like that.
Have you interfaced it?
I've interfaced it, yes. I've interfaced this one. Again, this is where you need to make the decision, because if it's a thick wool, you're adding bulk then, so you might not need it if you've got quite a thick fabric. Centimetre seam allowance down the two shortest ends with right sides together. Gosh, that's right, I think.
It's all in the pattern anyway.
It's all in the pattern. There we go, and then just back tack at the end. And then, as always, what you're going to do is just reduce the bulk and just trim that. I'm not going to do it now. Just return it, though, to that pressed line, because now what you've got is your band. Just need to make sure that when you're sewing those two ends that you don't get them twisted, because you want it to be like that, basically. And then what's going to happen, you've got your peak basted in, you've got your concealed band, you're going to find that seam that you've just made, and you're going to place that on the back seam. Now, you'll know where the back seam is because it's opposite the front seam that you've chosen to put your peak at. Like anything, in quarters, we're then going to pin the band to the front seam, and it tells you in the pattern to make notches, and there's notch marks for the quarter pieces as well, and it's dead easy to find on the hat because it's a panel seam. And you are doing that with all of the raw edges together. Then basically what you're going to do at that point is machine stitch at a centimetre seam allowance, catching everything in around the circumference, starting at the back and finishing at the back. And then all that's left to do once you've sewn that, the only bit to be careful of is the sides of the peak. You want to make sure that they get caught in well enough, those bits there. I tend to kind of manipulate them that way so I know for sure that they're getting caught in. Once you've done that, you'll end up with something like this.
Yeah.
And you can see I've got all the raw edges in there. I've not slip stitched this down yet. Trim that right down again to reduce the bulk. Press it in like I've done there, and then you're just going to take.
Do you hand stitch it then?
Hand
Which I bet it's quite nice, isn't it?
This isn't in front of the telly job watching Sewing Street. This is. And I think this is what the lady was asking for. So all I'm going to do is literally pick up a bit of the lining with my needle, and it's just literally threads that we're talking about, being careful not to go through to the main cap because we don't want the stitching to show. And we're just going to pick up a thread.
Oh, you were in the right place, so can you just bring it back slightly? Perfect.
There we go. And we're just going to pick up a little bit from just underneath there. Underneath the concealed bands, and then we're just going to go along picking up a stitch each time. I've never hand sewed really on TV.
I know you're in an awkward position as well with the
yeah,
overhead, aren't you? But we can see, that's really clear, thank you.
Good. And you're just literally catching a little bit of a thread, and this is like a slip stitch.
Okay, so this is like, as you say, for people who are making the transition from quilting to, this is like what you do at the end of your binding, isn't it? Slip stitch on the back of your binding.
Yeah, I suppose, and the idea is that it's an invisible stitch because we're now enclosing all of the raw edges and the raw seams there, and that's what's going to give the nice finish. So there, you get the idea, and just work all the way around. So sitting in front of the telly jobby, you make your covered button, and there's loads of tips online how to do that. They're pretty straightforward.
Yeah, they're on our website as well. And it is, you don't even need tools to be able to do it.
No.
You can literally just put the fabric around them. There's all the different sizes as well, what you cut your fabrics.
I would suggest doing a running stitch around it and gather it up. It just helps that little bit more with those, and then the optional press stud.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much.
And then you have a hat.
Oh, you've got a lot of hats as well. You've been making loads of these. I think everyone's getting them for Christmas,
I need to finish this one, though.
Oh, that's nice as well. Oh, like you said, it's a good one to use. Old shirts, find any tweeds. That looks nice. Very good at modelling as well, aren't you, Adam? Very good. Thank you ever so much. And you're back with one of Jules Fallon's patterns, actually. The plaid, we love this. That tartan is gorgeous. Coming up in the next hour at 11 o'clock. Thank you ever so much. Now, there's not really anything to recap because the pattern sold out individually. Most of the bundles have gone. The only thing to recap is we can do denim by the ½ metre. We can do dark denim by the ½ metre. So for anybody who missed it, if you got to the pattern, you'll need just 1 unit of your denim and then ½ metre for your lining, obviously. So choose your lining. We've had a really lovely message come through for you. Thank you, Adam. That's exactly what I needed to know regarding understitching. That was from Lindsay.
Perfect. There we go. It's great to get those questions in because where we can, we'll fit it in, won't we?
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for messaging in. Lots of people are asking for more patterns from you as well, Adam. Just no pressure. But
I'm going to have to knock out a few more then.
You are going to have to. That was very, very popular. We can't wait to see all of your Baker Boy hats on the Facebook page.
Yes.
Tag Adam in them as well so we can see
do.
them. Brilliant. Right, we've got Suzie Duncan coming up next. We've got her brand new pattern. It's a beautiful bag. She uses gorgeous Liberty fabric. And of course, we're going to see how exactly you make it. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hi, I'm Debbie Harris and I'm so excited to be one of the new guest designers here on Sewing Street. I live and work in Melton Mowbray in Leicestershire where I run my own knitting and sewing business called Mabel and Deb. I specialise in sewing and knitting and crocheting, and I've been doing all of those 3 things from being a little girl when my mum taught me all things knitting, crochet and sewing. Started off just crocheting little chain stitches and granny squares, and then actually patchwork sewing little hexagons, and they're still my favourite shape to sew now. I used to be a school teacher. For over 20 years I was teaching in classrooms and just had the knitting and the crochet and sewing as a background hobby, but now I get to do this as my job, and I'm absolutely passionate about it and really want to share all that passion and excitement with you guys. A tip that I think is worth sharing with you is always use quality materials. So whether that's your fabrics or your threads or wool, the difference in the quality of your materials can really make a difference to your finished project. And always use the right tools, so whether it's a rotary cutter or a pair of scissors that are specially made for that job, that too can make all the difference. My claim to fame in 2020 was being one of the winners of the Great British Make Off here on Sewing Street when I did my debut sewing demonstration in November last year. It was just a wonderful experience, and I'm so excited to be here on my Sewing Street journey with you all, bringing lots of tips, techniques, and looking forward to doing lots of exciting projects with you throughout the year. So lovely to meet you, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Bye.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hi, I'm Debbie Harris, and I'm so excited to be one of the new guest designers here on Sewing Street. I live and work in Melton Mowbray in Leicestershire, where I run my own knitting and sewing business called Mabel and Deb. I specialise in sewing and knitting and crocheting, and I've been doing all of those 3 things from being a little girl when my mum taught me all things knitting, crochet and sewing. Started off just crocheting little chain stitches and granny squares, and then actually patchwork sewing little hexagons, and they're still my favourite shape to sew now. I used to be a school teacher. For over 20 years I was teaching in classrooms and just had the knitting and the crochet and sewing as a background hobby, but now I get to do this as my job, and I'm absolutely passionate about it and really want to share all that passion and excitement with you guys. A tip that I think is worth sharing with you is always use quality materials. So whether that's your fabrics or your threads or wool, the difference in the quality of your materials can really make a difference to your finished project. And always use the right tools, so whether it's a rotary cutter or a pair of scissors that are specially made for that job, that too can make all the difference. My claim to fame in 2020 was being one of the winners of the Great British Make Off here on Sewing Street when I did my debut sewing demonstration in November last year. And it was just a wonderful experience, and I'm so excited to be here on my Sewing Street journey with you all, bringing lots of tips, techniques, and looking forward to doing lots of exciting projects with you throughout the year. So lovely to meet you, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Bye.
Hello, welcome back. Oh, we're having a lovely morning today, aren't we? It feels like a Sunday. Do you know that lovely, just nice? Well, it's because I'm sitting here enjoying my cups of tea, watching all these sewing demos. I feel like I'm at home. It's really nice. We've got a brand new pattern from Suzie Duncan. And it's the first time I ever met Suzie, it was when we were indulging in that beautiful new Liberty collection that we had. Yeah. So I always think of you and I think of Liberty associated with it. So this is the perfect fabric to go with the bag that Suzie's designed. The bag itself, can we have a quick look at it please, Jo? Because it's absolutely gorgeous. Slightly different colourways to what we've got, but still we've put together Liberty bundles for you. It's got really beautiful ties on the side. The attention to detail is gorgeous. It's got a zip on the inside. You can do a magnetic clasp on the to fasten it. It's absolutely gorgeous. Nice length on the straps as well to have as a shoulder bag. And it's a nice little project bag actually as well, isn't it? So our bundles that we have, this I think is my favourite. This Wiltshire fabric is beautiful. Now we've got half metre things here, but actually you will get fat quarters because you don't need more than a fat quarter of the Wiltshire. Half a metre of your solid, which is for your lining, but then you get, for the borders, and we'll see where that comes in, but you do get half a metre of your teal, but then you get a fat quarter of your Wiltshire in that beautiful teal. Isn't it gorgeous? That's classic. One of the most recognisable Liberty prints. We also have a 36-piece, 2.5-inch charm square Alice Caroline Tana Lawn pack. This is sorted with the most beautiful Liberty prints, gorgeous colours, all precisely cut into 2.5-inch squares, 36 of them, which just goes so perfectly with this bag. Absolutely love that. Plus, Suzie's full instructions, which are lovely. There's 8 pages of gorgeousness, glossy, very thorough with photographs, lots of text as well, but all spaced out really well, so it's not too overwhelming when you look at it, but it's all very clear. Photographs are all nice and clear as well. So that is all there. Plus you've got your cutting guide and everything that you need for when you want to make it again and again and again. £25.99, already selling on pre-order this morning. If you haven't yet seen it, go for it early on. It's been a very, very busy day. If you've paid your post and packaging already, it's 1p&p throughout the day. £25.99. So that's the teal. What's it called on the screen? Pink. This is called pink. There is a method to the madness because of the squares, Suzie.
Yeah, okay.
That's because of the charm squares. This one's called pink.
Okay.
Okay.
Questioning the logic, that's all.
Yeah, don't question the logic. It works, it's right. Then the next one, this is one with that lovely linen. So this one is called Rainbow because you've got the rainbow charm pack, the 2.5-inch squares. It comes with a fat quarter of your Wiltshire. It comes with half a metre of your linen. £25.99 for a Liberty bag. Hold the phone. I mean, this is brilliant value when you've got your pattern, your instructions, all your fabrics that you need. And of course, you've got the pattern to make it again. You've got your instructions to make it again. But for a Liberty bag, £25.99 is pretty good.
And you can make it within a day easily.
Well, you did. You made this yesterday, didn't you?
Well, I made 2, actually.
You made 2 yesterday. Oh, well, Suzie does
and
so
other
quick.
things as well, and a 2-hour dog walk. So it's easily.
There you
easily
go.
achieved.
So if you are after a last-minute gift for somebody or a treat for yourself, I saw that our Alice and Marion went for a trip down to Liberty, to the store.
I know.
Imagine taking your Liberty bag with you.
It's a must.
Round. Yes, absolutely. But these are beautiful. All of the different prints. The value for money is amazing, absolutely amazing, and the quality of the Alice Caroline Tana lawns are beautiful. £25.99. So that one's called Rainbow. Then the one that Susie's working with is the one with the pink Wiltshire. It's called Blue because of your blue charm squares. And this time it's with the denim. So similarly to the one that Susie's made up, it'll give you a really nice structured bag. I like this combo.
Yes.
This has got the rhubarb, beautiful
I love
Wiltshire,
rhubarb.
which is the one that you suggested,
Yeah.
wasn't it, Suzie? You
Yeah.
love this one.
I do.
That pink is called rhubarb and it's perfect. If you do want to mix and match your colours, absolutely, by all means, go for it, because Wiltshire is available by the half metre on pre-order. Haven't got it at Fat Quarters, but you'll get even more. So if you want half a metre, then it is available on pre-order in rhubarb, in the teal and in the blue. So absolutely shop ahead and mix and match, because the charm squares are available individually as well. Plus, you can get the pattern individually. So if you are like Suzie, got lots of liberty in your stash, thinking, do you know what, I've got the perfect fabrics for this anyway, you can cut your own 2.5-inch squares maybe with your stripology, then this is perfect. So all of your instructions, all of your cutting requirements, all the fabric that you'll need. Quarter of the stock and the pattern has already gone on pre-order, by the way, before we even got to the show. So if you do want it, check out now is my suggestion. It's been, as I said, a very, very busy day today. Suzie, you used interfacing, didn't you? H630 this is,
Yes.
which I've never seen before. So H630 is just slightly lighter.
It's a slightly lighter loft than H640, which will work perfectly adequately with the bag, definitely. It gives a bag structure. Without it, you're going to end up with like a floppy shopping bag.
Okay.
So I would say it's a definite addition for any bag making. Whether you add it to the handles is up to you. I've only done it on the bit that goes over your shoulder in these handles, because I don't feel it needs reinforcing nearer the base, but it's up to you. But yeah,
You get a whole metre piece though. So
I
that's
mean,
plenty.
I buy this by them,
Yeah.
you know, not just a metre, I go several metres, because I get
Very
through it a
useful.
lot. I use a lot of H630, H640, all
beautiful.
of those, yeah.
Nice and fluffy as well, so it will give you really nice sort of loft, nice plush feel to
Yeah.
your cushions, your wall hangings, your bags. It's perfect. £6.99 and you do get a whole metre of it. £6.99. If you do multi-buy, it doesn't come joined up, it will come as pre-cut pieces. Lots of you are multi-buying though. Take Susie's advice, because it is very useful for lots of projects. Brilliant. So over to you. Is this a brand new design for you?
It
then,
is.
Suzie?
It is a brand new design,
I
yes.
love it.
Yes. And I'm a big bag fan, my family will know. And I'm very lucky I have a very lovely husband who keeps buying me handbags.
Amazing.
But you can never have too many bags in your life, can you? But what I wanted to do with this bag is make it one that was versatile and bespoke to you, you know, for what you needed it to be. So I've added in ties at the sides. So if you're only carrying a few things round, who does that? Don't know anyone who does that.
No.
But just in case you do, then you've got the ties to make it smaller. Then you can undo them when you do what everybody else does and overloads
with
their
everything.
bag.
Yeah.
But it's also a design feature. It looks pretty. You can add a magnetic clasp if you want to, so it's a bit more secure. It's super easy to do, and you're just using 2 of the squares in the charm pack, which is really easy. And I do explain all that as well. Or the other thing that I've done is put in a hidden pocket with a zip.
And that's
So
on the
it's-
inside of the
That's
bag.
on the inside.
Would you
Shall
like
I
to show
open
that?
it?
Yes, please.
Show you. Let me just remove the weight. So you can actually turn this out inside out as well, and ignore all the fluff and everything else. But there's just a hidden zip with a
Brilliant.
lined pocket, so you can put your purse in there, you can put your phone, whatever
Yeah.
it is you want. Mine's usually full of throat sweets, but you can put whatever you want in there. But it's quite a roomy bag. You can get an awful lot in there.
Yeah. Oh, it's a lovely shape, isn't it? As well with those ties. It's really nice.
It gives it that extra dimensional shape. But being fabric as well means you can throw it in the washing machine if it gets dirty. So I think this is a really good, thinking of you, Vicky, when you're out with Maisie, you can just put a couple of nappies and wet wipes in there and nappy sacks, and it's a diddy changing bag.
That's lovely.
Bit more discreet for a restaurant.
But like you said, perfect then that you can throw it in the wash.
Absolutely, yeah. So you know, it's a good versatile all-rounder, but having those patchwork squares gives it a bit of interest as well.
It does, and it's especially it showcases some of these beautiful Liberty prints.
Exactly, and having it on the gussets gives a nod of interest. When it's over your shoulder, the people behind you can see it, and the people in front see it coming towards them.
And you know when you spot somebody who's got a bit of Liberty on.
Absolutely.
You always spot, don't you? They're so distinctive. And even people who actually aren't sewers or don't necessarily know fabric designers, a lot of people recognise Liberty.
Liberty is iconic, definitely.
So they're 2.5-inch squares that you get.
They are,
in the kit.
So and you in the pack there are 9 fabrics in the pack, and you get 4 of each, so you get 36 squares. If you do the magnetic clasp, you will end up with 2 left. If you don't do the magnetic clasp, you end up with 4 left.
Right.
So you can make yourself a little pouch, purse thing if you want to.
You've done a bit of mixing and matching, haven't you?
I have done mixing and matching and the reason is because my fabric arrived to me in bits and bobs, so I just had to get on and do.
Yeah, but that's the great thing is they all complement each other. If
exactly.
you want to do that and mix and match as well. The graphics at the moment are the ones with the, there you go, rhubarb, that quarter, but remember ours come with blue charm squares, just so you're aware what Susie's demo is.
It's my sample, but where I've got the denim blue Wiltshire shadow, there'll be rhubarb instead, but I'm using rhubarb, so if you imagine that's there,
yes,
that's the
really
effect
nice.
you're going to get, and it will really make those blue squares pop. So it is really it isn't a difficult design at all. As long as you can sew a straight seam, you're fine, and just follow the directions bit by bit. I will confess I wasn't 100% last week. I had a bit of a virus that clearly affected not just the bit that it hurt, but it also affected my brain, and I couldn't count. So when I wrote this pattern up, I sent it to the printers, and then over the weekend when I was redoing it and prepping for today, I suddenly thought, well, you numpty, that is totally wrong. So I've sent in extra, and there's an extra sheet coming with your pattern that just replaces 2 of the steps. And I do apologise profusely for that, but yeah, I'm going to blame it totally on the virus.
But you do get that amendments anyway. Brilliant.
And to be honest, if you don't read that, it will still make sense because you probably won't even think that she can't count.
Yeah.
I did, but you won't. So what I've tried to do is to make it as simple as possible. So my cutting measurements, I don't know if the camera will pick this up actually, is on a grid format, so that I get you to cut strips and then subcut those strips to give you your pieces. And then I've given each piece a code. Use that rather than give you measurements all the way through, which I find quite confusing. I find the ABC method a bit easier to pick up, because as I cut it, I just stick a post-it on it.
Yeah, good idea.
And label it ABCD, and then I know what I'm touching. But it isn't an onerous thing to put together. If you don't want to do the hidden zip, that you can still make it easily. You just miss out the whole of section 23.
Perfect.
But you
have put that in.
I have put that in, and I've also put in how to do the magnetic closure as well. But again, if you don't want to do that, you miss those bits out. It's not an issue. But I tried to make it as versatile as we could. But it is a good idea to get yourself organised. As I said in the previous show, I like to have everything sorted and set. But it means you can chain piece, so you'll get your project done quicker. So the first thing you're going to do, and this was, for me, being slightly OCD, was the hardest thing, was the squares. So you do get 4 of each of the 9 fabrics. You need to divide them into groups. You need 2 groups of 4 for the front and 2 groups of 4 for the back, and you need 2 groups of 5 for each side.
Okay.
Now, you can sit and plan and do it however you want to.
Just go random. They all work, don't they?
Do you know what I did? I just dealt them like cards.
Yeah.
And just went with it. Just made sure I didn't get any duplicates.
Okay.
But yeah, just went with it because otherwise I could have spent all day sorting it out. But it's up to you what you do. But once you've got your 4s, and I suggest you do lay them out in front of you, put them into your groups of 4, and then you're going to stitch them in pairs, and then those pairs together. Now when you pair them, when you've stitched a pair, set your seam by pressing, of course, and then press away. And I press one to one side and one to the other. And that way I get a nice nested seam, or press the seams open. But what you don't want is all your seams going in the same direction, because that would make a bulky seam for sewing. So I can put these together. Now you will find that the Tana lawn is a thinner weight of fabric than your Wiltshire Shadow, and of course your denim and your linen. It is not a problem to stitch them together. They all stitch perfectly fine as one unit, but just be aware that that is what is supposed to be. Tana lawn is a lighter weight fabric. It's got a much softer drape because it's generally designed for dressmaking rather than quilting. So,
but like you say, it's perfectly fine to sew with still
absolutely
against your quilting weights.
Yeah, and you don't notice a difference.
You don't notice a difference in the finished bag either. It doesn't
absolutely
look
not.
like you say see-through or too flimsy. It's really lovely.
It's perfect,
especially with your interfacing.
Absolutely, but the fact that they're all cut for you is even better. So I've just sewn those 4 together.
And they're lovely colours, the Alice Caroline.
Oh, so beautiful. And with this particular pack that I'm using, you've got that rainbow of colours coming through as well. So if you're into your rainbow themed things, you can create rainbow patterns. So you want to press that out. Now I did press that seam open. Then so you're going to do that for each panel. You're going to do that twice, so you get your 4-way. Then you're going to place them on point, so like diamonds rather than squares, and you're going to cut your Wiltshire Shadow squares and then cut those squares into triangles.
Okay.
And you're going to place them so that they create this band, and I would suggest you lay it out to do that. And then you're just going to take one triangle, flip it over along that edge, and you're going to do a 1/4 inch seam and stitch it to it.
That's it. The reason that you say to lay it out is
yeah,
so that
because
you're sewing
then
the right.
Exactly, you get, because you're on point. Sometimes your head, because you're used to working in straight, if you start flipping things, it gets a bit confusing. So again, press as you go.
Julianne loves it. She says absolutely amazing.
Oh, good. Thank you. I have to say, I love this bag as well. I've already made another one.
You say you made 2 yesterday.
Yeah, I made 2 yesterday.
Are these going to be on? You know, you say that you like to make gifts and Christmas gifts. So these going to be ones that are on the list.
Yeah, I've got a couple of people that are definitely going to be getting one of these for Christmas.
Suzie, I keep thinking of you as well, and your window display. What is it Halloween at the moment?
Yeah, it's a mixture of Halloween and fall. So my youngest daughter bought me this really cute gnome, Halloween gnome. So he's sat on a cauldron at the moment in the window, and I've got, what else have we got on there? We've got a hanging thing with an autumn leaf, and I've made these really tiny little tombstones with gift boxes behind them. Yeah. So they're in there as well. So yeah, it's getting there.
So cool. Where I've moved to, there's a house on the end, and they go wild with their Christmas decorations, so much so that they collect money for charity.
Oh, do they? Oh,
and they have like a shoot that you put your money in, because they do go absolutely bonkers. So I said to Kieran, we've got to do something. We can't be that boring house in the road that doesn't do anything. So we've got to do something. So yeah, I keep thinking of you, and I think maybe I'll do a window display.
Yeah, window displays are good. Yeah. And also window displays, they change during the day as well, because obviously during the day you've got your curtains open. Yeah. But at night you've got that screen, so you have a different effect. So you're going to sew 3 triangles round. And then you're going to bring them together. Now remember, they don't go patch to patch.
Ah, okay.
They go offset. So when you've pressed everything, you're going to bring them so that the seam with the top of the patch to the triangle match together.
Right, so they will nest again because of those press.
Exactly, because of the way you've pressed them. So you can use your pins, and remember, use your press mat to push into rather than your finger. And line those up. Now I do pin these because it is important that they are straight.
Well, it takes a couple of seconds more, doesn't it? It means that you get those nice matching points.
Yep, which we like. And then 1/4 inch seam. So everything in here is a 1/4 inch seam. So again, make sure you're familiar with that on your machine before you start.
You don't use a 1/4 inch foot with the guard on the end?
I haven't got one for my machine at home,
So
and I haven't yet found the one that goes in this machine.
Right, so would you measure?
I think Hannah hides it. So what I do is I do a test piece.
Sounds like something Hannah would do.
I put a piece of washi tape on my machine at home.
Right, okay, oh, that's a good idea.
And then I know exactly where to line it up. But my other machine at home has actually got a 1/4 inch setting, so I just use that. So I know that it doesn't need a foot. So once you've done that, you're then going to press that seam open as well. So just run your fingers along. And that's how you make that quilted band in the middle. And once you've done that, what you're then going to do is cut that down so that it measures 12 inches long. So what I like to do is to get my ruler, and this is where, if you've got the Creative Grids 6.5 by 12.5 ruler, it's absolutely perfect, because you put your 6-inch line through the middle of the two in the centre point, and then trim off either one side. Keep those, because you can always join those together at a future date and make squares from them.
Yeah, like you said in the last
Like we said
time,
earlier.
yeah. Oh, nothing goes to waste, does it?
Absolutely not, especially when it's Liberty. Why
would you trim these dog ears off then?
You can do, yeah, you can do. We can do that now. Same the other side. And then what you're going to do is that's when we start bringing in our background fabric, although I think it's more of a feature fabric. Now, as Vicky said, I've mixed and matched here. So in the set, you would be using denim if you had the kit. I've got she says, wherever it is, where have I put it? There it is. I've got the linen here, just to show you. And you're going to have 2.5 inch strips. And the reason these are longer than they should be is because I cut these without reading my instructions and just cut.
So it will match up?
It will exactly match up, yeah.
Okay.
It's because I cut them at 12.5. I just did the ruler shape, basically, I was using, rather than cutting them. That was a senior moment, which are fast becoming far too frequent.
I feel like I have lots of senior moments, you know.
Yeah, no, that's still baby brain.
I think it's got worse since I've had Maisie.
Yeah, believe me, doesn't go away.
I could be literally saying conversation and then forget what I'm talking about halfway through.
Wait till you've had 4 of them. You have no brain
left. Do you have 4 children?
I've got 4 of my own, and then Simon's got 2, so we've got 6 between them.
Wow!
They're not children though; they're all grown-ups.
I don't know. Honestly, I have
and we've got a grandson.
For all mums. And a grandson, little Ben.
Little Ben. Yeah. Who I get to play with every Wednesday.
Oh. Yeah, Maisie's with my mum this morning. I wonder whether they're watching. Maisie has. Kieran said to me the other day, he put me on, he says, it is strange now, she does recognise you. She said you should see in her face, she saw you on.
It is the best age, isn't it? Yeah, Ben apparently watches me. Oh look, we ran out of bobbin. Let's quickly change, but I have one prepared. So
yeah, we can recap so everybody's clear on exactly what they're getting, because as I say, we've done a bit of a mix and matchy. If you do want the one with the rhubarb colour, which we all absolutely love, it comes with the denim and it comes with the blue charm squares plus your instructions, all for $25.99. This is the most amazing. You've got the most gorgeous colours and it makes an amazing Liberty bag for less than £26. Remember, the rhubarb is a fat quarter. So you get a fat quarter of rhubarb, half a metre of denim. Are you having a senior moment as well, Hannah? Your charm squares. She said the word remember to me, and then she says, I can't remember what we need to remember, ironically. Is that this is a fat quarter and a half a metre. It catches, doesn't it?
It does.
And then we also have the blue with the linen. So I know Susie's working with the linen. So this comes with a fat quarter of your Wiltshire in blue, your linen, and then the rainbow. It's called rainbow because of your rainbow charm squares and your instructions as well. $25.99. These ones, let's have a quick look at them, because the charm squares that you get in here.
I have actually got one in that colourway in the guest room, actually. I forgot, I could have brought it in.
Might go get it if that's okay.
Yeah, it's in the box if Hannah's able to get it.
Thank you. They are beautiful.
Sorry, thank you, Hannah.
Look at all these different colours. So this is the one that you'll get.
Yeah, so that's the rainbow set that I'm using now.
Right.
They are beautiful. You've got your purples in there, you've got blues. So you could do it as a rainbow bag if you wanted to, which would look amazing.
Oh, so sort of ombre it across.
Yeah, so I've done that on the sides. If you see, I've already done my sides. So I have tried to do like a rainbowy type effect on the sides. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, modelling it so beautifully.
$25.99. Oh, let's see. Oh, come on in. Come on in. Hannah's modelling it so beautifully.
Look. Lush.
That looks gorgeous, doesn't it? That looks really nice with the rainbows.
Yeah, now they're actually not the pack that you get, because I hadn't got the pack at the time.
So what colour are these? Because these look very rainbowy.
So I tried to colour match from the photographs. So they're from the Midsummer Flower Show.
Oh, I see.
Collection.
You'll get the
you
same
have
effect
had on before. But that's the blue you're using and the linen.
Oh, I love those together.
So together they make a really bright bag.
Yes. Look.
Now, I was going to say, if anyone is ordering the Wiltshire Shadow as a half metre, then you can use a fat quarter of that half metre to do everything that the pattern says, and then the other half metre would, other fat quarter, you could actually use as your lining if you wanted to as well, or feature it as the bands across the top or down the sides. So you know your half metres are a good way of mix and matching into your Wiltshire Shadows even more.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Have a look on pre-order. The Wiltshire Shadows are available individually. Okay, by the half metre. And then the dark, which is actually called pink, is this one. Just to confuse us all. Don't worry, it's because you've got your 2.5-inch squares. Your Wiltshire Shadow is called Jade. You also get, you get a fat quarter, remember of that. You also get half a metre of your teal. There are less than 30 of these kits. It's been a very popular colourway.
Well, I think evening bag.
Yeah.
That is a really good colour for evening.
This would be nice for your black tie-do wedding that you go into in Knightsbridge. Imagine your Liberty evening bag. That'd look lovely. Because you've got to be all fancy, haven't you, for that wedding?
I have very fancy.
Black tie-do. That would be really nice. $25.99, but it's still got
with
those
the
lovely soft colours with your pink.
Would be really pretty, really pretty.
Oh, Sue just said, I'm too excited for words. I'm off to Liberty on Thursday for my first visit. Too excited for words.
Oh my gosh. Oh, if you've got time to have a tea in the cafe, if you've got time for afternoon tea, even better. But if you've got time just to have a cup of tea in the cafe, do it. It is just such an experience.
That's what I saw Alison's photograph of, and I thought, that looks so lovely.
It is amazing. I got the immense privilege of doing that a couple of times, and it was just awesome.
Oh, that sounds so fancy, doesn't it?
It does.
Have fun. Enjoy.
Let
us know
Very
Sue,
jealous.
how it goes.
Very jealous.
Over to you.
Oh, we're back to me. Right, so all I've done, once I've added those panels at the top and bottom is press those seams towards the panels, purely because you're going to end up with so much bulk around the middle if you do not do that.
Okay.
Your wadding, all the pieces of wadding are cut 1/2 inch smaller than the dimension of the piece that you're actually applying it to. And remember, I know that you can buy multiples of the wadding, meterage wise.
Yeah.
Remember, when you're piecing, you can actually just zigzag stitch the pieces together, but because this has got a bondable surface one side, you don't even need to bother to do that. You can just heat bond it and leave the gap. It's not going to make a difference. So when you're heat bonding the wadding, it's not an iron, it's a press, because it's the heat that melts the glue. And if you iron it, you're not going to apply enough heat for it to create that melt and stick the pieces together. So do make sure it's a press and just move along with your iron. No steam.
Okay.
Remember. Never put steam around wadding, because if you do, it's all going to go horribly
There is
wrinkled.
instructions on the edge of your Vaseline.
Yes,
It's
yeah.
a Vaseline product, isn't it?
It
Yes,
is, yeah, and it's just so easy. Just press it, just lose yourself in a load of pressing, really, and you can see it bonds really well.
Why is it that you've got an inch or
Because
slightly
when the reason I do that, and it's not necessary, you can cut it exact, but if you cut it just a shade smaller, you can see it's just that 1/4 inch shorter all the way around, means that when you're sewing your seams, you're not got wadding adding to the bulk.
So, it
So
can get
it'll
quite
turn
bulky.
through and give you much nicer, crisper seams, and you don't need the wadding there, so why add it? I know it's only 1/4 inch, but over the time it all adds up. So those are your two. You'll do that again to give you your other panel as well, which I haven't trimmed. Need to trim that. The next stage, if you want to, it's not compulsory. Nothing in this is compulsory. It's your bag, remember, is to quilt. Now, I just did on the sample, all I've done is straight stitched along the top and bottom edges of the panels,
Right.
and then round the Wiltshire shadow. But if you want to do free motion,
What about
do
doing some
whatever you want.
decorative stitching?
You can, absolutely. If you've got some fabulous stitches on your machine, now's the time to be using them. You can do extra bits in the panel bits if you want to. It's entirely up to you. I am not going to do that because you really don't want to watch me sew straight seams forever and a day here. We'll leave this one without. I might actually trim my ends though. I'm terrible, aren't I? So those are all wadded. So the next thing we're going to do is join it to a base. Now this bag is a square based bag. So if I lay it out, it'll make more sense. You've got a bottom and 2 sides.
Which you've got H640 on the sides as well.
Yep. The sides and the bottom have all got H640.
I think the ones that you've ombrayed. You've
yes,
done the.
I have.
Let's have a look.
So you've got the purples through the blues to the greens, then the yellows on one side.
Would you just bring that towards?
There
yeah,
you
that's
go.
it. Oh yes.
And
I
then
like
the
that.
other one, I've got all the pinks lining up.
Oh, that's with the rainbow pack.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Looks really cool, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So again, if you want to quilt these, quilt the base. I just did a. Oh, let's not bring the stand as well. There you go. I did a quilted base, just a crosshatch that I did with my 45-degree ruler.
Great.
Marking on my ruler. So that just gives a bit more stability to the base if you wanted to. You're going to make ties. Again, that's an optional extra. You may not want ties. But when you make your ties, it's just a rectangle, and all you do, if I do it large scale, it makes it be easier to see. You press them in half wrong sides together.
Yeah.
Open it out. Press one end in just by a fraction, just to neaten it off. Then you take in the raw edges to the middle, both sides, and then fold it over.
Oh, so you don't have to do any turning through?
No turn.
Oh, yes.
Sadly for the handles you do.
Okay, but they're a bit bigger, they're more manageable.
Well, they are, yes.
Yeah.
And then all I did was top stitch down that open edge. So that's my ties, and you need 4 of those. And those I'm going to pin into place. So the edge that I've neatened is going to go on the towards the middle of the bag, and I'm just going to place the other raw edge, so raw edge to raw edge, it's quite easy to remember, and I'm just going to put that in line with that panel, but put my pin further in, so I haven't got to worry about that when I'm stitching. So you're going to do that on both sides, so raw edge out, and I also make sure my stitch line is at the bottom of each piece as well, so it looks uniform once you've finished. So you need to do that both sides. And the reason we're doing this now is because when we come to join the sides to the front and back panels, we want those tabs sewn into the seam at the same time. So we're going to lay these on now. We don't have to worry about putting the handles in just now, but we'll do this bit. So the first thing you're going to do is join a base to a front or back. And again, you know what I've done? I've cut this 12.5. You can see what I do, don't you? I just pick up my ruler and just say, oh yes, that'll do. That's a 12-inch ruler. And it so isn't a 12-inch ruler. It's a 12.5-inch ruler. So let's cut these to the right size, shall we? There you go. Now it'll all work. So before I do that, let me explain about the sides. The sides, you're going to join 5 together.
Yeah.
But 5 is too long. 4's not enough, 5's too long. So what you do is when you've joined your 5, fold them together, short ends together, and find the middle.
They don't need to cut those again, they're the right size, are they? Or do we
no, you do all that. Just keep them as they are, and then open it out, and as it's folded, just cut a fraction off so that measures 4.5 inches.
Okay.
And that gives you the right dimension then. If you do that method, then you'll get an even amount.
Yeah.
But if you don't want to do that, just cut a bit off the end so it measures. It's up to you how you do it. But that's how I've written the instructions, so you fold in half and cut it that way. But that's entirely up to you. So you've done all that. We're now going to join a front or the back, because they're the same, doesn't matter, to the base. Now, one trick I suggest in the instructions is with your 1/4-inch ruler and a fabric marker, this one's the friction pen, just mark your 1/4 inch in at both ends on your sides, and you'll see why as we stitch. Because what you're going to do is as you sew, you're going to stop and start a 1/4 inch from each edge, because that way your bag, this is like a Y seam, so that way your bag will come, the sides will nestle neatly together. You're not going to be fighting yourself. So take that time to mark those, unless you're super good at judging a 1/4 inch, which I am not. I can't even count, so doesn't bode well. You were telling us in the last hour you're very good at maths and geometry. I know, yeah, last week I was not good at anything, honestly. It took me nearly 2 hours to do the simplest chore. It was just ridiculous last week.
Oh, you're feeling better now?
I'm a lot better now, thank you. I can speak for a start. It was touch and go as to whether I was going to be here. So, well, certainly speaking, it would have been a sign language one.
Yeah, well, you nearly did because we forgot to turn your microphone on.
Yeah,
that would
that's
have been
true.
interesting, trying to do mime.
Mime whilst sewing.
Mime your way through.
That would have been good. Right, so start at the 1/4 inch point, and you're going to do a 1/4 inch seam and stop at the 1/4 inch point the other end. But you can see not having that wadding just that little bit smaller means I'm not trying to sew over the wadding as well. So you don't need a walking foot for this bit. If you're quilting, then I would suggest you do.
It's still not so bulky though, is it, with the H630?
No, H630 isn't. Even H640. Don't need to worry about pressing at the moment. Turn it round, and then you're going to do the same with the other side. So remember, it's the right way up, so you've got your tabs at the top.
Yeah.
Don't do it upside down, because that would be quite amusing. And I'm going to pin from this side because that's the side I've got marked.
So that's the side you'll be sewing?
So that's the side I'm sewing because it makes sense to be able to see my marks. So again, start at the 1/4 inch and stop at the 1/4 inch.
Which is the most popular bundle, Hannah? It's the pink squares with the jade colour, which is the most popular.
Doesn't surprise me.
We're calling this our evening bag. It's lovely colours.
Yeah.
You get a fat 1/4 of your jade Wiltshire. You then also get your 1/2 metre of the teal, your pink charm squares, and the instructions for £25.99. All really popular though. And have a look, if you do want any of the Wiltshire fabrics, buy the 1/2 metre. There are such gorgeous, well, we just love all Liberty fabrics, don't we?
Yeah, but Wiltshire Shadows in particular are just amazing because they work as a standalone fabric, a blender, and there's so much detail in them. They're just incredible. So with the sides, you're doing exactly the same. Line it up with the base, and remember, you can see now why we stop and start a 1/4 inch, because you're going to be just inside the margins of your previous seam, which will allow for joining the bag together. So you're going to stop and start at your 1/4 inch and join either side. So that's one side on. Remember to move that out of the way before you tackle the next one. So it all looks a bit like a cross at the moment, or will do when we're finished. So that one goes on there, line those up.
Well, it reminds me of, you know, when I always used to get a bit discombobulated, a bit what's the word?
Discombobulated.
Yeah, that's a good word. I'll stick with
I love that word.
When I used to think of bags as a 3D shape, but actually, do you know when you used to create like a cube and you open out the shape and you see what the net is? That's exactly what this is, isn't it?
It is, yeah. This gives you a full square, like gusset and base, not you, the bag, as opposed to boxing the corners.
Right.
Which does give you a square corners, but not a square base, if you like. You get a join in the middle, don't you? So when you've got to that stage, and this is the process that you use for the lining as well. So you can see it's going to be a good sturdy base to it. Now to do the sides, what you do is you bring them right sides together and you manipulate those 1/4 inch seams that you've not sewn, so that everything lines up, and you find it lines up so easily. It's really cool. And because you've put those tabs in there, as you stitch down there, it's going to capture those in.
Right, so that's why you keep the pins out of the way.
Absolutely, because I haven't got to worry that I'm going to machine over those. But I do pop a pin in, or clips. If you want clips, use clips, but make sure you've got all those bits aligned, and you're going to stitch down till you meet your 1/4 inch down there. And it's quite, once you've made all your components, this bit's the fun bit, and you just think, oh, I'm so close to finishing.
It is a nice, quick bag when it looks so complex. It isn't one that's, it's got a lot of interest to it. That's what I really like, is that you've got that bit of patchwork, especially for quilters who are making that transition to bag making. I think you'll really enjoy this one.
Yeah, exactly, because it's a patch that you can use anyway, but it's just a nice way of using up your pieces. And once you've done one, you can then look in your scraps box.
Yeah.
Because it's only using 2.5 inch squares and strips, really, then you can start using up some of those scraps as well. And you don't necessarily have to have the top and bottom panels the same. Obviously, in the kits we've put together, they are.
Yeah.
But if you're going to be using up scraps, then you can, just got to move that back over, hang on. You can start adding in different features. Doesn't matter, does it? Sorry, I didn't pin that very well. So let's pull that back over again. Try again. There you go. So we've done one side completely. If you didn't want to make this into a bag, it makes a really good storage box at this stage as well.
Yeah, suppose
so
you don't need to put the handle on.
No, you don't. You can store all your fat quarters in it or fabric. So if you've got a friend who loves sewing, why not make one of these and then put a couple of pieces of a fat quarter bundle in it or something as a gift? That would be amazing.
That would be really nice. It is lovely as a storage box, actually.
Yeah, or you can use it as your project bag, you know, when you're out and about.
Yeah.
Perhaps even going to a workshop.
Oh, I know.
Should those days ever arise.
Oh, well, Adam was just saying about he did a workshop at the weekend.
Fab.
And I was over at our sister channel, Jewellery Maker, a couple of days ago, and there was a workshop going on there. And I was just like, this is brilliant. It's
so
nice.
good, isn't it? You almost feel life's beginning to be normal.
But I think we need to do some workshops here, don't we?
Yes, I think we should.
I don't think we physically have the space in this building, but maybe we could
I'm
borrow
sure
a room at Jewellery Maker.
Sure, we could just sort something out. Carpet's quite big, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I've caught one bit of that, but we can revisit. So last side to join.
I was about to ask a really silly question.
Yeah,
and
go
then
on
say, no, what I was going to say,
No question silly.
No, it was a really silly question. So do you do exactly the same then for the lining?
The lining, yes. So shall I come on to the lining?
No, it's fine, you keep going.
Yeah, so I've just got one to do and then we'll do the lining because the lining's super quick. So.
Yeah. Is it one of those that you turn through? Then?
Yes.
You do the same but you leave a
Absolutely.
gap at the bottom.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I've left a gap in the side on mine. This machine keeps pulling to one side.
You've on the front of your picture as well, you put like a tab on the front to
that's the magnetic clasp.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Yeah. So what you do with that is you take 2 squares and on the back of one you put the male part of your magnetic snap with a bit of reinforced interfacing on the one side, and then you put your female on towards the top of one of your bag outers.
Yeah, so on this one it's the linen.
Yeah, and make sure that they are on opposite sides to each other, otherwise it's not going to close anything, is it?
No, yeah.
And just, I have given you the measurements for placement that work, and then to do the clasp, all you then do is put those 2 squares together, and I drew a slight curve on the corners by hand.
Yeah.
And just stitched around that, turned it through, and that gives you that little tab that you then sew in when you sew the lining and the top together.
Fab. It's nice detail as well, isn't it?
It's just an extra security thing if you want it, but you don't have to do it if you don't want to. So you turn this piece through. So you can see as a bucket itself, it stands really well.
Yeah, I love that as a storage box.
Yeah, be really good. But even just for a nursery or for your bits and bobs on your dressing table, it's really cool. So the lining is very similar. If you're going to do the zip bit, you need to do all this bit first. So you just use 6 of your squares and you cut 6 of your Wiltshires and you sew them in 2 strips of alternating squares.
Yeah.
And then you put that on top of a piece of your main fabric and you press towards your squares. If you're not doing the zip bit, then you can press towards your main fabric. The zip bit goes on here.
Okay.
And I've given you the dimensions for the pocket itself, but that will actually sit behind this at this stage here. And the zips, if you want the zip, are 7-inch ones.
Okay.
So that's if you want to do that. So once you've got your lining pieces, the actual lining has a Wiltshire bottom and sides rather than the main fabric sides and bottom. So your cross is going to look like this.
Right, okay.
And you're going to do exactly the same. So you mark your quarters on the back of your Wiltshire base and then you can stitch it in exactly the same way. Your handles are strips of your main fabric, or if you want to, do it pieced from the other fabrics. And those, what I did with those is cut a 2.5 inch width, and then press that in half, right sides together, and put a piece of the wadding that was only about 3/4 to an inch wide, just in the middle section.
Just for the shoulder
Just
padding.
the shoulder padding. And then you stitch down one side and turn it through. Now my tip for turning through, and this is really a good tip for the denim bit, because denim obviously is a lot thicker fabric, is you use a turning tool. I mean, whatever method you use it, but trim the end on a slight diagonal, like a 45 degree.
Okay.
Because that way, when you put your turning tool in, you've got less bulk being tried to drag through ahead of the rest of it, and you're less likely to drop that turning tool in its position. Because I got halfway down one yesterday and it came out, and I was like, oh, do I go back, start again, or do I just spend the next 20 minutes trying to feed it through? So do that and then give it a good press. If you want to, you can top stitch, fancy stitch, whatever you want, or you don't have to, it's up to you. But once you've got those handles, get your bag that you've just put together and a ruler, and you want to find a 3-inch mark, and you place your bag handle raw sides up at that 3-inch mark, and again pin below where you're not going to be sewing. Bring it round, making sure you've got no twists. Take your ruler to the other side, find your 3-inch again, and do that. I'm just going to go beyond because of where I've caught it.
Morning, Christine. You're a bit late this morning, aren't you? Where have you been?
Better late than not at all.
Yes, as she says, lovely Liberty. Oh, we all love a bit of Liberty, don't we?
Absolutely.
Remember, your colour combination is going to be slightly different. So the rhubarb pink that you can see there will be with the denim and with the blue charm squares. And then if you love the linen look, it comes with a blue Wiltshire and rainbow charm squares. So that's called rainbow. Most popular is still the teal, the jade, and the pink charm squares, which is your pink. The graphics at the moment are for rainbow, which is with your Wiltshire blue, very similar to this, linen, and those rainbow charm squares.
So when you come to do the second side, you can measure it, but why not use the bits that are protruding as your guides, because then you know they're the same. The other thing to make sure is your handles are the same length before you attach them. So you want to put those in place and pin them out of the way, because you're going to be stitching across the top here. If you've got a tab going on, you'll obviously have your female part of your magnetic snap here. Your tab, you're going to position centrally on the opposite side to your magnetic snap.
Okay.
Otherwise it won't close. And remember, it goes raw edge to raw edge, always raw edge to raw edge. Then you'll have made up your lining, because I know we're short of time, so I'm not going to do that. You'll made your lining, so you keep your lining the wrong side out, and you're going to leave a gap in one side as you're turning through. You'll fit this inside, so you'll end up with your lining right side meeting your outer right side. Just marry up the side seams here and stitch all the way round. And I tend to stitch a slightly larger than a 1/4 inch, but not 1/2 inch, purely just to make sure I've captured it properly. Trim off anything that overhangs and then turn your bag through. Now when you press it, because the lining I've made exactly the same size, it gives you the opportunity when you press to press your lining slightly in relief, so it gives you like a faux
binding on the top,
binding at the top, and it gives that nod to the Liberty inside as well. And if you want to, you can top stitch, but remember to pull your handles out the way before you do so, and just top stitch
so that will then hold it in place,
and that will hold everything in place. But you don't have to do that. I haven't. I've chosen not to on this occasion, and that's it.
Yeah, love it.
And
Thank you so much.
Just stitch up your gap, your turning gap.
It is absolutely gorgeous. I do want to just spend a minute recapping these bundles so it's completely clear on what colours you get where. Thank you so much, Suzie.
No, thank you.
So don't forget, pattern on its own. In fact, no, it's completely sold out. If you've got the pattern on its own, well done. All of them come with the patterns though, so if you do want your fabrics, who has too much celebrity in their stash? Nobody. It's always worth grabbing these anyway.
You never have too much liberty.
Exactly. Got too much liberty in my stash, there's nobody ever.
How many boxes you've got?
Half a metre of your linen, you've got a fat quarter of your Wiltshire in blue, you've got your rainbow charm squares, and you do get the pattern. The only way of getting the pattern now is in the kit. $25.99 for a Liberty bag, absolutely amazing. And then I'm sure you'll make it time and time again. Storage boxes, bags with lots of different fancy stitches, different quilting ideas. We've given you lots of scope with plenty of ideas of how you can adapt it. So that one is called your rainbow because of the rainbow charm squares, remember, 36 2.5-inch Liberty charm squares included, which are lovely anyway, aren't they? I just love that pack. Haven't seen it for ages. Okay, we also have the rhubarb, which is called blue. It comes with the denim blue and it comes with blue charm squares. But what about that pop of colour? Your rhubarb pink is gorgeous. I'll let you off, Christine. She says it's half term. I've had a lie-in. She said, well, she didn't. She said it's half term. Yeah, she said it's half term, so I had a lie-in. She said, I have to watch the early show later. Yes, you do. Make sure you catch up. Plus you get your instructions. Sorry to be bossy, Christine, but I recommend you do because it was brilliant earlier. Recommend, highly recommend, not being bossy. So that's your blue charm squares, denim, and your rhubarb Wiltshire. Then the most popular, absolutely love it, with the pink charm squares. It's called pink, but this time remember it's with the jade Wiltshire and the teal gorgeous fabric for your lining. Remember, you get a fat quarter, half a metre, charm squares and instructions, all for $25.99. Love, 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 love this bag. I'm so thrilled. Everybody else has it at home as well. Please do post it on the Sewing Street fan page when you've made it. Tag Suzie as well so you can see them. Gorgeous. When are you back, Suzie?
A couple of weeks, I think.
Couple of weeks.
I think so.
Oh, I hope I get to see you again and it's not another something stupid months and months since till I see you again.
No, that was crazy.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
We love working
Walked in this morning and said, but you were bumped last time.
I know. Long time ago. It's very exciting to have you back. So thank you very much.
Thank you. It's lovely to see you.
We've got Adam coming back. I think I might put this on, just
that is just so cool.
It's so nice, isn't it? Me and
I'm just
Hannah
thinking
are,
Christmas night
fighting
shirt.
over it. Absolutely. It's a Jules Fallon pattern. It's from a Jules Fallon book. We've got Adam to demonstrate, so get all your questions in for him. Don't go anywhere. We're back right after this.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Hi, I'm Wendy Orlando and I'm a craft blogger. You can find me over at thecraftyco.com, and if you do head on over and have a peep, you will see that I'm a tutorial blogger. I do all kinds of crafts, but my passions are crochet, knitting and sewing, which I've done for over 45 years. In that time, I've made lots of mistakes, but I have learnt lots of tricks and top tips that I can't wait to share. What I'd like to bring to the Sewing Street table is to show that you don't need to have gone to university or have a degree in design to be able to sew. You just need passion, a bit of courage to take the first steps, and a whole lot of patience. Oh, and an unpicker. You will need an unpicker. I do hope that you will follow me as I take my Sewing Street journey, and I look forward to seeing you all again soon.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. So you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Welcome back, welcome back. I know I've still got chocolate cake probably all round my face. The one thing not the one thing, that sounds really bad. I was going to say, the one thing I've missed about Suzie Duncan is all the cake that she brings in. There's a lot of things that I love about Suzie Duncan, and I love being on air with her. But she always brings lots of goodies, and I purposely didn't even bring any lunch or anything with me today because I thought Suzie's in with me. Right. So I apologise. I am probably going to be munching the rest of my cake through your show, Adam. But I tell you what, this is the perfect book to do it with, actually, because this is a book that Jules Fallon, it's a brand new book from Jules Fallon, and I love the sort of concept behind it. It says here, 8 recipes and 12 sewing patterns to soothe the soul and lift the spirits. The benefits of sewing are well known. It can help to relieve stress, improve mood and increase happiness. Simple act of creativity through sewing can have a profound effect on our overall well-being. So I love that anyway. And of course, lots of us love Jules already. I know her personally. She lives not far from me. She taught our Mark Francis to sew. She's absolutely lovely and she's an incredible teacher. Of course, all of her books are always very, very popular indeed, and this is her brand new one. So it goes through the seasons. So here, it literally has only been out this year. It's her latest book. So it's split into seasons. It goes through all of the tools and equipment at the start, but then it goes into garments for spring, for summer, for autumn, for winter, and then it also has general sewing techniques and templates at the back. But as you go through, not only does it have sewing patterns for all different levels of sewing. So Adam was just saying to me, some more complex and some for when you just want to have a quick sew and make something quite quickly. There are some really lovely, more simple patterns in there as well. But also, changing your fabric choices, this is a really good sort of wardrobe builder. Oh, we've got an embroidery machine coming up with Jayne actually at 12 o'clock. How about doing beautiful embroidery designs on some of them as well? As well as chocolate cake. Hence why I'm eating chocolate cake. If there's any management watching, it's to do with the show. This is the chocolate orange cake, which I'm sampling as we're sewing as well. So it's also got full cake recipes. I've seen books before that have had tiny little tips of recipes, but nothing like this. Homemade mocha latte, yes please. Imagine having a friend over to do a sewing afternoon and then having the recipes as well, and a homemade mocha latte sounds nice, doesn't it? You've got this palazzo pants, you've got a sheared summer top. Obviously today we are looking, oh that looks nice, lemon drizzle and elderflower cake. We're in autumn now. So today we are focusing on the lovely shirt that's behind me. There's a blanket in here and everything, Adam.
It's so well thought out.
This is a brilliant book, isn't it? How did you find it? How did you find working with it?
I loved it. I love the concept of it, like you've said. And in terms of it split seasonally, it's more or less a capsule wardrobe. Yeah. Change the fabrics, you change the garment completely again, and it's really nice to follow. And I just love the idea of sewing and cake and the recipes. I was getting distracted. I was like, I'm supposed to be sewing buttonholes, but that cake looks nice.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and it's even got some little like Christmas stockings, blanket as well. So it isn't just solely dressmaking. This is a really lovely book. Now the patterns are at the back, so the patterns are graded for sizes 8 to 26. They are ones that are on really lovely thick paper, obviously trace out. It means that you are getting so many patterns. Think about how much you would normally pay per pattern. You're getting 12 patterns and a recipe book, 8 recipes in here as well, all for less than £20, and they can slot in here. You could also put, once you've traced them out in your size, you could then of course put those in there as well and keep them all ready. Any templates that you need are at the back, and really clear diagrams. It's a beautiful book. So what page is my shirt on?
I am on.
Have you noticed?
You've owned it now, haven't you? It's 66.
66 and 74 is the classic T-shirt, which also you've made. We're not going to be focusing heavily on that one today, but you just couldn't stop by the looks of things, having a go at making everything out of here.
Well, I was lucky enough to see a lot of these garments made up at the Ali Pali's Stitch and Knitter show. That Jules had a stand there. And the palazzo pants, it's probably the wrong season at the moment, but the palazzo pants are amazing.
Oh, nice.
They've got some really nice detailing on them, and real nice wide legs as well. But then, yes, with the classic T-shirt, that was a quite quick sew. And for anybody that is wanting to get into using an overlocker, perfect project, right? Because it's mainly overlocked. You could sew it as well on a normal sewing machine. You don't have to have an overlocker, but it's perfect for that.
I bet it's really quick if you've got an overlocker as well. You've got your jersey.
Super quick, yeah, exactly. And then if you've purchased a cover stitch machine, you could cover stitch. I haven't got one.
I was going to say, have you got a cover stitch machine?
No, I haven't. Maybe
very indulgent, aren't they? I mean, they do give you that next level of finishing, but these would be beautiful on the cover stitch machine.
Oh, absolutely. But
we have got some jersey bundles, because these are the sort of things that I wear day to day. I mean, this is what all of us have probably got in our wardrobe. But imagine being able to do it in some of your favourite fabrics. So the one that's on the mannequin is the white daisies. Now, 1.5 meters, I'm presuming is enough to do the largest size.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely. That was a size 14, I think, and there was still quite a bit left.
£16.99. That's 1.5 meters. It's 95% cotton and it's 5% elastane. So Could I just do this solely on an overlocker, in fact? Would you
need to finish the hems off in some way. So that's where you'd have to go over to either your sewing machine or your cover stitch.
Yeah, £16.99. That's 1.5 meters, and it's really lovely. So I bet actually there's a couple of different patterns that you'd be able to use this for in there. A little girl's leggings as well would be nice in this.
That was really lovely jersey to work with. It's not too stretchy. It's got a little bit of body with it. So again, anybody new to jersey, go for that. It was really nice to work with.
Yeah, it's not super stretchy, so it'll behave itself. £16.99. That's for 1.5 meters of the Crew daisies. This one I love. I'd like a dress like this is jersey. It's just so comfy, isn't it? You just wear it and it looks quite smart, but you feel like you're in your pajamas. It's so comfy. This would be really, really lovely for autumn and winter. Just £19.99. It's brand new jersey, 1.5 meters of your pink floral for £19.99. I absolutely love that. 95% cotton. Same again, actually. This one's only got 5% elastane, so it's not overly stretchy. So if you are working with jersey for the first time, maybe you've just unboxed your overlocker, brilliant one to have a go with, and the end result's going to be lovely. Would I just need some ballpoint sewing machine needles if I'm working on my sewing machine?
Yeah, exactly. Ballpoint sewing machine needles. You could use a twin needle as well. All I've done is done 2 rows of stitching singularly with a ballpoint needle to get the look of a cover stitch.
Yeah.
I've cheated it, but it's okay.
Absolutely. Oh, those of you that haven't worked with jersey before, don't be put off. Have a go. It's so, and once you've mastered it, oh my word, it's a game changer, isn't it? There's so many patterns that are amazing, that are perfect for jersey fabric.
That's it. Just make sure you've got the right needle in your machine and you're away.
Brilliant. We have one final jersey fabric, and then we're going to talk about the shirt, because I love this shirt. This jersey, is this another new one? And it's almost got, this is another brand new jersey. Oh, this is lovely for autumn. This feels heavier. This feels slightly heavier than the others. It's really lovely. It's still the same composition. £22.99. It's 1.5 meters. This is great for this time of year though. Just for layering up as well under a jumper. £22.99, 1.5 meters. Brand new multi-leaf jersey. I love those colours. Adds a bit more interest to your classic t-shirt, doesn't it? Having different fabric choices. And that one, of course, you could make with these, you could make your classic t-shirts. And whether it be for of course, summer or whatever month, it's your wardrobe staple, isn't it? Very clearly, sort of the method, all of your instructions are very clearly spaced out with diagrams as well, which I do actually prefer. I think you can see very clearly exactly what needs to go where.
Yeah, I like pictures, and it just works. And all the diagrams are numbered according to the step as well, so it's easy to follow.
Brilliant. £22.99, and add the book to your order as well. It's brand new in today. So, will there be big enough? Yeah, there is enough for the bigger sizes in the bundle. Yeah, Christine, these are bundles to make the largest size in the book, which goes up to size 26, UK sizes from sizes 8 to 26, and you'll have enough in the bundles. The book, I can't go through the measurements of every single pattern from all of them in the book, but obviously the measurements are in the book. Just £19.99. The jersey is also really good because once you've eaten all the cakes in the book, you might need a little bit more stretch. So there's some real good cakes in there as well. So jersey is another brilliant one I always make sure I'm wearing jersey when I go out from Sunday lunch. Okay, this shirt is absolutely gorgeous. It's also from the book. This is one. I was talking to my friend. It's so strange that we've got this on today because I was talking to my friend yesterday about having matching pyjamas for me, Maisie and Kieran. And these shirts, these night shirts, are everywhere. And my friend said to me, well, you need to get it now because in November and December, you can't get these fabrics. These checks and plaids, they're so popular these coming months. So if you do want to make matching night shirts or shirts that are just easy to wear, aren't they? Like you said earlier, It's got ladies' measurements, but actually... You rock this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the button stand's done the female way, if you want to call it that, but you could just reverse that quite easily on it if you wanted to.
Yeah.
And it's put down as like a relaxed fit. So yeah, you could do it for loungewear, pajamas, or you could do it dressy. You could layer it up, you know, a top underneath with it unbuttoned.
Well, it was Jules actually says at the start, everybody needs an oversized shirt for this time of year. Many years ago, I used to pinch my dad's and wear it layered up over various t-shirts, but now I can make my own. And it's brilliant when you've got all of these lovely fabrics to indulge in. We've got the most stunning brushed cotton. I mean, that is super soft, isn't it?
It's lovely. That's my favourite one.
I love that. So this is the one that we're going to be focusing on today. If you have got any questions, get them in. £19.99 for the book. Bundles are 2.5 metre bundles. So this is, again, to make the largest size, but it's always useful to have some left over as well, isn't it? So this is your brushed cotton. It's so soft. 2.5 metres. This is blue brushed for £13.99. Is that right? That's really good price.
Good.
Oh, I'd get multiple. I would get, obviously they're going to come as 2.5 metre bundles. Get as many bundles as you can, because you could make loads of projects again and loads of shirts for people. I love them. Shirts, hot water bottle covers. What about Christmas stockings? You could do all sorts.
I think there's a pair of lounge pants in here. Yeah, drawstring trouser. You could do a set.
Yes. Drawstring trousers as well, love them. Absolutely, buy as many of these bundles as you can, because these will go. Does it have a option for longer sleeve? Personally, not a fan of 3/4 sleeve, says Donna. Could we lengthen them?
So that is the sleeve length.
Okay.
To do the adjustment on it, there's not the exact option in there, but to do it, if you've used a lot of dressmaking patterns, you would just find a point. It's usually just below the elbow, but on this, if you took it up a little bit more, you could extend it as long as you want. You just need to snip the pattern piece and then put a bit in and then connect the lines. It wouldn't be too difficult to do that.
Oh, love it. Okay, it's really, really busy. We've got the green, which is quite blue, bluey green, the tartan. This is lovely as well. 2.5 metres, £13.99. £13.99, absolutely amazing. Again, this is this brushed as well? It doesn't feel as fluffy. It's not as heavily brushed as that one, but it is still classed as a brushed cotton. They're lovely, both of them. They're in the red, all this, and oh, perfect for Christmas as well. 150 wide, 100% cotton, £13.99 for a 2.5 metre bundle is a bargain. Absolutely brilliant price point. Not as fluffy as this one, so actually, I think that one lends itself to your nightshirts and your pyjama trousers, whereas this one, you absolutely, more daytime, you could go out and be out and about in it in the day. I'm just getting a bit tangled with my wires. Yeah, I'm fine now, thank you, Joe. We also have it in red, which is the one that Adam's made the shirt from. There's only one bundle left. It's all gone on pre-order. Oh, my word, we need more of these. Which one are you making it in?
I'm making it in the one to your left.
What size are you making it in?
It's a 14.
Oh, I love it. I really want this so much. If this goes walkies, can we keep it on the down low, please? Don't say that it was me that loved it. I actually don't really want it at all. We've then got the last option. Now, this is different. This is going to be different. A lightweight denim.
I think that's nice, and again, it just shows your choice of fabric as to what the purpose of the shirt will be. So that's going to have a bit more structure to it, and again, you could maybe wear it out more rather than lounging around. It might be a bit more dressier with that.
Yeah, I'm looking at loads of different patterns in here, actually. This would suit. I was thinking the dress on the front, this would be nice for £16.99, 2.5 metres. Remember, it comes as one continuous piece in 2.5 metres. Now, the only check one that's available is the green. That's the only way of getting your check. So please check out. Don't wait for the end of the demo. That will sell out. It's only £13.99, and that's a 2.5 metre bundle. Bargain. Right, let's focus on the book, because this is brand new in today, and it's, like you said, we love the concept around it as well.
Yeah, I think that's what really appealed to me, is the fact that you've got a capsule wardrobe for all seasons.
Yeah.
You've got the cake as well. What more could you want?
And like you said to me earlier on, actually, this sewing was really helpful to you through lockdown, and it is something that we all enjoy doing, but actually to have it for all year round.
Yeah, and I think that's what Jules has done, is put the element on, like, how good sewing is for your well-being. So, you know, the projects aren't overly complicated. Even with the shirt, there's not huge complex things. If I was to make like a really tailored shirt, for instance, this is a lovely relaxed fit that isn't too strenuous and too difficult to make.
Brilliant. And I suppose if you're making for somebody else, you don't need to worry too much about what size, how it's going to fit. Like you said, it is going to be brilliant for lots of different ages and sizes and all sorts. Love it. Okay, where are we starting? What are you going to show us?
I'm going to try and show us the collar part and how the yoke fixes together. This is a plaid, and I've done my very best at stupid o'clock in the morning to match up as much as I can along the front.
Oh, yeah.
So we've got that going on. And actually, with it being a plaid, it can help with your buttonhole placement as well. So you can find reference points on there.
I did notice that, yeah.
If you really want to match the yoke at the back, then go for it. But if you're a beginner, do what I've done. Make your life easy and just put it on the bias.
Yeah.
By bias, I mean cutting it at a 45-degree angle. So we've changed the grain line there. And that's purposefully not meant to be matched.
Yeah.
And it looks pleasing to the eye as well.
Yeah.
It's got the nice little vent in the back as well.
I love that.
Which just gives it, it
drapes
lovely actually, doesn't it?
It does.
Really drapes nicely. Cool stuff. So we'll go on to the collar first off. And the collar pieces are exactly the same. There's two pieces. You interface one of them. That'll be the upper collar, and then the under collar is non-interfaced. And as a general rule of thumb, any kind of lining part or the under part isn't interfaced. So that's how I kind of remember it. And the more patterns you do, the more you get used to that. What the instructions do tell you to do is once you've interfaced the upper collar, to leave that alone. But on the under collar part, we want it to sit nicely and just the stitching line just to roll under a little bit. We're talking millimetres. So it suggests just to trim 3 millimetres off from the outside edges and the outer edge as well. But really clearly explained in the instructions with diagrams. So once you've got that done, that just makes that under collar that tiny little bit smaller than the upper collar itself. And what you're going to do is make sure you've got your fabric right sides together. Do you know what, with this fabric as well, Vicky, is you could choose which side you use. Yeah, there's the brushed side, which is what I've gone for, but there's nothing to say you couldn't use the other side either. Do you know what I mean? If you wanted a crisper look, for instance, I'm just going to grab some pins.
Is there a right way or wrong? There's always a right way or wrong way, isn't there? Or it doesn't matter with fabrics like this?
I mean, with me personally, yes, there is. There is a face and, you know, the wrong side, if you like. But with a fabric like this, I think the decision can be yours. You could take some poetic license. So all I'm going to do now, because that undercollar is a little bit smaller, I'm just going to match up the seams and put some pins in, and just make sure that I'm easing it out, because I still want it to match up, even though it is just that tiny bit smaller now, because I've already cut round the 3 millimetres. And again, this is a nice opportunity to practice a little bit of top stitching as well. Equally, if you didn't want to do the top stitching, there's nothing to say you have to. As long as you've pressed it well and interfaced it well, you know, that's going to suffice. The other thing I should say as well is that the pattern has the option to put 2 patch pockets on. You could put 1 on, you could put 2 on, or you could do what I've done and not put any on. It's completely up to you. And I like it, you know, when there's design options within a garment.
It doesn't surprise me that Jules put a pocket, though. She loves a pocket, doesn't she, Jules?
No, I'm going to have offended
have you
her.
Have you met Jules Fallon before?
No.
No? Oh,
no.
She's so lovely. She is so lovely. Did Jules ever do sewing bee years and years? No? Where did you? I don't think she did she? I don't know where I've got that from in my head, but no, she's but she taught Mark Francis to sew.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah. She's got the company Sew Me Something in Stratford-upon-Avon. So.
Oh right, yeah. That's fantastic. Oh, I love Stratford. I'm often in Stratford dog walking at the weekends. Right, so all the seam allowances on this pattern are at a centimetre seam allowance. 1.5 centimetre seam allowance, unless otherwise stated. So just to remember that as you're going through. And all you're going to do is right sides together, stitch these. Now just make sure that you're pivoting on those corners as well. Lining up nicely with your 1.5 centimetre seam allowance, or 5/8 of an inch if you're still working old money. It's really lovely to work with as well. You just have to watch with this brush cotton that you don't allow it to stretch out.
This might be a silly question. Does it have a pile? Does it have a direction?
No.
So you don't need to worry about it like with velvet or cord or anything?
No, you don't need. All I would say is, as a rule of thumb, it's just a good habit to get into cutting your pieces the same way where possible. It just keeps everything uniform, and then when you do come to a fabric with a directional pile, which is what velvet's got, then you're going to be well trained. Do you know what I mean? This has got that little bit of brushed pile feel, but it's not directional. I think the most important thing as well, when I was cutting out the pattern pieces on this plaid, on this tartan, I was just taking a reference point every time. So when I was cutting the pieces, I'd find where I wanted to match. Right. So the front pieces I cut singularly, and I found a little reference point at the top and the bottom, so that I knew if I cut the other one in the same place, that they would meet up.
Well, it's quite a clear pattern repeat, isn't it?
Yes.
So when you are doing pattern placement like this, actually it's quite a nice one to do, isn't it?
That's it, exactly.
Nice one to practice with.
100%. You've got all of those lines there for you almost. So if you think of it that way.
Yeah, as opposed to it being a daunting thing, it's actually working in your favour.
I think a lot of people get scared of pattern matching. And listen, if it doesn't go right first time, nobody's first time, barely goes right. But, I think people can start to obsess a little bit about it. And I've seen people like worrying, like the Ditsy Daisy pattern, they're trying to pattern match something like that. Like, there's no need with a small print like that. Obviously with this, it's very obvious, and you want to, at very least, try and get that front bit meeting up, because that's the bit that your eye goes to. But having said that, I've made life easier for myself and, cut the yoke on the bias. Why not?
Oh, and it looks like it's another design feature to it, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
I love that.
It's beautiful fabric.
Oh,
it's getting me in the mood for Christmas. Dare I say it? But you're absolutely right.
Less than 2 months to Christmas now.
I know. It'll soon go. It'll soon fly by.
So what are you trimming back? Just the seam allowance?
Yeah, just going to grade the seam allowance a little bit now. Again, at any opportunity when you're turning something through, you want to make sure, I could really do with some bigger scissors. I like my little embroidery ones because they let me get into
they're good
corners.
For when you're snipping into your curve.
Yeah, and the reason why is because it prevents you with a smaller pair going into that stitching line, because if you do that, you're a little bit scuppered. But I think I've sewn right on a navy line here, and I'm struggling to see my stitching line.
Have you used a navy thread then?
Yeah.
On this one, you've done your top stitching in a red, haven't you? Which looks really nice.
Yeah. It's just subtle. You won't see it unless you're up close. And again, with top stitching, like, if you use a really nice thread, it's going to give that stitch definition.
Yeah.
Which would be really nice. So yeah, once you've got that bit, my interfacing's come away a bit there. I couldn't have pressed it properly. You're just going to turn it through. Now, the temptation here is to use your scissors to go in there. Don't do it. Don't do it. You want a little point turner, and just go gently, and you'll be able to press that out. But it's like Suzie was saying earlier about clipping the corners at that 45-degree angle, whether you're turning something out with a turning tool or whether you're doing something like this, just snip that corner as close as you dare. Right, so what we want to do now is encourage that undercolour to sit towards the underside, just fractionally. So when we press it, that's what we're going to do. So all I'm doing is making sure that it just sits underneath, and I've got my little iron. I need to get myself one of these, Vicky.
They are good, aren't they? They're
so
handy.
But
It means you don't have to get your big domestic, you know, main iron out all the time.
That's it. And just give it a nice press.
Problem is they come into stock and they disappear. Have we got any in stock at the moment, Hannah? No. Just having a look, we're just seeing.
Every time I've watched, it's been like, they're gone. But I can see why.
Diane's just said, Adam's loved ones must be very proud of him. He's so lovely and knowledgeable.
Oh, bless, thank you. I don't know, sometimes I think when I'm making so much noise at home, because I still live with my mum at the minute. Usually I'm obviously living on cruise ships for most of my life.
Yeah.
I think when the machine's going and the overlocker's going, she just wonders what's going on.
Do you have a designated sewing setup though there?
I do now at the craft shop in Leicester, which is fab. Like, that really helps me out. So that's that prepared there. What we're going to go on to next is the tabs. Now these tabs are lovely because it gives that option to just
roll them up,
roll it up a little bit, and I think that really adds a little bit of a
nice design feature again.
Design
a bit
feature, yeah, exactly. And again, this is really easy to create, but where you'd need your loop turner. I've already done one, and that's what it'll end up looking like if I got everything everywhere. I'm just spreading myself out like I'm at home. And again, I chose to have this white line running centrally, and it's a point of reference, and I've got that on both of them. So it just makes them equal, and I've cut them in the same place. What you're going to do is you're going to sew up the longer sides and the point at the top and the longer side, but leave the bottom open. And again, this is, now I'm going to check because I think this is at 1 centimetre seam allowance. It is. So this is where the seam allowance does change a little bit. So just, it's clearly written. You just need to make sure that you've read it and you've acknowledged it. Because if you do it at 1.5 at this stage, it's going to be very difficult to turn through, if not impossible. At home, you'd be using some pins as well, but I'm just going to race through it.
Adam's on his brand new Dukey. How are you finding it? Are you loving it?
I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. Wow, I tell you what, for a project like this with buttonholes, oh my goodness, life changer. I just knew
Doesn't it have like a plug-in or something to do with your buttonholes on the side?
I've got the attachment. If I get time, I'll show you quickly. It just gave me complete confidence. In being able to do that first time. Because the thing with a buttonhole is, once you've done it, you've done it. Do you know what I mean? If it's gone wrong or you've got it in the wrong place, then that's it. But no, with that, as long as your placement's right, but it just did it like a breeze, and it's fully automated. I could just disengage the pedal, get it set up in the right place, and then just press the go button, and it does it
itself. Oh, brilliant.
So it was fab.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sue. She says, I've missed you, Vix, on Sewing Street. You've been spending too much time on Jewellery Maker. Sue, I haven't. I've just not been. I've been at home. I've had 2 weeks that I've been at home, and then this week I have been at Jewellery Maker a couple of shows, but I haven't been there all month either. So no, it's. She says, I feel like we've not seen you for ages. I'm back a bit more, I think, next month. It's just the way it's fallen. I'm doing here today, and I'm back tomorrow, Sue.
You're in demand. Okay, so you would turn that out and then you'd end up with that. And then at this point, again, depends on how confident you feel. If you don't want to top stitch it, that's absolutely fine. I think with this fabric, it's nice and relaxed anyway. But if you're confident enough to top stitch it, give it a nice top stitch, double top stitch, or whatever you want to go for. And then you place your buttonhole at the very end there. And again, I've got this white line as a reference where I knew where I was going to, like the top of my buttonhole would be. Yeah. And it would go vertically. Had to think then, vertically, horizontally. Other way. All right, so let's move on to another bit now, and I'm going to go over to the back. Now, I've prepped this a little bit in terms of I always keep my patterns pieces with my fabric as well, because it just helps me.
Yeah. Oh, well, no, a lot of people that do keep them right onto it until the last minute.
Post-it notes or, you know, pin systems, whatever. Okay, so that box pleat at the back, there's markings on the pattern, and all it asks you to do is meet up those markings, pin it, press it, and just machine based over there so that it's going to hold in place. So that's the right side facing me at the moment, and I can tell because I can feel it's gorgeous. And then we're going to take the, if I can find it, my yoke pieces.
Are there any of the green check left, by the way, Hannah? No.
Now,
all the bundle checks have gone.
Just as a note as well, when you're making this pattern, it does ask you to stay stitch all of the neck edges, and that's just again to stop it stretching and coming out of shape. So you want to make sure that you've done that. I've already done that at home. You should have let me know you wanted. You should let me know your size, because if I do it, if I'm making one thing, it's just as easy sometimes to make several.
Oh,
keep going,
please.
keep going.
Don't say that to us. He'll regret saying that, won't he? When are you back in next? What are you making next?
I don't know what I'm making next, but I think I'm in on the 19th of November.
Okay. I'll have a look on the schedule. Send you my size. Oh, this is great though, isn't it? I love that shirt. Hannah, why don't we share it? We could just do, you know, so just have it. This will fit us both. This is absolutely fine. We can share it. There you go. I think Kat as well will want this. I've got a feeling all of us are going to want it. Has the denim bundle gone? Yeah. My word, all the shirt bundles have gone. We still have some of the brand new jersey bundles. Have a look on the website. And obviously the brand new book is available. And there are lots of lovely fabrics on the website.
There's a lovely coat in there as well, you know.
Oh, well, I love Jules Fallon coats. Let's have a look. It's in the winter section, isn't it? I did spot it.
Really, really nice.
In a bold wool. Nice.
Yeah. So I've just pinned the yoke and the back piece right sides together, and I'm just going to sew at 1.5 centimetre seam allowance all the way down. And then once we've done that, we're going to just press the seam towards the back piece. And when you're sewing long seams like this, just guide it through. Don't be tempted to pull. I don't think I could pull if I tried. Right, okay. We're halfway there. Now, you come up to this box pleat bit. Again, another good habit to get into is just making sure everything's lying flat that way sometimes, because sometimes fabric can get bunched up and then you're going through the wrong bits.
So it's important to stop and just reposition.
Yeah.
When I first started, I forget that I was in control of the foot pedal and it would be running away with me, whereas actually you can stop. And the Duke is great because your needle stays down, doesn't it? And,
and as well, I've got it on actually, there's that drop down walking foot, which is just amazing. The difference that makes alone, and to have it on your machine is just fab. Right, here we go.
Just reading your message, Christine. This is so interesting. She's put, I haven't made a shirt for years. I used to work in a local shirt factory, the Savile Row.
Wow.
She says, put a hole in Elizabeth Taylor's burgundy polka dot blouse collar when I'm picking, cost £70 to recut it apparently, and that was in the 80s. So she says I'm a lot more careful now. What a claim to fame!
I was just about to say that. That's amazing. Well, obviously not at the time, but what an amazing claim to fame. Fantastic. Right, so what you would do then is just give that seam a nice press so it's all lying flat. Okay, so then what we're ready to do is to bring in the shoulder seams, the front pieces. So if I just find those, here we go.
Julie says that you're making this look very easy. It is. It is. We
It
can all
is.
do it.
Do you know what? As far as shirts go, and the lady that worked on Savile Row will recognise this, like some shirts, there's the whole placket part on the cuff, which can be quite difficult, like really enjoyable to do once you get it. And like some collars will have like an under collar as well, and that can be quite tricky. This hasn't, and again, because of the style, because of the relaxed fit, if you've never made a shirt before, go for this.
Yeah.
You know, it'd be a lovely project to kind of
Well, like you
go
said in the
for.
book, this is what's good about the book, is that there are projects that if you really want to get your teeth stuck into something, there are projects for all sort of levels of sewers.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean, that even if you're a more advanced sewer, sometimes you just want something quite quick and easy, like your
Loved
t-shirt.
doing that t-shirt.
Yeah.
It was just so nice to just do something, you know, sometimes you want something that's a bit mindful, that you've not got to think too much about.
I'm not in with you on the 19th. It's John, but can I still put an order in of my size of what I want?
Well, the thing is, like, if I'm making them, because I tend to do a lot of, I suppose, female clothing.
Yeah.
Like, I've got my sister to model before, but yeah, it's nice to have somebody in mind when you're making something, 100%. You'll be putting a right long list in for Christmas now, won't you?
I know, I'm looking at all these like, I think I like this one and this one.
I've got somebody that really wants the palazzo pants.
Oh, yes. The palazzo pants, very jewels, aren't they? I love these. They're so on trend as well. Look, there they are.
But do you see how they've got those lovely pleats at the top?
Oh, yeah. So are these the ones that, were they Ali Pali then?
Yeah, so there was a lovely rail with all of the garments made up, and I thought that was really lovely, Jules, if you're watching. It was really nice to see, you know, things made up like we do here, do you know?
And did you get spotted at Ali Pali? Did you have to sign autographs and photos?
It was funny. So I was with Hina, my friend, a teacher from college years ago, and we were deciding about a coffee, and a gentleman comes running up, Adam, can I have your photo? He's shouting, he's meters away. And Hina turns around and goes, what, with me? And I'm having him on saying, don't you recognise it? Like, she's really famous. It was all good banter, and he took it really well. But no, it was really nice. And I ended up getting involved in a little chat on the stage.
Oh, great.
With Jayne, who was a previous Sewing Beyond a previous series. And actually, she has a really, really good tip for tracing off patterns.
Oh, okay, because these ones, you need to trace them off, don't you?
Yeah, and it's to use, now, forgive me if I get this wrong, Jen, but I think it's pens that you can get that erase with heat.
Friction pens?
Yeah, that's exactly it, you know.
Friction,
so if you
we love a friction pen.
So if you highlight your size so it's easy to see with a friction pen, then once you've done with it and want to highlight another size or use it for somebody else, then you can just go ahead and erase it with the heat.
Oh, there you go.
And that's Jen's top tip. I can't claim that one as my own.
Jen, which Jen?
Jen Hogg.
Oh, was she in the year, Mark Francis's year?
I think year before.
Year before.
Yeah. And that was the really nice thing. Like, I met up with a lot of people from different seasons and avid sewers alike, and yeah, it was really cool. It's just a nice nice to go out on a bit of a jolly.
Oh, I know, I'm really excited. I'm definitely going to go to the craft one at the Christmas craft at the NEC for Christmas.
Yeah.
I know there's quite a few. I just love going around and seeing all of there's so many of our guest designers, and it's really lovely to just get lots of inspiration for Christmas. Where does the shirt finish lengthways? Be nice for a bed shirt for my daughters. Yes, it's perfect for that look. It sort of finishes. I would still wear this with my jeans. I wouldn't wear it with tights. It's not long enough to be a dress, but perfect for a bed shirt. Absolutely.
100%.
Finish just mid-length before your knees. It's lovely. It is really lovely.
And it's one of those patterns, like if you wanted to lengthen it, just add a bit more on to the bottom of the pattern, be pretty all right to do.
Oh, Christine's just said, oh, it was in Washington, Tyne and Wynn, not actual Savile Row, but it was all cut out there and sent back, set up and sent back, all French seams. And I loved doing the sleeves placket with the crisscross points. If you know what she means, Adam, that's what she said.
Yes. Because what you do is you sew almost like a box and then cross.
Oh, yeah.
I've done them on there. Don't look too close. Not very well. Christine had probably put me to shame, but yeah, it just sturdies that bit secures it a little bit more, reinforces it. That's the word I'm looking for. Look, this, I want to put this on. I love this one, you know.
I like that colour. I really like that colour.
Look, I'm just stuffing. It's like a cape at the moment, but that's what you wanted, right?
Yeah. I mean, I suppose you don't even need to put buttons on it. You could have it as like an open show, couldn't you?
If buttons scare you a little bit, then, you know, just leave it open.
Yeah.
And layer it.
Literally got a few minutes.
Right,
left,
so let me quickly talk you through facings. Because there is obviously quite a bit involved. It's a lengthier project than the T-shirt. But what I've done, and again talking about overlockers, is there's 2 facing pieces and they sit just on the inside, and that's to stabilise where you put the buttons in and the buttonholes, and to, you know, give that nice edge. And it's bagged out down the centre front seam and the bottom hem. I've finished it off on the overlocker before I've inserted it.
Okay.
So you've got it finished off, because you will see that seam on the inside. If you have
zigzag it?
I was just about to say, yeah, if you can't got an overlocker, you're a flipping natural, you are. I tell you what.
No, I know the shortcuts. If I don't have an overlocker, pinking shoes, it's quick and it looks, especially on the inside, no one sees it.
Right, here's a challenge for you then. Next one, I'll make you something, but you have to make me something.
Okay, challenge accepted.
Hey.
Does it have to be clothes? I can't do it.
No, it doesn't have to be clothes.
But I'll make you something, yeah.
I love
Can it be one of the cakes
sharing,
from
mate.
the recipe?
I would take the cake all day long. So yes, they will be sewn to the yoke, and it's almost like a half burrito method in terms of how it all goes together with the yoke. You roll the back bit up, you bring the yoke the other way, but because we've already got that part of the yoke sewn, that's why I call it like a half burrito, and then you attach the yoke to that, but at that point you've got the facings in as well.
It's all clear in your instructions,
It's
isn't it?
so clear, it's easy to do. Take your time with a cup of coffee and a slice of cake, and it should be a piece of cake.
Yeah, and this is what we love, actually. Everything we love, bit of sewing and a bit of cake along with it. All things that are good for us, good for the soul. Sewing and cake.
Yes.
Is there anything else that you wanted to mention, sorry?
Yeah, so with the sleeves, I'll just show you these now. And again, I've just traced off on some tracing paper there. Smooth that out of the way. Now, the great thing about this, because it's more of a relaxed fit, if I show you this curve, anybody that's done a lot of dressmaking and setting in sleeves will understand how the curve looks. So that's the back part here. I've put my notches in, I've been good.
So there's a double and a single at the
front?
front?
Yeah, double notch for the back, yes, single for the front, absolutely. But it's so lovely to ease this in. I didn't find it a struggle at all, where sometimes you might have to baste it in first. And it went in really, really nicely. And again, I think that's owing to the relaxed fit of the shirt itself. And again, like I was saying, where's that pattern piece? For the lady that was wanting to elongate it a little bit, excuse me, I've traced it off on baking paper. What's it called? Greaseproof paper.
No, that's good, isn't it? You can just do something with what's in the cupboard.
Yeah,
Don't
I
just go out
mean,
buying
that's
special
it.
paper.
I'd glued it together there because sellotape won't stick to this, so I did need a bit more. But if that was, imagine that was cut straight across here to lengthen the sleeve, then you just pull down here, add a bit more in the middle. Obviously it'd be cut straight here and cut straight here, and then just join these lines up together, and you could lengthen it as long as you wanted.
Brilliant. Thank you for your questions. I can't remember who it was that asked that, but hopefully that helps. It was Donna. There you go,
hopefully
Donna. That helps, Donna. Thank you so much. Honestly, it's been such a pleasure meeting you.
I've really enjoyed it. It's been lovely to meet you.
You say back the 19th?
Yes.
Get my orders in for then. I'll have a look at what you've got with John. Sorry, Hannah? Oh yeah, we need more hats, patterns, please. I know that we've got loads of people asking for more patterns from you, but more hats for now would be good. Yes.
Yeah, we'll sort that, absolutely. And thank you to everybody for being so supportive. It's down to you guys that it makes it happen, so thank you.
Oh, thank you. Isn't he lovely? We love having Adam here. We've had so many lovely messages for you. Fan mail galore. Here's one. What a tonic you are this morning. Sewing Street, brilliant guests, projects and fabrics, all beautiful today. It's such a good day, isn't it? Thank you ever so much, Adam.
Thank you.
Right, so there isn't that much that we can recap. We've got the book, which is your main graphic. It's $19.99. Way over half the stock has already sold out. It's brand new in today. It's something that we order, you know, loads and loads and loads to last us because we want to do lots of projects from it, and already half the stock has gone. If you want it, please do check out. It's suitable for all seasons, all sizes as well, right from size 8 up to size 26 UK size. It takes you through the seasons. There's even some blankets and Christmas stocking projects. The classic t-shirt is the one that Adam's made up, as well as the shirt. There's the oversized shirt as well. But it also comes with really, really lovely recipes, full recipes. Lemon drizzle, elderflower cordial. I didn't know that Jules was such an avid baker as well. There you go. Did you know? You knew that. Did you know that? I was going to say she's never bought us anything. She's never bought us cake, has she, back in the day when we used to see her at Sewing Quarter? Our Suzie Duncan did make an amazing chocolate cake. That was lovely. Woven tea. There's lots of really lovely quick projects as well as some more intricate ones. I mean, look at all of that top stitching with your denim. That looks amazing. Your shirt, dress, and of course all of your techniques and at the front of the book, as well as all of your patterns and templates. $19.99, brand new book. Absolutely love it. 19th in the diary, says Diane. Thank you. Sue says, thank you. Great demo. What a team. Thank you all for your messages. Now, we have got some brand new jersey bundles. Now, it doesn't necessarily need to be for this pattern. We've got lots of lovely patterns on the website that this is suitable for. The classic tee, though, that is behind us is in the book, and this is perfect. Enough to be able to do the largest size. It's 1.5 meters of your beautiful blue floral. It's like cherry blossom, isn't it? Now, there aren't many. There are 6 bundles left. If you want it, please do be quick. Maybe you've just invested in an overlocker and excited to get going with all of your jersey projects. How about leggings? Yes. Love it. $19.99, 1.5 meters of your blue organic floral. We also have the autumnal leaves, which is brand new today. 1.5 meters, enough to make the largest size in the t-shirt at $22.99. They're lovely. That would make it such a beautiful dress, wouldn't they? I'm thinking if we've got any, I'm going to a wedding on Thursday, and it's you always think, well, I don't know what to wear this sort of time of year. It's getting a lot colder, isn't it? But this one, you'd still feel so comfortable. That's the main thing now, is that I'm panicking. I haven't worn heels or anything for so long. I've been in my slippers. I need something really comfy, and jersey dresses are always lovely and comfy. Pardon? Are my slippers in there? Whose slippers? No, not my slippers, not guilty. I think they're Kat's. She generally wears her slippers in the gallery. They might be Becca Reed's. They're nice fluffy slippers, aren't they? Then finally, the one that you can see made up already. Lovely everyday, classic t-shirt. Something that, this is what we need for our sort of wardrobe builders, isn't it? If you do want to make your very own t-shirt, $16.99, and you get oodles of fabric there. It's a bundle of 1.5 meters, enough to be able to make the largest size. Well done, everybody who's got involved this hour. It's been such an amazing day. Do you know, the fun doesn't stop now. We've got Jayne eagerly awaiting in the wings. We were talking about sewing machines. Jayne's got for us the 720. And we've also got an embroidery machine. So we've been talking about embroidery quite a lot today, actually. Stay tuned, because Jayne's going to be talking us through. If there's any questions that you have, I always say when I'm on my own, or if I don't know, I'll ask Jayne. She's here in the building. So let us know on the Facebook Live if you've got any questions for her, and I'll ask her live on air. We'll see you in just a few minutes with the 720 and embroidery machine right after this.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, I'm Dawn Taylor from Dawn's Tailor Made. You may remember me from the Great British Make Off competition. I sewed my tablet rest last year with the lovely John Scott. Sewing Street have invited me back again to do a few more demonstrations for you, but they've also asked me to answer some questions. So the first thing I sewed was a ladybird pincushion, and I made it at primary school. And my late Auntie Jo, she taught me how to knit, and I think I got my love of sewing from her. She used to sew on that sewing machine over there. Something you don't know about me is I sew standing up. My husband built me this sewing table. It's very similar to the one that you see on Sewing Street. My tip is more haste, less speed. My nan was always telling me to slow down and to enjoy what I was sewing, and I would make less mistakes. And we also have a YouTube channel and a few Facebook pages. I cannot wait to start my journey with Sewing Street, and I will see you there very soon.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, I'm Dawn Taylor from Dawn's Tailor Made. You may remember me from the Great British Make Off competition. I sewed my tablet rest last year with the lovely John Scott. Sewing Street have invited me back again to do a few more demonstrations for you, but they've also asked me to answer some questions. So the first thing I sewed was a ladybird pincushion, and I made it at primary school. And my late Auntie Jo, she taught me how to knit, and I think I got my love of sewing from her. She used to sew on that sewing machine over there. Something you don't know about me is I sew standing up. My husband built me this sewing table. It's very similar to the one that you see on Sewing Street. My tip is more haste, less speed. My nan was always telling me to slow down and to enjoy what I was sewing, and I would make less mistakes. And we also have a YouTube channel and a few Facebook pages. I cannot wait to start my journey with Sewing Street, and I will see you there very soon.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hello, welcome back. Very exciting day. It's a jam-packed day, isn't it? I have no idea how it's 10 past 12 already, so we'll get cracking because we've got Jayne here, who I've not seen for so long, and she's going to talk us through. We're very lucky, can I just say, that we have Jayne on board with us here, especially with everything that's been going on in the world over the last, well, nearly 2 years, 18 months or so. Sewing machines are in a lot of demand, and for us to be able to have the connection that we do with Jayne and with Elna is incredible. There are a lot of machines that we are constantly nagging Jayne to be able to get back in stock. We've been asking a lot about getting an embroidery machine on air. So today, we are going to be talking about it later on, but I just want to make sure that it's there, introduced, so you can find it on the graphics. For anybody who's been waiting, this is the Italia 9. Jayne and Elna are under the same umbrella, and today it is available also on split pay. 5 split payments of £559.80. I wanted to introduce this now so that if you've got any questions for Jayne, we can get them in. We will be talking about it before the end of the hour. We have had this machine on before, but we've never been able to do it with split pay. So that's a brilliant opportunity. It isn't just an embroidery machine, it's also a sewing machine. So it's the 2-in-1. It's a sewing machine and embroidery machine, Italia 9. You get your hoops. 22 standard feet. It's got Wi-Fi. It's got 3 hoops that come as standard. It's an amazing Jayne sewing machine, but it also has the ability to do your embroidery designs as well. We will talk more about it later on, but because the amount of people who have been asking us about embroidery, we have never been able to offer it on split pay. So it's back in stock, 5 split payments and 0% interest to be able to split it. Once you've paid the first payment, you'll get the machine, which is brilliant. You don't need to wait until you've paid over 5 months. Once you've paid the first payment, you'll get it, and you could start sewing and doing amazing embroidery. It'll come from Jayne, but it's under our P&P. So it's just £3.95 post and packaging. And you only paid the P&P once, which is fantastic. But today we are going to be talking also about the amazing Elna 720, which is again back in stock. It isn't a brand new machine to us. It's one we know. It's one we love. It's brilliant for all kinds of sewing, and yeah, we've got Jayne here to talk to us about it. How are you, Jayne?
I'm very well, thank you. It's nice to see you. I always say I've got a cold, so if I start coughing, I've got water with me.
Oh, good.
So we should be okay. It's nothing more sinister than that. Yeah, the 720 Pro. I mean, it's such a nice machine. It's
a big machine. I noticed the throat space.
It's 10-inch throat space on it. I have a previous model to this that I've had for many years and I wouldn't part with, but it's not got quite as large a throat space. But it's still an absolutely fabulous machine. It's more sort of, to me, it's the one, if you can't have an industrial, this is the next one, which is why I was originally drawn to it many years ago before I worked for Jayne and Elna. It's a lovely machine, 1,200 stitches a minute.
So what's the benefit of having, because obviously it is a domestic machine.
It is domestic,
yeah. Why is it that you want the industrial features as a sewer?
It's just, if you did a lot of heavy things, I used to do a lot of soft furnishings, bag making, and it's brilliant. It just goes through it without complaining at all. It's a solid metal base.
Okay. Oh, nice.
Solid metal base. It doesn't free arm. Yeah. I'm not a dressmaker, so that doesn't really bother me too much, excuse me. But again, most of us have got a smaller machine anyway if we need one. And it's just full of features. It's just a really good, solid, easy to use machine. Yeah. It's a 9mm stitch width on this one. And it's 5mm long. So it's just lots of different things with it. We've got things on it like an independent bobbin winder. So you can wind your bobbins while you're sewing. There's lots of different things. We've all done. You're thinking, I've got to stop and rethread and do this and do that. You've got 200 different stitches on it, 9 different buttonholes, so there's plenty of scope on it. It's got a memory as well, so you can save your little patterns that you've put together on it and everything like that.
It looks quite different to lots of the Elna machines that we've seen before. It's got lots of buttons and the different dials on the front. What could you talk us through the different buttons?
They are quite straightforward to use. Can I pinch the stylus out of it? If you lift the lid up on there, I think I popped the stylus in there yesterday. Thank you, to save me. It will make life easier.
We're going to have 1, 2, 3.
Oh, well caught. Okay, so where are we? So with these, you're looking at the front of it here. The first thing, we start on this side. This is the needle threader here.
Oh, we might need, do you reckon we should spin it, Jo?
Do you want me to spin it round so you can see?
If that's not a problem, if that's all right, you can.
I will just go. Is that better for everybody?
Machine, but
it's 11 kilos.
Okay.
So it's substantial machine. So you've got the needle threader on the end. This here, you can see, is the top foot pressure, and it's really easy to change. You've got the dial on the top.
So is that if you're working with things like velvet or a pile
different
that you don't
fabrics you can do, if you've got furry fabric going underneath or really light fabrics. If you look in the instruction book, it will tell you when you may need to change it. And again, like everything, it's just practicing with it when you're sewing. So we're coming across now. So again, tension on here.
Do you need to mess much with my tension?
I'm a great believer, and if it's not broken, don't try and mend it.
Okay.
You know, years ago when you had tension dials on the machine, they were notoriously difficult. Okay. But this one, I very seldom have to alter the tension. All the different stitches, they've got preset tensions on them anyway.
Okay, but if you do need to alter it,
that's your tension dial, So you've got the stop-start, so you don't have to use the foot pedal if you don't want to.
Brilliant.
Then you've got the usual here, speed control, the tortoise and hare. We've got manual reverse, we've got a lock stitch, needle up and down, and the automatic cut.
Yeah, we love the thread cutter.
We love the thread cutters,
It's a game changer, isn't it?
And the other thing I absolutely love on these is you've got the 2 dials here, and that's the width and the length, so you can actually change them quite easily while you're sewing.
And you say it goes right up to a 9mm
It's a 9mm stitch width and a 5mm length is maximum on here. And these buttons are just for changing the stitches. There are different ways of doing it. I like doing things the most simplistic way possible.
Yeah.
So
well, I want something that's quite user-friendly as a sewing
They're very
machine.
user-friendly. Yeah, they are. So that's your independent bobbin winder. You've got elongation stitch here. And then we've got the mirror image function here as well.
That's good.
The 4-way. Twin needle safety. That applies to the twin needles that come with the pack with the machine, which are 2mm widths. So just be a bit cautious if you're using stitches that are, using a wider needle. I use twin needles for stained glass patchwork, but I'm always very cautious of sizes. So, and these, the mode, again, it's quite straightforward. We'll be in mode 1 at the moment. So if I want to go into mode 2, just touch it into mode 2. We do have here, you can see it, the stitch chart.
Right, so lots of the machines have a sort of a flap that goes up and down. That one...
This has the chart on it here, so you've got mode 1. Should I turn it round? Would it be easy if you can get the overhead on it for us, then we can have a look at that.
Thanks, Jayne.
So there we go. I've even got it the right way round for a change.
I know, you can do it facing you this time, which is good. Thank you.
So you've got mode 1 here, which is all your basic utility stitches. So you've got your 1/4 piecing stitch, your zigzag, elastic zigzag, a basic applique, the lovely serpentine stitch, and a couple of little decorative ones, so that's really straightforward to select those. Okay. Mode 2 then comes in with a lot of the other, all your basics are in there again, your stretch stitches for jersey sewing, over edge, your buttonholes, vast range of applique stitches on it, decoratives, and I'd use quite a lot of these for quilting, to be honest.
I was going to say, this is perfect then for quilters, for bag makers, even dressmakers, you've got loads of
dressmaking, everything's on there, a whole lot's on there. But it comes with 3 needle plates as well. I think we've looked at these before. So you've got the standard needle plate on it, but it comes with a straight stitch needle plate.
Oh, Adam mentioned that, and he said he loves that for dressmaking, that you can just do a straight
stitch needle plate. I've got a needle plate in the box. I'll pop it out in a minute, because it's just got the single central hole in it. For these, that's professional grade. On the straight stitch is slightly different because you've got a little bit of movement on that.
So what's the professional grade?
The professional grade one, let me just pop it out of
And do you get this box of goodies?
You get the whole box of goodies with it, yeah.
Oh, nice.
So I'm going to pop that there. So we've got here, so that is a straight stitch, so you can see you've got the centre hole here, then you've got a little bit either side, so you have got a little bit of movement. The machine knows if you've got that plate on, and it will grey out everything that you can't use.
Oh, that's good. So you're not going to break it.
No.
But that's good, because sometimes if you're doing patchwork and you find that your machine drags your fabric down if you're sewing on a corner, or it makes like a bird's nest underneath, the straight stitch plate
is great for that.
help that.
But even better is your professional grade one, the HP plate here. That has just got a single hole here. It's more like an industrial plate. That is fabulous for fine fabrics, anything like that. If I'm doing curtains, anything along those lines, just put it on and it just goes. And again, it knows you've changed the foot. It has got a specific foot that we use with it, which is this one, the HP foot. So that's the one that goes with that plate.
Just bring it slowly to all right, thank you.
Can we see it here?
Keep going.
Pop that way. If I pop that way. Oh yes, I forgot we've got the little graphics on the side. So it's this little straight stitch foot that works. It's to be used with this plate. You can't pop it on with the normal plate. And that is brilliant, because I say you've got 1,200 stitches a minute, so it just flies through curtains.
Oh, brilliant.
On it. Yeah,
but you can then, if you need to do some more intricate
slow it
sewing,
right
you
down.
can slow it down.
You can slow it right down, as always. Yeah, so they are really nice extras that come with it. You've got all the feet that you need. So a quick look on here again. So that's a professional grade plate. It shows you what stitches we can do with it. And again, straight stitch needle plate. On the other side, we've got the alphabet. We've got the alphabet. So 7mm upper and lowercase, and the 9mm is in uppercase only.
Nice.
On those ones. And this will actually sit on the back of the machine. It'll sit,
that's good.
It'll
so
sit in
have
here.
that quick reference
So that
point.
pops on, and then when you're not using the machine, you just pop it in the back one, and it'll just slot down the back out of the way. So
I think it's a
quite
game
handy.
changer when you can start personalising everything.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Start doing names, dates, quilt labels, or as soon as you start personalising things for workwear as well, it's brilliant.
Absolutely everything. And Christmas is coming, so it's nice to do gifts and everything like that. Quilt labels I do on these, so yeah, it is. There's so many features on this, I'm just really conscious we haven't got enough time. You've also got on this one, you've got an extra high foot lift. You get that on all the machines, but the nice thing on this one is when you push it up to the extra high, it will stay there for you. Yeah. So you can get any quilts, heavy curtains, coats, bags underneath quite easily.
Oh, well, you do workshops, don't you? Day workshops on these machines. They are ones that you can spend so long, obviously.
Oh, you can do, yeah. I mean, we did on the atelier when we sold them originally. We had some lovely day workshops with a lot of ladies that came along. But again, with this, it's a nice machine. I would always say you can be a beginner sewer to buy something like this, because it's really quite straightforward to use.
So the screen itself, what happens when you turn it on straight away?
I'm going to turn it off and we'll turn it back on again. So we've turned it off, we've turned it back on. As with everything, they all default to a straight stitch. I can't even see from here if we are. You've got the straight stitch on here. It will default to a straight stitch.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I'm going to pop, let me just get that back again and have a quick look. So if I want to go onto a different mode, so if I go onto mode 2, you can see it will have changed to mode 2. It will always tell us what press.
Let's say mode 3. I think we're on to the alphabet now. If you want to spin it slightly
I'm going to have to spin
towards
it
you,
slightly
that's
around.
fine.
I just cannot see. Oh, that's better.
Yeah, that's better.
Let me just go back onto here. Mode 1. So if we go into mode 2, so again you can see here. So if I'm on mode 2 and I want to select, say, the serpentine stitch, I know it's 096, so I just go 096 and the stitch is there.
Oh, brilliant. So can you still override this? It's telling me that my stitch length is
Yes, you've still got a favourite stitch setting on this, and you can do a lot of things that you can do on the 780 Plus as well. It's a slightly different way of getting at them. You're going to have to bear with me. I don't use this one very often. It's different to mine.
And I like as well, Jane, that it tells me I need to put F foot on.
Yes.
It's telling me exactly what...
Yep, and you've got your width and your length here. So again, I can change that quite easily here. And don't forget, you can do this while you're sewing as well. You don't have to stop and change it. You can grade it up and down the stitches
as you're sewing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
It's quite nice, that one. Excuse me. It's quite nice with applique, things like that, satin stitch, you can get some really nice effects with it.
Yeah.
So where are we on here now? Oh, so again, you've got your mirror image on here. Your favourite stitch is in here, so you can save it in this.
So does it have a memory?
It has got a memory, yes. So you've got a memory of up to, I think it's 20. Yeah, 20 separate memories on it, so you can store lots of bits and pieces on it.
So could I do, if it's got a memory, could I do a selection of stitches? So you know some of the pictorial, could I do like a border and it would remember that?
Yeah, and then just keep it to save it in the memory.
Or my name, wedding date, something like that.
Absolutely anything on that. They're very quick to put together anyway, so it depends whether you want to save them or not. Very easy to lower the feed as well, it's just a switch on the side.
Oh, so can I do free motion?
You can do free motion, and you've got, in this one as well, you've got your standard free motion foot, which is here. That's just a standard one. And then we've also in this one got the convertible, which is fabulous foot. Because with this one, we can actually alter the height of the foot off the work using this spring on this side. So if you've got a really heavy quilt, you can take it up. If you're doing something, a bit of free machine embroidery on some fabric or something like that, you can take it down. And it doesn't hop, this one, it just glides over the fabric. Stickers on. It will glide as opposed to the darning foot that we're quite used to, which hops up and down, doesn't it, while we're going.
Yeah. Oh, so that's good.
And they all come with it. And this one, you've got the closed toe, we've got an open toe foot to go with it, and also the circular one. So they all come with it. And we keep them in the storage box here.
I like that it all comes with the storage box, so you can keep everything all nice and neat. And all of these feet are also named as well. They've got A, B, C, D, aren't they?
So you know exactly which foot. And again, in the manual, wherever I've put that, it's a very comprehensive manual.
Well, lots of our, I think it was Stuart Hillard who said, do you know what, if you go to Elna website, you can actually download the manual so you can see all these features and functions and see if it's the machine for you.
I actually popped this off here this morning. There you go.
Brilliant.
So just to have a quick double check on it. Yeah, so everything's on there. You can have a look and see exactly what it does on there as well. But again, when you get your manual, it comes with all the feet, so just check them all out and it will tell you what letters on them. So they're all absolutely everything on there. They're really nice comprehensive manuals as well. They're very easy to follow, the line drawings. I think we've looked at these before. We also get the large extension table with this machine.
And we always say Elna have got an amazing customer service team as well.
Yes.
So you can literally pick up the phone and speak to somebody
And
if you need help.
Queries are quite difficult, they end up on my desk as well. So yeah, the extension table, it's a large white table. I hasten to say not this one, because the original one appears to have been lost somewhere, but this is out of another machine, but it is very similar to this.
Right, so when would you recommend putting in an extension table
I never take mine off, to be honest, because if you're doing, you tend to do larger projects on these, and it just holds the work for you.
Right.
So it just gives you that extra stability.
So for big quilts or
big
for
quilts, curtains, coats, bags, anything, it just gives you that extra workspace.
Brilliant. So if you've got that space, which I probably presume somebody who's purchasing this machine has got that designated sewing space.
Yes.
So keep your extension table out.
And again, the legs fold in onto it, so if you want to slide it out of the way, if you haven't got space to keep it out all the time, because I know everybody's fortunate, to have that sewing space. I meet a lot of ladies who sew on the dining room table.
Oh yeah, I do. Me too.
Yeah. It comes with a nice foot pedal as well, a large foot pedal. The cord is tucked in the back. In here.
Nice, yeah.
Nice storage. I've had people phoning up going, you forgot to put the cord in. No, it's in the foot pedal. Knee lift, which we've spoken about before. I think John likes his knee lift.
He does like a knee lift.
And literally, you pop the knee lift in the front, so it makes it hand-free. So as you push the knee lift, it will just lift the presser foot for you. So it's very easy to pivot,
The laughing at John Scott doing his knee lifting. The thing is, we don't see them very often on air, do we? Because we're standing up at a desk.
And also you can't put them in here. I've got nowhere to pop it in because it goes in the front.
Is it more of an industrial thing as well?
Some of the bigger machines have got these knee lifts now, but the industrial machines do have knee lifts, and it's quite handy, you know. Say if you've got a big quilt under there, you're stopped, you've got your needle down, you can just use the knee lift to lift the foot and just turn it slightly, so you're not sort of trying to feel like you've got an extra arm you need. And semi-rigid canvas cover for these as always, and it just pops in, you've got some storage in there as well.
Gerardine, love this machine. I've had it for a couple of years now. It's a real workhorse, she said.
Yeah, I've seen ladies' machines here, because this is a solid metal base, and they're all scratched and battered and everything, where they've been used so much.
Loved.
Yeah, they are very, very well loved. You never see them sort of on the second-hand market at all. These. So to change the stitch plate as well, it's got the nice easy change on there. So extra high foot lift. Just pop it in at the corner, and the foot plate comes out, so it's really quite straightforward to do.
Brilliant. Can we see it stitching? Because this is actually, for a big machine, when you start to say if you want more of industrial, I was still surprised at how nice and quiet it is. It isn't really loud, is it?
So we're going to go pop back this onto mode. Mode 1, I'll pop that on there. Pop it down, there we go. I'm going to slow it down. I'll take it a little bit faster. And it's just so quiet, very quiet. And we want to stop, and just stop with the needle in, and we can pivot. And then again, we've got a lock stitch on here, so it'll stop and tie off for us. You can set it to cut automatically as well in the settings on the machine.
Can you? Oh, that's good. So at the end of each one, but sometimes you don't want it to cut. You know, if you're doing gathering, you want to keep your long tails.
Yeah, so every time you lock stitch, it will cut automatically for you. But it's a lovely, quiet machine. It's not noisy at all.
So you can personalise it to what you need and what you use the most with your favourite stitches and your programming.
With a lot of the machines now, the bigger machines, they've all got memories and lots of different features on there, so you can go in and set all sorts of things on there. You've got your favourite stitch, so you can override the settings. You can put the automatic cut on. You can quite often turn some of the lights off if you don't want them all on, because you've got 3 nice LED lights on here. You don't realise with these machines until it's not there how much
tell you what,
difference.
That makes such a difference.
Massive difference, yeah.
So you've got lights underneath the LED
you've got
lights.
the lights under here, if we can see it. Can't see it very well in the studio.
We can see it, yeah.
Yeah, so you've got lights, and you've got 2 lights around the foot as well, so it's really good visibility.
Makes a difference, doesn't it, with your sewing? It really does. It's also got the automatic threader, hasn't it?
Yes, needle threader. Do I have to try and do that backwards?
No, don't you worry. Also, can you see on the panel itself? It's got an M.
That's for your memory. This is for, that's memory and that's clear. So say, let me come into mode. What should we go into? We're going to, I'm in mode 2. Let me see what we've got in mode 2 that I can pop together for us. So I'm going to put my favourite stitch sequence together. 1 and memory. You should see now that that is flashing onto here. This needle, so I'm going to go 1, 9, 2, again memory.
Your spools.
1, 9, 3, memory. And the thing to remember, when you put a sequence together like this, if you don't put the lock stitch on the end, it will just continually sew that as a new pattern for you.
Oh,
so you've got endless sort of variety of everything that you can mix and match with.
So is there a number for my lock stitch on there as well?
Lock stitch is on the bottom here, and it's 202. Memory. And then I can just pop that down. I should have the F foot on. So, and then it will just sew that for me, and then just stop when it's finished.
Oh, that's so
it's
good,
so easy to program. To be honest, I very seldom keep things in the memory because they're so quick and easy to put together. That we just even, it's got a really nice solid feed system on this as well. It's got 7-piece feed, so it's one of our superior feed systems.
When does that benefit you? What's the benefit
a good quilting machine? It feeds the fabric through evenly and in a straight line, so it will grip it. You get some. I've had machines in the past where if you go reverse, it will go off at an angle. I'm sure you've seen that before. And it's because it's not a brilliant feed on there. You need a really good feed to keep the machine going in a straight line, basically.
Because they do it at different speeds, don't they?
Yes.
The feed dogs and the feet.
So you see, you've got my favourite little one. I do like these little ones. And again, I use these on quilt labels.
Oh,
quite often. You can pop that around the outside, do a little border with it. There's just all kinds, or if you're doing book covers or just decorating your fabric before you actually make a quilt.
Yes.
You can do all kinds with it.
Oh, there are some beautiful pictorial stitches. Yes. It's not an embroidery machine, but there are some monogramming and the
monogramming stitches are nice, and you've got some really nice decoratives as well, and some little words, so you've got like handmade on there. So we pop that one on 200. Let's just go back onto here. Oh. Pop 200 on.
Joe, you are the real workhorse, aren't you, today? He's busy with all these camera angles.
He's doing very well, isn't he?
He is doing very well.
Let's just pop that on, and hopefully I've put the right one in because I can't see anything.
It's also got a locking button, so when would you use
the lock stitch here?
Sorry, the key.
The key, it locks it out. It's a safety feature. It's on quite a few of the machines, so if you're doing anything, it won't. We've all done it. You've accidentally put your foot on the foot control without thinking, or the dog's trodden on it. Or yes, I've got some pictures of my little cat with his paws. I can't leave him alone when I'm sewing because he will actually try and get the needle. So, and again, if you've got children,
Yeah.
Your little one must be starting to get quite mobile now.
Oh, she is. She's into everything. Oh, why is it that little children, they want the danger? They're drawn to danger.
Well, they've got no concept of it, have
But they've got all the lovely toys that are all bright colours, but no, they want the plug socket.
Of course, it's more interesting.
It's crazy.
So there you go. You've got the little handmade logo there, the little piece thing. And that's
nice to be
really
able to have
sweet
on.
little one to do as well.
Yeah.
So he's
Sorry, pop it back down, that's it.
Oh, that way, there we go. So it's got handmade on there. And you can, as I say, you can combine all the stitches quite easily and to do lots and lots of different
That's
things.
a good
with it.
size, isn't it? That's
Well, it's because it's a 9mm width as well. It makes a massive difference on the machines. You don't sort of realise until you see the 7mm against it what the difference is on it. But it's just got, say, to me, it's a real good workhorse of a machine.
Does it come with a walking foot?
Yes, you've got the Flex foot with it, which is that one. Let me just pop these out of the way, which is this one again, which I think we're quite familiar with now on some of the bigger machines, aren't we?
Oh, we do love the walking
This one,
foot, yeah.
this is the AccuFlex, it's slightly different. And again with these, look,
when you say
it fits on slightly differently
okay.
with the machine. It pops up normally with the white walking foot. The little bar goes everywhere you pop the needle in, doesn't it?
Right.
This one, there's a little space on the back of the machine and it just clips in.
Oh, so you don't need to unscrew? Do you need?
You do need to unscrew it because
yeah.
it will screw on the shank the same, but it's easy to sort of put on with that in the back.
Oh,
and
that's
also
good.
these pull off as well.
Ah.
The plates pull off, so you can get an open toe one, you can get a 1/4 inch one, an in ditch one, and you just change those. You haven't got to buy a whole new foot for it, and I can never get these back in when I'm trying to. There we go. So then it just pops in there. Yep.
Oh, fantastic.
So you've got a lot of feet with here as well. You've got like the button sewing on foot, you've got the rolled hem foot, you've got your over edge foot, zip foot, everything is in here already. So it all comes in a little box and a pack of needles. So twin needle blues. Somebody's had the red tip.
Yeah.
And the purple tip. We love our purple tip needles. And again, we've got the buttonhole with the stabiliser plate, which is quite standard now on the bigger machines, which is great. If you're popping something, buttonhole on something, and maybe you're trying to go over quite a heavy seam or it's quite stretchy or slippy, this sort of sandwiches it together and takes it through, so it's a lot better finish on it. Little spool caps as well as normal cleaning brush, quick unpick, which is somewhere.
Yeah.
I came in yesterday to try and make sure we got all the bits and pieces, so yeah. But satin stitch, you've got open and closed toes, you've got really good visibility if you're a applique. Sewing buttons on, a 1/4 inch foot in here as well, so really you've got all your quilting feet that you need.
Oh, it's brilliant. They
They're
come
all
as
in there.
standard with the machine along with the box.
Yeah, the box is fabulous because you've got a little space in the bottom here that you can pop your bobbins in.
Oh,
You
nice.
want two that lifts out. I wonder where they'd gone.
And you'll
Little
always recommend using the Elna or Jayne
As Jayne bobbins, please use the correct bobbins for your machine. I see so many people who've got metal bobbins in and things like that, and they're not designed to work. Whatever brand you've got, make sure you use the correct bobbins for it. Yeah.
Brilliant. If you've got any questions for Jayne, please get them in. There's a lot of you who've got these in your baskets. If you're ignoring about them, if there's anything you want to know, please do let us know. It's studio@sewingstreet.com, or I'm on the Facebook Live. Message us, of course. Or if you've got this machine, please, we'd love to hear from you. Message in, what is it that you love about it? What sort of sewing do you do on it? Let us know. Remember, it's now available with 5 easy payments of £339.80. That is completely interest-free. And after you've made that first payment, it will be sent to you from Elna, but under our postage and packaging at £3.95. We've got about 5 more minutes before we move over to the Italia 9, if there's anything else that you wanted to mention.
I think it's just a good, really solid all-round machine. It's, say it comes across a semi-industrial. You pop the spools on the back here. The spool stand will fold down.
What kind of sewers do you find when you're doing shows or when you're selling this? What kind of sewers go for this machine?
A lot of quilters, bag makers, people who do, a lot of people do mixed crafts now. We don't all specifically do one thing, do we? But it's so robust that you can put absolutely anything. I've had horse blankets under mine in the past and tents and all kinds of things.
Donna's asked a good question. She's just said, what's the difference between this and the 780?
The 780's actually got a longer throat space.
Okay.
All our machines have all got a metal subframe. This has actually got the metal base. It's just a more, I don't think the best way to put it, it's more probably it's very heavy duty machine this, and a lot of people will get it because of that, so especially people who are doing bags. The 780 is fine, and we'll do bags, your quilts, everything on there. And the 780's got a lot more stitches on it, hasn't it? It's got a lot more stitches, there's a lot more features on the almost the technical side. You've got sewing applications, there's all kinds of different things on there. And not everybody wants all that on a machine now. I see a lot of people who go, I just want something with just enough stitches on it without going too wild. There's still loads on here.
But without it being all jazz hand singing and dancing, they want it to be the workhorse. They want a good solid
workhorse machine. And a lot of people who do mixed media like this machine as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, thanks for your message, Jonna. Keep them coming in. If you've got any questions about them, then let us know. Today it's $1,699, which actually for this sort of level of machine, it's a really good price point as well. Really good price. Get all of your questions in. We are also aware that before 1 o'clock, we want to talk about the Italian iron. We're just going to swap over with Jayne. We'll swap the machines over so she has it to hand. We have had a lot of questions over the last few months asking when we're going to be able to get it back in stock. It's a combo machine. But, right, I'm going to say it. It's normally my pet hate having a combo machine. It's after my bad experience with a washer-dryer. This is not like any combo machine. This is an amazing quality sewing machine and a high quality embroidery machine in one. So it isn't like those combo machines that you think where they've actually compromised different qualities on either. It's a brilliant sewing machine, and it's also a brilliant embroidery machine, which we'll go through. It comes with all of your hoops that you need, a huge array of sewing machine stitches as well. Right, so the one that I'm talking about, is this. It's the Italian iron from Janome. Now, Jayne, Elna and Janome are all under the same umbrella.
Yeah.
So you know that obviously when you hear Janome, when you hear Elna, you've got the confidence that you're buying a fantastic brand. First time we've had it on split pay, £559.80. That's 5 split pays. So that means we haven't had this since we launched split pay, which was about a year ago now. I think it was a year ago when John Scott first got here. You can do your sewing, you can do your quilting with both machines. Because I think it was Helen. Was it Helen who asked? Yeah, you can. Both machines can do quilting. This one also has your embroidery option. A lovely message from Fiona about this message. Hi Vicky and Jayne. I can wholly recommend the Italian iron. I've got it and love it. Thank you, Fee. Thank you very much for your message. It is one of those actually that a lot of people who want to do embroidery but also do the sewing. It is a brilliant spaceship of a machine, really, isn't it? It's
fabulous, and it's got Wi-Fi on it as well. I'll just pass you those, some little samples in there for
Thank you.
Bits and pieces that we've got.
So are we going to start with the sewing side of it? Or
we can do, yeah.
It's up to
you.
So
we've got lots of bits and pieces here. I think we've got a hoop missing, but they were there yesterday, so it's probably in the box still, but we'll get them out in a minute. So I'm going to pop this round, and I've got the stylus here, comes with this machine, because as you can see, we do have I'm going to have to pop it around, a slightly different machine here. At the moment, the feed's down. As soon as I pop the feed back up, it will go back onto normal sewing. We have got the embroidery foot on, because we usually try and do a little bit of embroidery if we can. We may not have time. But the screen is quite straightforward on these. Once again, everything is inside the lid here.
Oh, so you can see all of the
all
utility
the different
stitches.
Categories. So you've got utilities, buttonhole, applique, heirloom, lots of quilt stitches, satin stitches. They're all in here as well. But you can also access them really easily on the screen. So at the moment, say we're on utility, but if I pop onto that little icon, it brings me up all the different categories of machine, of stitches. So if I want to go into decorative stitches, it's that one. And it tells me on the top how many pages we've got. We've got 8 pages, and you can just, it's touch screen. You literally just pop through and touch the screen, and it selects.
I like that it shows you on the left-hand side what the stitch is going to look like.
Yeah, and it will also, let me find a slightly different one. We'll go for the little hearts. But also, you've got the width and the length here as well, and you can start altering that.
So it's the same as before. It goes up to a 9mm.
It's a 9mm, but you can see as I'm altering it, the stitch is actually altering on the side as well.
Oh, yeah.
So it gives you a better idea of what it's going to look like. Some stitches are great altered and others
So that's going to do the hearts this way. It's got the mirror image like before, hasn't it? If you want to flip it, if you're doing a border.
You have, but also on this, everything that's shaded grey in the background has got a horizontal and a vertical flip as well. It will flip the 4 ways.
Oh, fantastic.
So they're all different.
There's
the ones
loads.
in like the purple, you can do a tapering stitch with these as well. So you can taper them, different angles on the end. So it's brilliant for doing borders around, say, quilt labels, names, anything you want to do. So that's really, really handy.
Oh, that's one of those features that we have on the I think it's on the 780. So
It's
all
got
of
a
the
lot
really
of the same features as the 780. This.
Which is amazing, isn't it? When you think that this is a really high-end machine, this isn't just a basic sewing machine with an embroidery. This is a real top-spec sewing machine.
It's a top-spec sewing machine as well. So, and with the Wi-Fi, there are apps that you can download for Apple. And pop them on your iPad. I got them on the iPad, so you've got things so you can do all the editing on your iPad. Is
that the sewing side or is that your embroidery side?
That's the embroidery side.
Right, so you can do that for all the embroidery.
And you've got, there's 4 or 5 different apps. The one I use a lot is AccuSetter. So it means I can do an embroidery, rehoop, then I can take a picture in the app, put the next design exactly where I want it, Wi-Fi it back to the machine, and then just off you go again.
It has got a USB as well. So
it's
if
got
I've
USB.
Got like a logo for a business or something, could I?
You need software to convert it into stitch.
But you can.
You can with extra software, yeah. You can convert it into stitch.
The possibilities are endless with
They
this then,
really
aren't
are, and there's some fabulous websites out there, so there's lots of opportunities with the embroidery side. It's not just popping a name on a towel anymore.
Right, so, I mean, we do want to have a look at the embroidery side. How easy is it to convert from sewing machine to embroidery machine?
Right, so on the embroidery machine, so I'm going to take, there's a little back panel that slides on.
Okay.
It's just more of a dust cover. And then we get the embroidery unit here, which slides on the back. What I will say is you must make sure that the machine's actually switched off when you're putting this on and taking it off. So I need to move that forward a little bit.
We were talking in the last hour about a dressmaking pattern and they had lovely embroidery around the collar. We had Adam's hat earlier and he was saying you could do embroidery on top of it. And it is a really lovely thing to add to your sewing.
It's fabulous. And if you're doing it on garments, I would say embroider the fabric before you cut it out.
Yeah.
Just make sure you've got your placement perfect.
So that carriage just sits on the back?
It just literally slides on and I can switch the machine back on now.
And does the machine know that you've put that
machine
carriage
knows
on?
I've got this on, yeah.
So it will go all into embroidery mode. You don't have to be
I need
doing
to switch
loads
it
of
over
setup.
now. There's 2 little machines here.
Oh, yeah.
So if I touch that, and it's going to ask me if I want to switch to embroidery mode. Let me just pop that around that way a little bit more so you can see. And I'm going to go OK, because I do. You can do quite a lot of editing without opening the embroidery arm. Yeah. But when you obviously want to start sewing and moving things around, you need to open it. There's a little button on the side, so you just press. Swings out and it will clip into place, and that's it. So you need just the distance behind the back. You don't need, I've had machines where you've got great big units on the end, and so I prefer this because I never take my embroidery unit off the machine at home because it gives you extra bed space when I'm sewing.
I know that this sounds silly, but the screen's really clear. Like those messages that are coming up on screen, they're really clear to read. It's a well-responsive touchscreen and a very clear LCD,
and it won't let you do anything before it's asked you, are you sure you've got the right foot on?
That's good.
Are you sure you've done this?
That's good.
Before you OK it. So,
especially when you think, oh, it's got loads of features, it's got so many features on it. I'm going to mess this up. Well, you can't go wrong because
you can't go wrong. And I always say to people with the embroidery side, you can play all day editing on the screen.
It says resume last pattern here.
So if we go back, we'll see what they were doing the last time. We'll see if somebody's been playing with it. So if I go OK, it will bring up the last pattern that was done on it, which is one of the initials.
Oh, wow.
So somebody's been doing that. There is actually, excuse me, there's one in there. You have to pop it inside the bag. I found them yesterday. It's been a while since we've done this. There we go.
It is.
That's one of the initials that's done.
Yeah. Oh, that is brilliant, isn't it? That is brilliant. Oh, these quilting.
They're quilting designs in there as well. You can do logos of sashiko.
Oh, nice. Sashiko, imagine. It looks like that you've done all of the sashiko yourself. These are beautiful.
There's so much. I think that's flipped over. Is that the right way up, that one?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I can't see from here. Lovely alphabets as well.
Gosh, they're amazing.
So there's so much on. There's so much on.
And is this all built onto the machine? This is
these are all in the machine.
The software.
Yes, yeah. You don't need the software for these. I mean, you've actually got. Let me just have a quick look on these. I've been on far too many machines the last few weeks. You've got 1,000 stitches a minute. You've got 300 built-in stitches with 11 buttonholes.
And that's the sewing side.
That's the sewing side. You can do up to 200,000 stitches per design as well. So, and there's a lot built in on there, a lot of different designs. You can do cross stitch on these, all kinds of things. It's just endless.
Oh, I love those cross stitch designs. They look beautiful. There's red work on there, isn't there?
There isn't red work on this one. It's on one of the other ones we had. But it's things you see me. I always carry this with me now. It's a little bag. That's all done on these.
Oh,
it's in the hoop. It even puts the zip in for you. Absolutely everything.
How fancy is
so
that?
There's loads and loads of stuff out there that you can do with these machines. You're not tied, I say, just to pop in a name on a towel. It's a huge range of things.
Jill's asked, which machine would be nearest to my 5,270?
5,270?
Yeah, 5,270.
Oh, we haven't really got possibly something like the 580, even though it's a slightly bigger one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a slightly different machine, that. Yeah, the 5,270 is very nice.
How easy is it to put the hoop onto these, Jane?
They just clip on.
We've got about 9 minutes. Let's see if we get an embroidery design.
Let me just have a little look. I do have some felts with me. So let's have a look here. I'm never sure if we're going to have time. I think with embroidery as well, one of the key things is you need to get the hooping and stabilising right. I'm sure people have heard me say that before. Yeah.
I mean, that's a show in itself, isn't it, talking about stabilising?
Yeah, I mean, everything we've done before has actually gone onto YouTube somewhere, so it will be on there somewhere. Maybe we'll have to have a word and start doing some classes again.
Oh, I know, that would be lovely. I did see some jewellery maker classes going on at Ivy House the other day and thought, oh, I really hope we can do some more workshops.
Yeah, we did, because we've had some really nice workshops with these, or maybe I'll have a little chat. Oh, just let me take this out a little bit.
So how many hoops does it come with? 3?
It comes with 3. There's another larger one, which was in the back of the...
That's the medium size.
This is a medium. This is a square 14.
So you do get even
So
bigger.
we use these. This is a little RE10. I think Hannah's left some bits in the box.
Oh no!
Here we go. There we go. They all come again with that's the largest hoop.
Fantastic.
They all come with templates. Actually in here somewhere. So they all come in. Let me pop that one there. So if you can see there.
Oh, so when you're designing, you know exactly where the
you can do, because on the editing side, we'll have a quick look in a minute, that's split into the little quarters as well.
And that corresponds with?
It corresponds with the hoop, so yeah, please make sure to take this out before you start stitching though.
Okay.
It also comes, there are 2 felts in the bag and a roll of bobbin fill, because it's quite specific bobbin fill for embroidery.
Okay.
So let me try and find now a little pattern. So we've just gone on to the last design. So if I go home, it's going to bring me onto here. So that's designs, alphabets and editing. So I'm going to pop onto designs and I can select now because I've got the square 14 hoop. If I pop onto here, it will just bring up patterns. When I pop square 14 in,
it will bring up
all the patterns that will fit in this hoop.
Right, and there's 13 pages of patterns there.
There's lots of pages.
Now it's suggesting to use the different colours.
It will tell you what colour to use. It will do the one colour and stop. On the editing, you can change the colours on the design to have a look and see what it looks like with them. There's so much more that you can do, and we definitely need more than 9 minutes to do it.
We can see if is the one that takes a couple of minutes.
I'm going to see if I can find a little quilting one for us. You've got couching on here as well. I think I've left one in there for you, the couching. Where you
use couching with wool?
It is indeed. I think it's on the black one there.
Oh, there it is.
On the piece of black paper, yeah.
We can do couching. That looks nice as well.
So, yeah. So I'm going to actually, I think I'm going for a change. I'm going to pop one of these letters on one of the alphabets. We'll just pop an A on to start with. Here we go. So it's telling me there, it's a hoop size. I'm going to go OK. It's just a single letter. It's going to take 3 minutes. It's one colour. So you just pop this on. So it goes under. And again, make sure you've got the extra high foot lift on this if you need it. It's just almost like a little butterfly clip in here. It just pops in the back and twists.
Nice, so really simple to.
Very simple to start. And we're all organised, I think. And there we go. And it will sit there. So hooping and stabilising is quite crucial when you're using an embroidery machine. You've got to get it right.
And you can literally leave that to do its thing now?
You can leave it, because if the cotton snaps, it will tell you, it'll stop and it'll bleep. If it doesn't think there's enough bobbin thread before you start, it will tell you before you start, or if you're changing colours halfway through, it will come up so you can change the bobbin.
Look at that, it's quick as well, isn't it?
It's right, and we haven't actually got this on full speed at the moment. We are on 500 stitches a minute. 3 minutes, it's a single colour, and it tells you there the size of the design as well. 2.3 by 2.1. So you can slow these down. It's gone down to 400, or we can take it up even higher. And it will just quite happily stitch away for you.
It is an incredible machine, and don't get me wrong, I understand it's a considered purchase, but if you do love embroidery as well as your sewing, you are getting top spec sewing machine along with an amazing embroidery machine, and then with the Wi-Fi and the USB port, the possibilities are kind of endless, aren't they? So you have 5 split payment options of £559.80, interest free. It comes with a 2-year warranty.
2-year warranty. You can extend it directly with us for a further 3 years.
Okay.
There's a little leaflet in the box with it, probably in there for you, hopefully. And yeah, it's just a fabulous machine. There's just so much potential with embroidery machines now. When I first started many years ago, we had tiny little hoops, and you could very limited to what you could do. But now there's just so much out there.
I mean, look, I was looking at the design chart actually, which the alphabets are amazing. There's so many different alphabets.
There's so many different alphabets, and if you get software, you can convert it again. So many different alphabets.
There's cross-stitch charts, as you said. Is there embroidery lace designs in here as well?
You can do lace. You need water-soluble stabiliser to do lace designs.
Brilliant.
I've got some lovely Christmas tree ornaments that I bought many years ago and did all in lace.
Quilting designs, sashko designs. We've also got Anna Maria Horner designs that are built onto there.
Yes.
I mean, that's incredible, isn't
Yeah.
it? You've got your flourish alphabet, which is the one that we showed you earlier on the J. You've got lovely decorative designs, including like necklaces and jewels. You've got couching designs, as we showed you. You've got really, really lovely decorative designs on here. There is combination designs, favourite designs. There's cats. There's a lovely...
There's a little Halloween cat there as well, which is very appropriate at the moment.
Yeah. Christmas ones as well. It's amazing, the amount of...
yeah, there's a good selection of designs actually built into the machine.
That's it, exactly.
But it's so easy because you've got the Wi-Fi and the USB. It's so easy. There's so many nice designs out there that you can purchase to add on as well.
So then it's cut your thread, it's done.
Cuts all the threads, yeah, it does cut everything for you. And that's your little letter finished. Put that back now.
Oh, amazing.
Excuse me.
Brilliant.
Yeah. And it's a really lovely alphabet, that. It's a very nice alphabet, so yeah.
And that was so
quick and easy.
And so easy as well to transition between embroidery and sewing machines.
Yeah.
So if you
it
then
literally
want to
is. If I want to go back now to sewing, I literally just touch on there.
And it will tell you the carriage is on.
And if I just go OK, it will park the carriage to where it needs to go. And then I can just pop it back in again.
Can I leave that on when I'm sewing, or do I need to
Yeah,
take
I
that
never
off?
take mine off the back of my machine.
I suppose it gives you a bit of
because
extra
it gives you
bed.
much extra space on there as well. Yeah.
Oh, that's really handy.
Yep,
isn't it?
so it is nice. And again, so we're back on the sewing side, but I'm going to pop back to embroidery for a second and look at editing, because we've got the editing screen
So that
here.
grid is corresponding with the grid.
It's
that we
with the grid
physically
that
have.
I just showed you. So again, if we just go and pop and get a design, we want a little tiny design. I'm going to get a square 14 again. So yep, so we know we've got that. I'm just trying to find a small design so I can actually, that's quite a nice little one. So there's a little bird here, but you can drag it around the screen.
Can I duplicate it?
I can duplicate it. It will plus or minus 20% size on the machine. It won't do any more because it doesn't physically put stitches in or take them out.
Okay.
Software will do that for you. Then we've got the dustbins. If I want to duplicate it, it's that one. Plus or minus. So we could plus it. Should we plus it a little bit? There we go. I don't know if you can pick it up. There's a little green box around the one that's active.
Right.
So I go, okay, I'm going to select that one now and put him in the bin. Take this one back up here. So that's plus or minus your hoop size, duplicate, bin, plus or minus, and we're coming through. You can rotate it as well. So we can go.
Oh my word, this is so good, isn't it?
You can go whichever way you want, and in 1 degree increments, so you can get it
1 degree?
1 degree increments.
Crazy.
Yeah, so you can get it really, really precise. You can mirror image and end to end it as well. Same on here.
Oh, if you've got text, then you can sort of bend it.
Yeah, the text is not active because we haven't got any text in there. So we can centre it. And this, I must admit, is still my favourite button on the machine, is the little 4 hearts, and it pops it in all the corners for you, so it's symmetrical.
That's good.
And if you've got another pattern in here, you can select that and do exactly the same again.
We're going to have to say thank you because we've run out of time, but what an amazing machine.
There's
and
so
one
much on here.
Talk about.
I think we've done it in full length before, so that will be on there somewhere for people who want to go and have a look.
Yeah, type in Italian 9 on Sewing Street YouTube channel and there'll be even more to watch. But it's the first time we've ever had it on split pay. First time ever on split pay, which is brilliant. It makes it achievable, doesn't it?
It does, yes, because it is quite just a considered purchase.
Absolutely. Thank you ever so much for coming in.
You're very welcome.
Lovely
It's nice to see you again.
Good to see you. If you've got any questions, of course, get them in for us. If we can't answer them, well, then we can also get in touch with Jayne and find out for you. So do let us know. Or call, as you say, the Elna customer service team. Make the most of that, though, because it is the first time on split pay. Have a serious think, but don't wait too long, as that one is limited. Now, tomorrow, I'm back with you, and Kat and I have put together, it's not a Game of Thrones themed. Winter is coming. It's not scary. It's not scary. It's just all of our lovely winter themed hour. So it's fabrics, it's dressmaking fabrics. If you missed out on all of the tweeds and things like that earlier, stay tuned because we've got really, really lovely winter fabrics and dressmaking as well in that hour. At 9 o'clock, Cara's here. And we've got another Brie Merrin cross-stitch kit. Do you remember the ones that we had with the little pigs in the little Wellington boots? They were absolutely adorable. We've got another series of collections for you back after popular demand. That's at 9 o'clock. Panels and pre-cuts at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, it's Sashko Christmas. Exciting. And at 12 o'clock, we're going to continue with the Christmas theme as we're less than 2 months ago. And I've got Christine Perry and Anna. Not going to try and attempt to pronounce the second name, but Anna and Christine are both going to be here. It's going to be two guests tomorrow on Your Name. Knitting and crochet at 12 o'clock tomorrow. It's socks and shawls. So please do be with me tomorrow morning. It's been a pleasure to have you. Thank you to all of our lovely guests today. It's been a manic day. To Suzie and Adam and Jayne, thank you so much. We will see you bright and early tomorrow and do it all over again at 8 o'clock. I'll see you then.